Here's my entire course on how to get 120 sales calls per month for completely free. I used to charge $3,000 for this entire course, but I'm giving it away because I just want to help you out as much as I can, and a whole bunch of other people keep trying to steal my strategies and resell it, so I thought I'd just give it to you for free so you don't have to spend $10,000 buying some random scammer's course. I'm no longer selling information. I'm going to give all my secrets away for free and all the other guru secrets away for completely free. The only thing I can't give away for free is one strategy that isn't in this course. This is a strategy I just discovered. It's the easiest strategy I have found to get appointments in the door as quickly as possible. The only reason I can't give it away for free is because if I give it away to everybody, then it'll get oversaturated and too many people will use it and it will probably stop working. So I'm going to keep it to myself. But here's my offer to you. If you want me to book appointments for you, rather than having to watch this 7-hour course on all these different strategies, I'll do it for you. You don't have to pay me anything up front. You only pay if you start getting clients or qualified appointments in the door. There's no contract. There is no upfront fee. How it'll work is we'll just test it out for you. We'll try to get you some appointments in the door. Again, completely free. If it doesn't work, you don't pay a dime, and we can book you about 5 to 7 appointments every single day and get you clients within 24, 48 hours, just depending on how good you are at selling. Like this guy who's able to close a deal within 48 hours, or this guy who's able to get 40 appointments within 2 days. So if you might be maybe interested, you can click the first link in the description to book a call directly with me. This is an onboarding call. We'll just start getting you appointments as soon as we possibly can. There is no sales call or anything in here, again, because it's just a free trial. You don't have to pay anything up front. Also in the description is all the timestamps. So if you want to watch one specific video, you can click on the description, go to all the timestamps, and see which video you want to watch. Go ahead and enjoy my life's work. Yo, what's up? I'm going to show you exactly how to create a cold outreach script. I'm going to give you 10 different frameworks that I've used to book hundreds of appointments per month. This is going to be very in-depth. There's going to be a lot to this. If you've seen my previous video on how to create scripts, this is going to be a lot different than that. I've learned a lot after creating thousands of messages. This is a part of my full free course on how to get appointments in the door. If you don't have access to that, you can look at this link in the description below on how to get that. But we're going to get right into it. So here's some of my scripts and actions. They actually work. I've actually created thousands of scripts. I've sent tens of thousands of DMs. I've sent hundreds of thousands of emails and hundreds of thousands of text messages, done thousands of calls. Okay, I've done it all, so I know what I'm talking about, and I've worked with over 1,000 clients, just so you know. Cool? All right. So a lot of this is going to be some crazy stuff that I haven't shared before, so you got to pay attention, and I would recommend you taking notes just because, again, there's a lot to this, right? So I'm going to go very, very in depth. I'm going to teach you everything that I know and then give you 10 templates that you can use. Really, it's 11, but 10. And so that you can get appointments starting today. And there's going to be some stuff I want to show you guys real quick. There's going to be some stuff that you're not even going to, no one else is going to be teaching this stuff, right? We're going to be talking about Nuketown, all right? We're going to be talking, okay? I'm going to be showing you that in a minute and how it relates to cold outreach. But first, we're going to get into the mindset behind cold outreach. Okay, this is the thing that everybody gets wrong, and I don't understand because I try to explain it to you guys every single freaking week, but you get it wrong every single time. So the mindset is, we just want to sound human. That is it. Okay, the entire thing is we don't want to sound like an advertisement. We want to sound like we're coming from a friend. How would you text your mom? How would you text your sister, your brother, your friends, right? How would you text them? Use slang, you use grammar errors, you tell jokes, you make it stand out from the crowd, right? Obviously, you're not going to do that with your friend, but when you sound like a friend, it will stand out from the crowd from everybody else, because I'll show you why, right? This is what everybody else sends. They have an HTML email. Did you file your taxes? Did you miss your tax deadline? 3 steps you can take next, right? As you can see, we filter out really quickly. Why do we filter this out? Why do we say, okay, this is just a spam email? Why do we say that? Well, because this is obviously, everything is capitalized. Everything looks perfect. That's what you filter out. You say, if it's perfect, then I don't really need to read this because it's probably something that was sent to tens of thousands of people. So I don't really need to, I'll just filter that out, right? So if it's got like this fancy photo and all these buttons on the email, whatever, no one really takes that seriously anymore, okay? So we have to look different than everybody else that's reaching out to them. We have to, people will determine whether or not you're an ad or a real person very quickly, right? Just by looking at it within a glance, okay? And a way to stand out is obviously to look human, because when another person reaches out to you, right, you feel obligated to respond back because of reciprocity there, right? We don't want to leave somebody hanging. So if you get a message like this, okay, this is a message that an actual client sent me this. I'm sorry to roast you right now, but this message was not very good, and so I want to show you what he got wrong here. So, hey, first name, this is George. I know you don't know me, however, I wanted to reach out. I have a system that can guarantee you 10 pull installs in the next 90 days. If you don't get all 10, you get your money back. Is it okay if I give you a call? Cool. Not bad. I'm going to show you why this sucks. All right. One, it's too formal. No one ever says how. I've never told my mom, Yeah, I can come Friday night. However, right, I've never said that. Cool. 10 sounds a little too round. Now, I said 10. Oh, 10 scripts, right? But I actually have 11. Now, when we're sending it directly to somebody and we want to make it look real, no one ever sends, hey, I'll help you lose 50 pounds, right? That sounds like an advertisement. But if I said, I think I have a system to get you 2 or 3 pounds, to lose 2 or 3 pounds a week if you're open to that, right? That sounds a little more realistic when it's like an off number, not 10, 50, 100, something like that, right? Another thing, adding a guarantee in a cold text only implies that they have to pay something up front. Therefore, it sounds like an ad. I try not to mention the guarantee in the message, or even if it's just you'll get your money back, even that's like a good guarantee or whatever, but I try not to do that because that only implies that there's risk involved because I have to pay you money up front. So theoretically, you're gonna give me my money back if this works, right? And I don't even know who you are, and you're saying that within the first message. It sounds a little weird, right? So I'm gonna show you what would actually work, what's a little better of a message. Hey, first name, this is George. Sorry for the random message. I just want to see if I can work with you. I've got a system I'm using to get me 6, maybe 7 pull installs in August, and I want to see if I can send some of these leads your way, and we can work on them together. Can I call you in 10 minutes? So here we're saying, can I work with you? It doesn't sound like an advertisement, right? Because we're on the same team. It's not me selling to you, which I'll explain later, but we're on the same team, right? It's not a round number like 10, 50, 100. It's 6, maybe 7. We sound like a friend, right? It's just, hey, I just want to see if I can work with you, And we make it sound a little more specific. We don't have really any personalization other than the first name, which we don't have to have that in there. We just say, hey man, right? That sounds a lot more personal than hello sir, right? Or how lovely day today, right? We don't want to say it like that, right? So we make it sound personalized by just saying August, right? I've got leads coming in August, right? Which is this next month, right? And then we also have a direct call to action, which is, can I call you in 10 minutes, right? Just getting it straight to the direct call to action. Now, depending on where you're sending this message, you want to kind of change the call to action, and I'll get into that in a minute as well. We're going to go over everything in this video, okay? As Gary Halbert says, people sort their mail over the trash can. So what that means is, if you look like an ad, you just throw it in the trash. If it looks like it's a personal letter, like handwritten, then you feel obligated to open it. If it's coming from the IRS, you feel obligated to open it. If it looks like a bill, you feel obligated to open it, right? But if it's like an advertisement, like, hey, sign up for this new credit card, you throw it immediately into the trash. Cool? So when your mom calls, you feel compelled to pick up the phone. But if the caller ID says scam likely, you don't feel obligated at all. So how do we make them feel obligated? Some things you can do is you can actually send from someone's mom's number. You can actually call somebody. I've done it before. I made a whole video calling people from their son's number, their wife's number. It was crazy, but it worked pretty well. It's funny. You can also send somebody voice notes. I've tried that too. I sent 30 voice notes to people, and I got like 3 booked calls within 30 voice notes. It was very good, right? You can also, when you can do invisible ink on an iPhone. If you don't have an iPhone, you don't understand, but if you don't get it. If you do invisible ink, if someone sends you a message with invisible ink, you're like, oh, wait, what is this, right? You want to open it, you want to read it. Or if it's like a picture. What if someone sent you a picture of you walking outside of your house in invisible ink, and it was from a random phone number, right? And they said, I need to talk to you. You would obviously respond to that. You're like, or if they said, we're the FBI, we need to speak, right? You'd obviously respond. It's it can work really well. Cool? Awesome. So here's how you want to think about all marketing. We want to think about how would we scam somebody, but now let's make it ethical, right? So I'll give you an example. Google Calendar invites. So there is the strategy I used to use, and it worked extremely well, and it was like almost completely free, and it was so good, but Google actually changed the rules because of me and this strategy that I created. So how it worked was I was on one of those websites like 123 Movie, and I was like watching a movie online, and as you know, when you go on those websites, it'll say like, this was when I was younger, like maybe I was 17, and an ad would pop up saying, hey, join this thing, or you just wanted a free iPhone, right, stuff like that. An ad popped up, but it wasn't really an ad. It just said, would you like to add this to your calendar, yes or no? And I accidentally clicked yes. And so I don't really know what happened, but I went back to my movie. 10 minutes later, I get a message saying, hey, your phone's hacked. I was like, oh, what the heck, all right, who cares? 10 minutes later, I get another message, hey, your phone's hacked, right? Every single 10 minutes, hey, you need to click this link to unlock your phone, all that jazz. I was like, how is this even happening? Turns out when I accidentally clicked add to the calendar, what happened is it just put a calendar onto my calendar on my Apple phone, like an Apple phone calendar thing. And it added a whole bunch of random events. And so it just synced all these events to my calendar, and all of them just said, your phone is hacked, right? Obviously your phone's not actually hacked. It's just the calendar events that say that your phone is hacked. It was really annoying because it was like every 10 minutes. And so basically you just have to remove it from your calendar. So I saw that and I was like, okay, these scammers are trying to get me to convince that my phone is hacked. They found a way to get on my calendar, which really got my attention because it sends me notifications all the time. How could I do this, but in an ethical way? So when I started doing cold outreach, I realized, okay, well, you can invite someone to your calendar, right? You can, if I can create an event and then I can invite somebody to that event, and then it automatically shows up on their calendar if I just invite them. So what if I invited 5,000 people to just a random event? So we started doing that, and it actually worked, where we would invite 5,000 people, and like 30 people would just show up to the call and be like, yeah, well, what's it about, you know? And in the event, so we started putting in what the event was about. Like, hey, this is an event for this thing. If you show up to the call, we'll give you a free Starbucks gift card, blah, blah, blah. And it works really well. And then we sent like individual invites to people where we said, you know, hey, first name, I just want to see if you're interested in this thing. And so we sent like, I created an automation to send out like 5,000 events to people. And to each one, they had their own individual thing. And I said, I'm not going to be available this time, but if you want to book another time, you can book on my calendar here. And I was able to get booked calls almost as good as like email. It was like almost the exact same as email, yet it was free. You could send almost unlimited, and it was amazing, right? Now, Google actually updated their policies, and they changed the thing where basically if you try to invite somebody, it counts as an email. If you send too many emails, you start going to spam. And so it was kind of crazy that I kind of changed Google with that. But that's a way of thinking about it. Just, okay, how do we think outside the box? No one else was thinking about that, but scammers were, because they have to think ahead of the game. They have to think, okay, how could I get somebody's attention, right? And so everybody else tries to fit themselves into the mold of what is everybody else doing? Let me just do what everybody else is doing, which doesn't work. I need to look really perfect. I need to add photos to my email. I need to have buttons, whatever. I need to make sure I don't sound weird, whatever. Everything needs to be grammatically correct, whatever. So usually I try to do the opposite of all those things, because I get way more replies doing that. Cool? All right. Now, we aren't trying to scam anyone, but we're trying to do as little as possible or as much as possible to get someone to respond, right? So this is normal, which doesn't work, right? So you also don't want to care at all what people think. If someone starts saying, stop emailing me, stop texting me, whatever, we know that at least we're doing something right. We know that people are actually responding. Now, obviously, we want to adjust the message to try to get it to work, but don't worry about, you want to make somebody mad by noon every day. Okay? If you're not making somebody mad by noon every day, that means you aren't marketing effectively. Okay? So, all right, your cold outreach message. Now, the old way that I used to approach this, my other video, was intro, offer, call to action. Now, it's not that this method doesn't work anymore. It does work, but my philosophy has changed a little bit after writing thousands of scripts. So let me show you what this method was in action, right? I've been trying to find your profile forever, LOL. Just thought I'd ask you something. If I said I could get you featured on Entrepreneur Magazine, would you be interested? Or shameless way to start a conversation, LOL. But I can fill your yoga studio to max capacity in 30 days. Open a chat. You don't have to pay me anything up front, LOL. Right? And so like this yellow is a hook, which we'll talk about later. But these still work. But I'm going to break them down into frameworks instead of intro. So I used to say, this is like an intro, but I kind of see it as like a framework, which is slightly different. So let me show you what a framework is. So a framework is just how we approach the message and how you position the offer. I didn't really know what it meant by positioning the offer, but I'm going to show you exactly what that means now and how it works. And so you can do it in several different ways. Now, this is the main way that people think that you should approach the offer. You should just say, or actually people don't think this way, right? But this would be the easiest way to get an approach, right? I want to sell you marketing services. I think you'll make a lot of money, probably $15,000 to $20,000, and I want you to pay me $2,000 per month, right? That would be the basic way of selling something. Now, obviously, that probably won't work too well because it's just me. I want you to give me money, right? But a different way of doing it would be, hey, can we partner up, right? We're approaching it from a different angle. I'm not trying to sell it to you directly or trying to approach it from the side. Or I want to see if you're open to hiring, right? So we can kind of sell them something as, hey, I want to be a contractor for you. I just want to see if you're open to hiring me at all, right? So that sounds completely different than pay me money right now, So let me put this in a language you can understand. No chow mein here. You deliver. Wrong place, right? That's from that Bean movie. Anyways, all right, this is Nuketown. If you have no clue what this is, I'm sorry, you're irrelevant, and you should click off the video. No, I'm just kidding. This is a Call of Duty. So this is a video game I used to play growing up all the time, and this is one of the best maps because it's so simple, yet everything works so well together, right? So, as you know, in Nuketown, if you don't know, Call of Duty is a game where you just shoot each other and kill each other, whatever, and you respawn, and you just keep going. Whoever gets the most points wins. Cool? Now, there's obviously several places you can go on this map. You can go up here in this window. You can come out of here. You can go into this bus or this truck, and you can shoot people everywhere, right? But you want to make sure that no one kills you from behind. You want to make sure that you're killing the other team, all that jazz, right? So there's never one way to play this game. There is no one right way, and that's the thing that people think about. I have people coming to me all the time where they're like, Carson, if you just tell me exactly what I need to know, I can give you exactly what you need to do. But if they say, I just want the one thing that's going to work for me, it's going to make me $10,000 a month, I always get that. And there is no one way. That's the thing. There's several different ways. It's like asking on Nuketown or playing basketball, what's the one style that's going to get me the most amount of points and that's going to help me go to the NBA? There's no one way, right? There's several different ways of doing it. It also depends on your style, how tall you are, all this stuff, right? Or factors. So there's no one way of playing this. You could either be a sniper up here, right, which we can snipe everybody down here. We have to be careful of this guy up here, so we have to make sure that he's not going to snipe us too. And this guy can also snipe this guy, or he can look at everybody that's down here as well. We could be this guy that goes all the way down and around, and we can go into the other team's spawn. So they're spawning here, and we can kill them as soon as they spawn in. But sometimes they go into the house, and then they come around, and they get us from behind. So we have to check our sticks all the time to make sure that we're not getting killed from behind. We can also be this guy, right, who just goes right here and plants himself at this car. We can get anybody that comes through here. We can get anybody that comes all around here. We just have to be careful of some guy, if he's camping right here, that he won't kill us there, or somebody that comes from the garage and we just kills right here, or some guys, sometimes they camp right here and then they pop out and they kill us right there. So we have to be careful of things, but there's several different ways of playing. We can either go into their spawn, we can camp here in the middle, we can camp up at the top here at this house, we can come out of the garage. But what you'll never do, what you know that you should never do, is you should never go straight through. We should never go from this front door to that front door, straight through the truck, right? Because we have this is just like a 2v2. This is 4 people on a team, right? Or 2 people playing. Usually there's 6 people on each individual team. So as soon as I walk out of this door, there's 6 people looking for me, right? And they're all looking towards the center. And if I just go straight towards the center, obviously that's not the right approach because I'll get killed instantly, right? As soon as I walk out of this door, people are on your back. So we want to be careful. That's why we approach it all these different ways. Cool? It's the same way we would approach frameworks, or how we do cold outreach, okay? Hopefully that makes sense. All right, so I'm going to get into some of the frameworks. Here's one I really like using a lot, partnership. Hey, first name, I know this is random. I want to see if you could partner up. I've got a system I'm using that's getting me 6, maybe 7 pool installs in August. I want to see if I could send some of these leads your way, and we work together on some of these leads. Can I call you in 10 minutes? Now, I like this framework because we're selling it as a partnership. It's a system that we're using together. So by the time they hop on the phone call, they're like, okay, how does it work? Like, how are you going to give me these leads? You say, so how the system works is basically I set it up for you. I'll do all this stuff. It costs $2,000 one time, and we're going to do blah, 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 right? Now, something about the call to action. I'll get into this a little later, but here I say, can I call you in 10 minutes? You're obviously not going to say this on Facebook or on LinkedIn because you're not going to call them in 10 minutes. And usually they don't respond immediately, whatever. But you can say this on SMS and sometimes email because the call to actions are different depending on the platform. Cool? All right, this one's just the exact same thing. It's just saying, can I work with you? So, hey, I just know it's random. I just want to see if I can work with you. And then the same thing, right? Huge offer, then risk reversal. This is the only time I would mention some sort of guarantee, and it works sometimes, not all the time, okay? Hey, first name, I can set up a system for you to send 10,000 cold emails per month, one-time setup, no recurring fees, and if it doesn't work, I'll pay you $3,000. Open a chat. So I actually use the script and work really well. It works better on social platforms, not as well on like texting or emailing. Sometimes on email it can work. And the reason for this is there's no real intro here. We just go straight to the offer. It's crazy end result, 100,000 emails, which if you don't know, that's a lot of emails sent, cold emails. And a one-time setup with a risk reversal. So a lot of times with this system, people, they have to pay per month, right? When it's a lot per month, it's like $500 a month usually. And so if I say, hey, it's a one-time setup fee, then it sounds a lot different than everybody else, what they're selling. So it's a unique value, which we'll get into later as well. And if it doesn't work, I'll pay you $3,000. Now, this is different from what we talked about before, where we said guarantee, because the guarantee before was, I'll give you your money back, which means I have to give you money. But if I say, hey, I'll give you $3,000, that sounds like there's really no risk involved. Right now, I never actually had to give anybody $3,000. How it worked was, you pay me $3,000. If it doesn't work, I'll give you double your money back, which is $6,000, but I never had to do that. So I usually would never say price unless it's a unique value as a part of your offer, which is it's cheaper than everybody else. Next up, I already have the end result. Hey, first name, I've got 12 people in Phoenix that might need a pool install. I want to see if I can send them your way. You're free to chat this week. Now, this one works for most industries. Most people understand that you don't actually have 12 people that you're just selling some sort of marketing service, but they do respond positively to it. Now, if you get on calls, well, people are saying, okay, where's my leads? Yeah, send over the leads, right? And you're like, no, that's not how it works. I mean, I'll set up the system for you to get leads. That's why I usually changed it to a system. Hey, I've got a system that's getting me 12 people in Phoenix. I want to see if I can implement that system for you. So then when they ask, okay, well, how's the system work? You say, how the system works is it's blah, 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 pay me money. Cool? Awesome. Asking a question. Hey, first name, if I said I could bring you 12 bed bug heat treatments in Miami, could you take them on? Or hey, first name, if I said I could bring you 12 bed bug heat treatments in Miami, would you be interested? So either of those work pretty well. It's pretty simple. Sometimes it can be a little saturated. A lot of people use this one now, but it still works pretty well. Asking for a job. This one's actually very interesting and does work very well. Okay. Hey, first name, I want to see if you had any SDR positions available at company. I've been working with other software companies, getting them appointments using my direct outreach strategies. I want to see if you're hiring at all or had any room on your team. I'm local to Indy. Let me know. This is like the actual message that I told my girlfriend to use, and because she wanted to work at a software company in Indianapolis. And guess what? She's sending this message, and guess what? She's getting responses because I'm the best. All right, so an actual message that's actually working. I've actually tried this for myself as well. I sent like 28 messages. I got 6 people interested out of 28, and you can send 30 a day, right? So we get 6 people interested a day with a message like this, and I send it on LinkedIn. Now, someone I know is also testing Zaglin or Quanco. He's testing sending job proposals or like applications to people, like actually just applying to jobs on LinkedIn. And then you can sell it as like, hey, I'm not looking for a job, but I will be your contractor. And that's kind of working well for him. I'm not trying to give away his strategy there, but that was working well. So something else you can try too. All right, if I were you, this one worked pretty well. I didn't test it too much, but it did work well for me. Hey, first name, I think you should get on YouTube. It's working well for me. It's getting me like 300 calls a month, and I want to see, and I think it would work wonders for you, right? Again, I was just testing this. It's just giving a suggestion and giving also I didn't even have a call to action, but a suggestion plus social proof. So, hey, this is what I would do if I were you. I'm actually using it, and it's getting me a ton of calls. Would you be open to chat, right? Now, I didn't even have, would you be open to chat? I just said that's what I would do. And then people were really interested after just sending that message. So just testing something. Hey, first name, I'm just testing the software that I built. It's helping me get 12 to 15 new pool installs every month. And I want to see if I could test it with your company. Can I call you maybe tomorrow? Seems like there's less risk when I just say I'm just testing something rather than I'm selling you something. And it's just a different approach, right? So it kind of sounds like a free trial, which works pretty well. Can my friend reach out? Hey, first name, can my friend message you about a partnership? He's just using a system that for other massage spas to get them consistent appointments, and he wanted to see if he could contact you. Can I send him your contact info? Now, this is a little bit different. You'd have to send from a different name, obviously. So you'd send from, hey, this is Emma Smith, and I want to see if my friend can reach out to you, Karsten. And you go from there. It's a little weird, but it can work, and I've seen it work pretty well. Cool. Research. Hey, first name, I've done some of my research. Okay, wait. I ran some numbers, and by the looks of it, I think I could help you save $21,947.96 on your next year's tax returns. I want to see if we could call sometime this week. So like, hey, I did my research. I think I can help you save 23 hours a week based on this, or I think I can help you get 15 more pool installs based on these numbers. Would you be open to chat? So it's hit or miss depending on the offer that you're pitching, but it can work pretty well. All right, interview. Hey, I'm writing an article for this blog that I'm writing or that I'm creating about videographers. I want to see if I could ask you a few questions about life as a videographer. It'll only take 15 minutes and I'll buy you coffee. You free early next week? So this one works really well for saturated niches. Some people are doing, hey, can I write an article for you? Some people are doing, hey, can you join my podcast? Or hey, I'm just trying to do some market research. I want to see if I can ask you a few questions. You're getting them on the phone, talking about their pains and their problems, and then you can fix their problems by selling them something. I made a video on like how to get calls in 10 minutes or how to book 10 calls in literally 30 seconds, something like that. I have a video that you can watch just explaining the strategy. Cool. And there's several more that you can use. Hey, can I invest in your company? Hey, I created a website for you. I want to see if I can show it to you. I've been watching your content alone and I love what you do. I want to see if blank. And some of these are specific to different offers, obviously, but you can create your own and do all that jazz, right? And if you want me to help you create a script, that's a part of my program. Cool. All right, I also have this swipe file of all the different frameworks that you can use. You can check out this swipe file and look at all of these, right? So just everything that I just said in a Google Doc that you can use. Cool, just something to note. Awesome. Let's go back here and go to the next one. Offer. Okay, so that's the framework. Now, how do we make sure that offer sounds good enough to where people actually reply to the offer? So realistically, we want to make sure our offer is short and easy to grasp. Also, we want to make sure that people actually want the offer. If nobody really wants it, then you just have to offer something different, okay? So for example, 2-day free shipping, very short, to the point, 1-click purchase, 4-hour work week, delivered in 30 minutes or it's free. These ones work extremely well, mostly because we have a specific time frame and it's the exact end result that I want. I want delivered in 30 minutes. I want my pizza as fast as possible, right? I want to work as least as possible, right? I want 2-day free shipping. Very short and easy. People have pretty short attention spans, so we want to make the message as short as we can so we can get to the point, and we want to display our offer and the value of our offer within as few words as possible. And we also want to speak their language. The more specific you make the offer, the better. Now, let's just say you're a marketing agency and you target literally everybody. You can create websites for everybody. That's okay. But if we make an offer specific to staffing agencies or to pest control companies, it sounds a lot better. So if I'm a marketing agency, I would say, hey, pest control company, I can get you 10 bed bug heat treatments, right? I think I get into this. Hang on. I've went through thousands of offers, and a lot of them just say, I help businesses do blah, 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 which obviously doesn't work. No one is going to respond to that, especially if you're doing cold outreach. So out of the 2,000 offers that we went through, me and my team, only 180 were specific, which is good news for you because no one's doing the actual work. So here's some offer swipe files. This is just like all the offers we went through and all the ones that were actually good. And so here's all the ones that were specific. you can kind of use these and adjust them to what you're doing. Obviously, you might not be helping full-time basketball trainers scale with automations, but you can kind of use, okay, how can I use that worth? Maybe I help accountants create their own accounting firm, and be able to create their own automated accounting firm, whatever, right? So different ways you can approach this, and a whole bunch of different offers that you can use that we thought were pretty well. So there's also another swipe file I'm going to give you in a second, but again, we want to speak their language, specifically call out to that audience in our offer. Instead of saying, I help pest control companies get more leads, we could say, be more specific and speak their language. I help pest control companies get 10 bedbug heat treatments without Facebook ads or Home Advisor. So after me talking to about 30 or 40 pest control companies when I was first starting, I realized that a lot of them want to work with bedbug heat treatments because they get paid a lot of money. It's very easy for them to do. They just set up a machine, they leave for 6 hours, they come back, right? And then also they've tried Facebook ads in the past, they didn't really like it. They tried Home Advisor in the past, they didn't really like it. And so if I say, hey, I'll help you get the end result that you're looking for without the pain that you experienced working with all the other guys that you worked with, they're going to be really interested and open to responding. Cool? Also, you want to talk in terms of end results. Now, before I used to say no one cares about anything but the end result. And now I realize that that's not entirely true. People do want the end result, but sometimes they care about the mechanism you use to get the end result. So for example, just in this message, 10 bedbug heat treatments. Now, if I said 10 bedbug heat treatments, people might be interested. But if I say 10 bedbug heat treatments through Facebook ads, they're like, oh, I tried that in the past, and I don't really want to do that again. And so the mechanism is the Facebook ads, and they don't want to use that because they've tried it before, right? So sometimes the mechanism does matter. Cool? So we've all probably heard people talk in terms of benefits and not features, but for a long time I didn't really know what that means, so I'm going to explain it. A gym will show you the dream outcome of, I want you to get shredded, I want you to be fit, I want you to be healthy, right? That's the benefit. And the features would be the equipment they have, or do they have a pool, or what kind of hours they have. And for some people, some of these features are actually important. Like I want to go to the gym at night usually, and I want it to be less crowded. So I have 2 gym memberships. One is for the YMCA, which is usually crowded all the time, but it has a basketball court. And this other gym that doesn't have a basketball court, but it's open 24/7, and it's smaller, and there's less people that go there. And so I choose which gym to go to depending on what my needs are that day. Right? I want to go play basketball today, or I want to have it quiet, and I want to do it after 9 p.m. So now before I overcomplicate the offer, before you overcomplicate the offer, I'm going to show you Alex Hormozi frameworks. You don't have to use all these things, but this is just some things that he said, and I thought they were good at the time when I made the script, which was a couple years ago. So I'm going to give you a few things like make a magnetic reason why. You don't really need to do that. Announce the avatar that is necessary, usually like saying, hey, I help pest control companies, giving them a goal, specific number, that's usually pretty good. Interval, as we saw with most of the offers, the interval actually was very important, and a lot of the companies that we saw had an interval. And then people value short time frames. So I want to try to make it shorter, and then complete with a container word like a mechanism like YouTube ads or a voice notes or using the system. That's kind of the mechanism we want to use, right? Now, the main thing you need to think about is we just want to speak their language, talk in terms of end results, and then make this time frame shorter and remove risk as much as you can. Okay? Now, removing risk just means making it easier for them to make a decision for the client, So if I just said with no paid ads, or you only pay per deal, or you only pay per closed call, right? That would be a lot easier to sell. Anybody would pay for that, right? If someone came to me and said, hey, Carson, I'll get you deals, and you only have to pay me a percentage of whatever I close for you. Obviously, I would say yes to that, right? Because that means like I don't have to do any work here. You're going to bring me deals. I'm going to make money, and I'm going to be happy, right? So if that was your part of your offer, then that would be really easy for someone to say yes to. Obviously, everybody would say yes to that. Now, obviously, that can't be the case all the time, but that kind of removes risk. Or if I said, hey, I already created a website for you. I want to see if you're open to looking at it, right? Or, hey, I just want to see if I can be your personal trainer. You only pay me per pound that you lose. Right, so you pay me $3 per pound, right? I'm like, oh, that's actually a really good offer. I just made that on the spot. You're welcome. All right, offer frameworks. This is other offers, frameworks that you can use. I've got so many tabs open. I'm not sure if my video is running slow because of that. I think we're okay. All right, these are just some other things that you can use. How to get the desired result without challenge or fear. How to get a desired result through the system. Like how to get 10 roofing jobs through Amazon ads. How to get women's addresses through Tinder notes. I know that's a little weird. I actually got that from somebody. Women's addresses just means like how to actually book an actual date through voice notes on Tinder, which that's a pretty unique mechanism. The system is Tinder voice notes, interesting. How to lose 30 pounds in time, or how to get desired result in time, right? So all these are different offers that you can use, and you can adjust to whatever you're doing. Cool, so that'll be in the description as well. All right. You'll get much higher reply rate if you create offers that no one else has heard before, so having some sort of unique value, which we'll talk about in a second. And if we remove risk, which is going to be my next point. But And you might be scared to create like these really good offers with these huge promises, but you want to stand out from the crowd. If you don't stand out from the crowd, you're just going to be commodity like everybody else, right? Again, how do we scam somebody? Which is, how do we create the best offer possible? And then how do we lean it back towards reality? So in my message, I used to say, again, if it doesn't work, I'll pay you $3,000. Now, I don't want to pay anybody $3,000. How do I actually do that? Well, I can offer double your money back guarantee. I charge you $3,000. If it doesn't work, I'll pay you back $6,000, but I know it's going to work every time, or at least the people I'm going to sell to, I'm going to make sure that works, So anyways, and you have to do the work, right? So if we say, hey, I'm going to guarantee I'm going to lose you 50 pounds, or I'll pay you $3,000. Well, you actually have to follow the diet plan. You actually have to do exercise every day. Obviously, if they do that, they're going to lose weight, right? And so if you don't follow the diet plan or do the exercises, then I can't give you your money back. Well, I'll give your money back, but I can't give you double your money back because you didn't follow your word. And so I can't, follow through on that. So in that case, obviously, we can create this crazy guarantee offer, which is I'll pay you $3,000 if it doesn't work, and now we can lean it back to reality, and they're still happy with the offer, right? Now, a good exercise is to say, if I could wave a magic wand and I could deliver anything for a client, what would the offer be, right? And to me, it'd be like actually booking appointments with one click. If someone could literally just click a button and an appointment would pop up on their calendar that was an interested prospect, how would I do that, right? Or how could I create that offer? So I used to say that, hey, I've got a one-click appointment system because it sounds so easy. We're like one-click purchasing. I got that from Amazon, right? So, all right. Or if the government allowed you to make any claim without any repercussions, what would you say? Or if the government said, hey, we're going to chop your head off if you don't get everybody to respond to this message. How do I create the message? If I needed everybody to respond, how would I say it, right? Unique values. One of the biggest triggers in copy is curiosity, right? And that's a way to add a unique value. And a good system that I have for booking appointments, I can get like 10 appointments for literally free, and it only takes me 2 minutes to do. Now you're curious, like how do you actually do that? And I'll tell you at the end of the video, which is the teaser, LOL. So one of the best ways, of creating this really unique value is just creating curiosity. Now, an instant way of creating curiosity is just play opposite day. So unique value comes from curiosity. Curiosity comes from the opposites. Now, the news does this all the time. You will never really see in the news a dog bit a man, right? Because that's pretty normal. That kind of happens, even though it's kind of news, it happens frequently enough to where it's not really news. But if a man bites a dog, that's a little interesting, right? Why is a man biting a dog? And if a man eats a dog while it's alive, okay, that's really weird, right? And so that's going to be in the news. Or if it's a 3-foot alligator, like, okay, that's a little smaller than an average alligator. But if I said an 18-foot alligator, I'm not sure if that's big. I'm pretty sure that's really huge. Then that's news, right? So what's the opposite? What's abnormal, right? What is contrast to the consensus, right? The average. So this offer here, I've got a system that books you 10 appointments per week for free, and it literally only takes 2 weeks to do, or 2 minutes to do, sorry. The way we make this abnormal is saying for free, and it only takes 2 minutes. So the consensus is, the average is, it's hard to get appointments, and it takes time, and it's just expensive. So I flipped it on its head. It's free, and it's fast, right? And it's easy. We can make something that's hard into something that's easy, something that's expensive into something that's cheap into something that's expensive. And it will instantly create a better offer. So I'm going to give you some examples here. We have the $21,000 first class plane ticket, right? Or a $1 house $1 hotel room versus $1 million hotel room. I sold my house for $1, right? Something that's expensive turning into something that's cheap. Or the $12 McDonald's burger, right? Which is something that's usually cheap, which I now, based on inflation, this is 7 years ago. Now inflation, that's a normal burger. So kind of funny, but anyways. All right, vehicles and mechanisms. As I said before, some people want to buy something based on the feature, actually, like not just the end result, but sometimes I want to choose this gym because of the hours that it has. For example, if you reach out to solar companies and say, so I used to actually do this. I would reach out to solar companies and I would say, hey, I can get you more solar jobs, right? And the only thing is that they get reached out to every single day, people saying, hey, I'll get you more solar jobs, right? They receive that message so much, and so it's kind of saturated, right? And so everyone is offering Facebook or Google ads. And so I try to do something different. So I was offering, hey, I'll get you more solar jobs. And then I would hop on the phone with them and be like, how does it work? Okay, it's Facebook ads. I'm like, I've tried that in the past. I don't really want to do it again. So I thought, how could I change this? And I realized a lot of times when I talk to people, they would say they like the traditional methods of marketing. And so I thought, how do I do this, right? So the traditional methods was door-to-door sales or like passing out flyers, right? And so I created a message which was towards what they actually wanted, the mechanism that they wanted. The mechanism was getting more solar deals through door-to-door sales. Now, again, it is the exact same end result, right? We're going to get more solar deals through Facebook ads, through your website, through SEO, or through door-to-door. But they wanted door-to-door because that's just, I don't know, they wanted that more, right? Because that's what they were familiar with. So I created this message. I've got a canvassing team in city, and I wanted to see if you're open to us knocking on doors for you and sending solar deals your way. Would you be open to chat? Something around those lines. Now, canvassing is just door-to-door sales. So I started sending that message, and I booked a ton of calls, and so many people were interested in that offer. I literally had people just calling me and say, yeah, send over the contract. I'm ready to get started, right? I had no clue how to do this. I just sent the message just to see if people would respond. And that's the whole thing, right? You want to try to sell it first, then figure it out, right? So if I say, hey, I'll get you 10 solar jobs with just a canvassing team, I have no clue how to do that. But we just want to see if people are interested first before we start. Because a lot of people I see, you guys will create a website, you'll bet out a huge, crazy offer, and you don't even know if people actually want it. Or now you're going to target med spas and nobody, or e-commerce brands. It's really hard to get any e-commerce brand to respond or a med spa to respond. And so why would you even do that? But I would, again, sell it first and then figure it out. So I try to sell it first. And I got all these people interested within the one day just because I changed the mechanism. So it's the same end result, but changing the mechanism to door-to-door sales teams. Cool. So different mechanisms you can do. I can get you 10 bedbug heat treatments without paid ads. Sometimes just saying without helps you a lot. I've got a system to send 100,000 cold emails a month, one-time fee. Usually it's a monthly recurring thing, right? I think you should go on YouTube. It's going to be 300 sales calls a month right now. YouTube is the mechanism, right? So it's a lot different. And now if I said, I'll help you get on Twitter, or I think you should get on Twitter, that's going to sound a lot different because I don't really use Twitter. Maybe I should get on it, or maybe I just don't like using it. Maybe I'm on it, but I haven't heard anybody do that. Maybe I should actually do that. Right? Or I tried Twitter before, it didn't work for me. And this guy it's working for him. Maybe I should try it again, And so if I said Twitter, it's going to sound a lot different to a completely different audience, right? So if I start sending people how to do SMS outreach, is going to be different than how to do cold email because they're like, a lot of people, I've tried cold email in the past, it didn't work for me. I used to hop on calls, people say, I tried cold email, it didn't work. I say, yeah, because it doesn't really work very well. You should try LinkedIn outreach. And then people I would talk to, they would say, I tried LinkedIn outreach, it didn't work for me. So I said, yeah, if I were you, I would try Facebook, right? And so I would just give them the opposite of what they tried before because it's a new, different mechanism. And sometimes it's like exercise, right? There's all different types of gyms. There's boxing gyms, CrossFit gyms, Ordinance therapy. So there's so many different types of machines or plans or diets. And they keep coming up with them every single day because they want to make it sound like this is something that you haven't tried before. And maybe this will be the thing that gets you to the end result. Maybe this will be the thing that helps you lose those 100 pounds, because you've tried everything else and it just doesn't work for you. And it's not your fault. It's the machine that you were using or the strategy you were using. Really what you should do is keto because keto is blah, blah, blah. It's all the same. It's all just work a little more and eat a little less. They're all the exact same. And it's like the same with playing Call of Duty. All you got to do is kill the other team, right? But there's several ways of doing it, All right, so we want to make it to where we sound like a different thing every single time. So if I say, I bought a treadmill desk, a desk treadmill, so the thing that goes under your desk. I don't want to buy a regular treadmill because those are usually more expensive and it doesn't fit. It's going to, take up a lot of room. I can't have that room in here, So I want to do a treadmill desk or desk treadmill, whatever, because it fits right on my desk and it fits my needs. So that's kind of a different mechanism. It's not just a regular treadmill, or an in-home massage. Right? Or a penthouse apartment, right? In-home massage is like, I want to go somewhere and then get the massage. That takes some more time. If you just come to me, that'll be, faster for me at least. A penthouse apartment. There's obviously thousands of apartments, but there's only one penthouse or only a couple penthouses. And so I want the penthouse apartment, right? That has a completely different value from just apartment, So if we can approach it in a unique way, have a unique mechanism like a deep tissue massage or Thai massage, right? They might buy it just because of the unique thing. Now, usually people in any given industry, they'll buy multiple things, right? They'll buy 10 things within that industry. Usually in the self-improvement space or the health and wellness space, they'll buy 7 to 10 things, like 10 to different machines, like exercise equipment, or 7 to different diet plans. So if they've already bought one before, that's usually good because that means they'll probably buy another one. So if I say, hey, you bought this thing, but have you tried this thing yet? Because this thing works a lot better, right? And then that works really well. So that's why we want to come up with a unique mechanism that they might have not tried before. Cool. All right, call to actions. Now, call to actions and hooks are pretty easy. I'm going to talk about hooks too, which is kind of like something you can add to the end of the message. They're pretty easy, but most people miss the importance of them. On social media channels, we want to have a little more subtle call to action. On SMS, email, cold calling, you want to have a more direct call to action. Let me show you what that means. The reason on social channels you want to have a more subtle call to action is because people are more open to a conversation. So we can just get into our foot in the door and have small talk, and so it's very little commitment. So for social channels, we want to say, would you be interested? Or if you're interested, are you open to chat? Or can I send over a quick video? Right? That's for social channels like Instagram or LinkedIn or Facebook. Now for SMS, email, cold calling, we want to have a little more specific call to action because people don't really like going back and forth on email, right? No one says, how's your day going? Oh, it's going good. How's your business? Oh, it's really, no one does that on email. We want to try to get to the end result as quickly as we can, which is the call that we want them to have, So what I say is, are you free to chat sometime this week? Or can I call you tomorrow? Or can I call you later today? Or tomorrow work better? Or can I call you in 10 minutes? Can I send over my calendar? Just book whenever you're free. Here's my calendar, right? Something like that. I usually try the first three. Mostly those work a little better. Hooks are something you can add to the end of the message to make it seem a little more compelling and just to try to get them to reply. You can also use them as follow-up messages. Hook twice. Mike Tyson. All right. You can use them as follow-up messages, like a message you can send the next day, stuff like that. So here's some examples of hooks that we created. Can I call you tomorrow? Or I'll just call you tomorrow, right? Or you only pay if you feel like it's worth it. You don't have to pay me anything. If you reply, I'll literally pay you $100. Or if you reply, I'll give you pizza rolls, right? These are just funny, but you can come up with some ones that will get people to reply. And also you can kind of sometimes use these for subject lines. Are you from city? I think I am in love with you. All right. Take the blue pill. You don't respond and you go back to normal. Take the red pill and you'll see how far company name can go. That's actually a good one. All right. So some hooks that you can use. Awesome. Next up. Last thing is we usually want to create a family of offers. What I would do is create that, that whole document of all the different swipe files I gave you, just create like 5 or 10 of them, right? Just use all 10 of them, apply your offer and all 10 different scenarios and just see which ones you like. Take 2 or 3 of those and then just try those first. And if those don't work, try the other 3, right? And then if those don't work, try 3 more, right? It should work honestly within the first 3 scripts because all these really work well. And so I wouldn't be showing you if I have tested all these and they all did work well. So just create a family of offers, spit out whatever you think is what is best, and then just pick what you think you'd like, right? Or pick what you think would work best. And always reread your offer. If you stutter while saying the offer, then you want to rewrite it. Now, obviously, I'm terrible at reading, and so I'll stutter all the time, but that's usually good because most people are like me and they read on a 6th grade level. And so we want our offer or our messaging always to be at a 6th grade level. We don't want to use however or furthermore. We're not going to say that, right? Because obviously no one really uses that in their day-to-day speak, and most people can't read. That's why we don't want to have the message too long. If it's too long, then it's all like come up together and it just like looks confusing, and therefore I don't want to read it. All right. If someone sends you a page, you don't want to read that page, right? You want to open it and you want it to fit right there. They don't want to have to scroll to read the message. Do not ever do that, right? And if it is longer, we want to space it out, like to where it's like 3 separate paragraphs, where it's like, hey, I just want to see if I can ask you something. Space. I want to see if we can work together on this thing. Space. Can I call you this week? So making it easier to read. Awesome. 6th grade reading level is what you want to work towards. That's literally everything I know about creating a cold message. I hope this helped you guys out. If you want a system to consistently get 120 sales calls per month, you can book a call with me below. I love you. I'll talk to you soon. I tested every lead scraping tool I could get my hands on, and here are the best lead scraping tools of 2025. I've spent hundreds of hours and tens of thousands of dollars testing every single tool on the market so that you don't have to. And this year I have some major changes from last year, and so we're gonna get right into it. Now, what I think makes a good tool is a tool that gives you a lot of contacts for a good price and having valid emails and valid phone numbers that we can actually reach out to. Now, the different types of scraping I call are personal data scraping and local business scraping. Local business scraping is just scraping something that you would find on Google Maps, like someone's phone number and the business name, or the email on the website, or something on the Facebook business page, stuff like that. And personal data scraping is if I'm trying to find an individual person and trying to find their data. So let's just say I want to find CMOs of large hospitals, right? You're not going to be able to find that on Google Maps. All these tools that I have tested, I have broken them down and put them into a Google Sheet, looking at how many contacts I got, the pricing of each tool, the price per contact, how many emails and how many phone numbers it gave me, and how many of those emails were verified, how many of those phone numbers were verified. So you can check that out to compare all the tools to see which one's best for you. We're just going to start with local business scraping. This one's pretty easy. There's a ton of tools out there, but something that's really underpowered, there's a free tool called Instant Data Scraper. This one, you just can go to a Google search. You can look up, let's just say you're trying to find pressure washing companies throughout Ohio. Then you can just search it and you can find all the pressure washing companies in Ohio, find their phone numbers. Now with this, you can't get their emails, but so if you're just doing cold calling, this would work. It shows you how many stars they have on Google, how many reviews they have, all that jazz too, and it just scrapes directly from a Google search. Now, if we want to go a step above that, we can do D7 Lead Finder. This one's tried and true. I've used this a ton, and it's pretty easy to use. It's $45 is their cheapest plan. You get 10 lists per day. Usually per list, you get about 200 contacts. How it works is, let's just say you want to do landscaping companies in New York City. It's going to scrape all the contacts it can out of that, and that is considered one list. And so you can do 10 of those lists per day. So you can get about 2,000 contacts per day on their cheapest plan. Now, again, this is good for, let's just say you want to scrape roofing companies in Florida. Now, if you want to do, let's just say, law firms and you're trying to get mobile phone numbers, this is not going to be the best for you. Or trying to get really good, valid emails is not the best for those type of businesses, just because anyone where they have a landline or they have a front desk person, a gatekeeper, it's going to be a little more difficult. And like 95% of the phone numbers are going to be landlines. All the emails are going to be the admin emails, right? Not the actual business owner, versus a pressure washing company. It's like a one-man band, or it's just 2 or 3 guys, but the owner is the one that usually picks up the phone. And so these tools are only really good for specific purposes, usually just really small businesses. Another good tool for this is Outscraper, Google Maps scraper. Now, Outscraper does a ton of different interesting things. I haven't really used it a ton, but it's got a really interesting system for scraping Google Maps. It's got like a credit-based system, but you just like upload $5 to the tool, and let's just say you want to scrape 1,000 contacts. It'll just scrape it for you, and you don't really have to do much, but just import some, like this is the city I want to scrape, and then this is the industry I want to scrape, and it'll get a ton of data for you. I was able to get the first name and last name of the business owner and their emails. And so a lot of the other tools like the D7 Lead Finder and the Instant Data Scraper, it does not give you the first and last name of the business owner. So this does give you a little more data, and it's pretty cool. You can pick and choose. You can also have it verify the phone number for you, so you don't have to reach out to any landlines. Now, to scrape 1,000 contacts, it cost me $3.38, and it didn't scrape a ton of first and last names of the business owner. Out of a list of 500, I got 289 emails, and it found 71 names out of that. The only thing I really didn't like about this tool is that it took like an hour to scrape 500 leads. Now, one thing I mentioned last year was my favorite tool in terms of scraping data was Leads Gorilla. I no longer will vouch for Leads Gorilla. I've had a lot of people use it, and it was like charging them hundreds of dollars when it's supposed to be only $37 a month. It's kind of shady what they're doing on the back end, so I wouldn't really use this tool. Now onto personal data scraping. This is scraping the first and last name of an individual rather than a complete company. Again, we're looking for high quality phone numbers, so that's mobile numbers of that individual, and a high quality email, the business or personal email of that individual. Now, I ranked these in order of price per contact. What price per contact is if a tool like Apollo charges you $100 per month, and that $100 gets you 10,000 contacts, that is 1 penny per contact. So which tool is going to give us the best value, most amount of contacts for the cheapest price? And the actual best tool is called coldinfo.com. This is the tool that I just personally launched. The goal with this tool was to give you the absolute best value for the price you're paying, so the most amount of contacts for the cheapest price. What I realized is that a lot of these tools just use the same database, and they're all kind of sharing databases with each other. So I was able to get all these databases and put them into one tool, so you can sort through several different databases and you can get the most amount of contacts for the cheapest price. It's not that it's the cheapest tool, it's just the best value tool for what you're getting out of it. Let's just say you want to scrape local businesses throughout the United States. Well, we have a database where you can search roofing companies throughout the United States and get 50,000 contacts of emails and phone numbers instantly. And if you want to do personal data scraping, if you want owner, founder, CMO of computer software companies, there's 58,000 contacts you can download instantly. You want owner, founder, CEO of anyone that owns a construction company throughout the United States, there's 230,000 people that you can download instantly. We have several plans, but the base one is $97 for 50,000 contacts. At that price, it's 0.2 cents per contact. Again, Apollo, the tool that mostly everybody uses, that's about 1 penny per contact. This is 5 times cheaper per contact than Apollo. It's got good emails just depending on which database you use, and we also have some databases that already have mobile verified numbers. So instead of you having to verify them yourself or trying to find which ones are mobile verified, we already have some databases that have that in there. We also have a LinkedIn scraping function, so you can go to a LinkedIn search, go to the People tab, and be able to search whatever you're looking for and be able to scrape directly from there, and it'll link directly to our database. You can go to app.coldinfo.com to check out a free trial. Now, the goal with this video is to be completely unbiased here. So I made a tool to compare to all the other tools and to be the best over all the other tools on the market. But obviously I want to show you the other tools and what's good and bad about those too. What I noticed this year compared to last year is a lot of tools that I said that were bad last year, they all kind of just changed into a email automation software or a LinkedIn automation software. There's one called Use Artemis, which I thought was good, but then the data was just really bad and it kind of just turned into a LinkedIn automation software. Snove.io, one called Find That Lead, which used to be a good email tool, but now is just a email automation software. But there are tools I still like. There's one called SalesQL, and the SalesQL does have a leg up above my tool. It's about $119 for 10,000 credits. That's their highest package, I think the best value package that they have. So it's about 1.2 cents per credit. That is 6 times more than our tool. But what they do have that I don't have is that you can scrape directly from Sales Navigator. Now, some people have had issues with it. You can't scrape too many per day. I think only maybe a couple hundred per day from Sales Navigator, but not a lot of tools let you scrape from Sales Navigator. And also they have good mobile numbers on that tool as well. Instantly.ai brought out their own lead scraping function. I did test this tool. It wasn't that great. It was also pretty expensive, 10 times more per contact than my tool. and it is like I try to look up owner, founder, CEO of roofing companies throughout the world. It only gave me like 3,000 contacts total throughout the world, which wasn't the greatest. Also, a lot of people are using clay.io. I wasn't really 100% sure why, because all Clay is doing, especially just for the contact data scraping, I think people are using it for AI things and whatever, but for contact data scraping, all it's doing is using other APIs like Contact Out. So if you're looking for emails and phone numbers, it just uses their API, and they're just charging you more money per credit. So it's just more expensive to use that tool, and Contact Out is already a very expensive tool. I think a lot of people were using clay.io just because they gave them a lot of free credits, and people were kind of exploiting that. So I don't think a lot of people are using that as much because they kind of limited how many credits you get with a free trial account, but I do think people are using it for AI purposes. I guess let me know what you guys are using Clay for. I wasn't really sure why there's such a craze about it right now. Some other interesting tools, Tweet Scraper, I tried a little bit. I wasn't 100% sure if it was good, but you can scrape people's emails from Twitter. So if that's something you're trying to do, Tweet Scraper can kind of do that. It only scraped like 10 emails at 152 contacts. So out of, let's say, 1,000 people, it might only scrape 100 emails. So maybe 10% email conversion rate, I guess. I don't know. Not the greatest, but it's there, I guess, if you're just trying to scrape Twitter. Another interesting tool, Snove.io, is a tool I do like using in a pinch. It's a really good tool if you're just looking to, let's say you are going on a website and you're just trying to find the owner of that website. You can click on the Chrome extension of Snove.io and it'll show you all the emails associated with that website, which is pretty cool. Now, these are tools I would never use. I'm going to say this at the beginning. This is for entertainment purposes only, and this is all allegedly so I don't get sued. But Seamless.ai I've had hell with. I got locked into a $36,000 per year contract. Now, I was interested in it in the beginning. It was working for me in the beginning, but as I got more and more into it, it just started breaking over and over and over again, and it was not working for me and my team, and they keep trying to charge me $10,000 because I got locked into this contract, and it's like it's not working for me at all. I tried reaching it as soon as I said, hey, look, this is not working. I either want my money back or just stop this altogether. They, of course, stopped responding to me, and then now I have to try to get a lawyer to get this figured out. So I would not use it, and just so that you never have to pay Seamless AI again, I hope to God you never give them your money. So I'm going to put all the lead list when I was able to scrape Seamless AI before it started breaking on me. I'll put all the lead lists I've ever scraped in the link in the description below, so you can get all the Seamless AI data that I had for completely free. And again, also my tool gets you the same exact data for a fraction of the cost, right? Where they're charging, I don't even know how much per contact, over 10 times, 20 times more per contact than I would be charging you. Allegedly, let's just say that, okay? I think the base price was like $1,500 for 1,000 credits per day. And almost any tool that is more than 2 cents per contact really isn't worth it. Again, 2 cents per contact is 10 times more than what my tool is, and is 2 times more than most other tools. So Apollo.io is 1 penny per contact, and this is 2 cents per contact. So it's really not worth it if you're looking at a tool that's 2 cents or more per contact. Like zoominfo.com claims to have the best quality data with buyer's intent, all that stuff too. But anyone that I know that has used that tool and has used that feature, they said that doesn't really even work at all. And it's 16 cents per contact, I think, on the minimum. If you're really just trying to find a one person's contact from a specific company, want their personal email and phone number, you can literally just look them up on free softwares like cyberbackgroundchecks.com. Now this is like a more manual scraping approach, or there's paid softwares like Intellius that's like $20 a month or something like that. And if you're just trying to find a really high quality, like I want to find this specific person, find their phone number. Like if that's the case, cyberbackgroundchecks.com, you put in their first name, their last name, and where they're located, and you can find them on there for completely free. You can find their address, their email, their phone number on there for completely free. So I hope this helped you guys out. Again, I've spent hundreds and hundreds of hours on all these different tools, scraping my entire adult life and spending tens of thousands of dollars, getting locked into contracts and wasting my money on all these different tools. I've done it for you, so hopefully it would help you out. Check out coldinfo.com if you could. Get a free trial, just try it out, see if it works for you. I love you. Talk to you soon. Yo, what's up? I'm going to show you step by step exactly how to use coldinfo.com. Now, I'm just going to go right off the cuff here. I was going to make a really fancy edited video, but I just have my script here and everything I'm about to say, and we're going to get right into it. So there's a sidebar. As you can see, we have several different databases. This is a lot different than all the other tools. All the other tools, they just usually have one database that they're pulling from. We have several that you can pull from so you can get the most data possible. We have 5 databases here. We also have the export button, which just shows your recent exports that you've had. Then we also have the enrichment button, which will let you enrich from LinkedIn, which I will show you in a second. How many tokens you have available to you. how to use this, which is what you're watching right now. If you want to get more credits, redeem AppSumo. If you want to book 120 appointments a month, and download the Chrome extension right there. And then also you can click on this, sign out, to billing, and your account information, all that jazz. Cool. All right, so that's the sidebar. Let's just say the goal with this tool has been to give you the best value in terms of the most amount of credits for the best price, and also just be able to. I've used every single tool. I've used all of them, and they all give me different types of issues. My goal is to solve all those issues. Like a lot of tools, they only let you scrape 25 at a time. I want you to be able to use all the credits that you paid for, rather than only having to be able to use 25 at a time. You know, that's really annoying to me. So now each database has a different purpose. The business email database is good for good emails, right? So business emails. And so I would use that if you're trying to do business emails. And then the next one, let's just say we're trying to do, I really like the USA database. It has really good job functions. So it has like their job title, their first and last name, their summary. This is like basically pulling directly from LinkedIn. So almost all the data that would be on their LinkedIn, their date of birth, all that jazz. You can have there's a ton of search functions you can use here. There's also the world database. This is the exact same thing as a USA job database, the world job database. These are the same, except this is just the world, and then this is the USA. So it's both scraping directly from LinkedIn. Okay. There's also the people database. This is 129 million contacts total. This is the biggest database out of all of them, but it just doesn't have as many data points. So it only has first name, LinkedIn, email, phone number, ID, and then their address, which is, just their city, state, and then country. So, something like the USA job database has their job title. This one doesn't. But what we can do is we can scrape directly from LinkedIn, and we can append it to the current database. We can enrich it using this database, and I'll show you how to do that in a second. There's also the USA local business database. Obviously, we'll be adding more data as we go on, but let's just say you want car wash companies throughout the United States. This is more for like, if let's just say you want to scrape Google Maps at scale, this is basically that. So we have a whole bunch of car wash companies. Now, each database has their unique purpose. Like this database doesn't have the company name, it has the company name, but it doesn't have the first name, last name of the owner, founder, CEO, all that jazz. But it does have, we have different columns we can use. Do they use Facebook ads? And then what's their current address? Stuff like that. What was their domain registered on, and when does it expire? Do they have a Facebook pixel? Stuff like that. And so now we can see all that information here as well, whether or not they use a Facebook pixel, all that jazz. And some of the other databases don't have that specific data, right? That's why we use several different databases. All right. So let's just start with, let's say we want to create some filters. We're going to go to the USA job database, and I'm going to show you how to use this. So I'm going to click the filter button here. I'm just going to remove, and I'm going to show you how to do this. We click add rule, and this is where we can start filtering the database rather than just trying to scrape the whole 31 million. And let's just say we want owners and founders and CEOs. And let's say specifically we want owner, founder, CEO of construction companies throughout the United States. So again, USA job database, I'm going to look for job title. So job title here contains the word owner, founder, CEO, president. Let's say that, right? And then we're going to do, and we have industry. So this specific database has the industry function. I'm going to do equals construction, so we can look in and see what we have available. We have construction, cool. So I'm just going to do construction. Now, the local USA database, the USA local biz database, that one, it has kind of industry, but it's called category. So you have to, pick and choose. You have to kind of know which database is called what, And so we're going to click apply here. We're going to see how many total we have. We have 234,000 owner, founder, CEO of construction companies. Awesome. I'm going to click filter. Let's just say we only want people with a phone number. I'm going to add another rule, and we have this function here, and or, and I'll show you how to use that in a second. But we're going to look up phone, and we do is not empty. So this is people that have a phone number currently. There's 74,000. Now we can download that. Let's say we want mobile phone numbers. So I'm going to do mobile. You can look up mobile. Now only certain databases have this, which is this one, the USA job database and the world job database. And we have 26,000 that have a mobile number. Now, out of the 70,000 that have a phone number, I'm sure a lot more of those are also mobile numbers. It just hasn't been verified yet. So I'm guessing if you scrape that 70,000, out of that maybe 40, maybe 50,000 could be mobile numbers as well. But these are ones that are already verified if you just want that. Cool. All right, let's go next up. Let me see what else I have. Oh yeah, now we just want to download. We can click export, 26,000, start export, and then within a couple seconds, you'll be able to export that and have it ready for you. All right. Also, next up, a lot of other tools make you scrape page by page. Of course, export failed. All right, we're fixing this. This is a problem that you shouldn't have to face. Also, if you have any support questions, there'll be an email that you can reach out to, carson@coldleads.com. That's reaching out to me personally. I'll try to reach out or try to help you when I can. Just completely transparent. It's just me right now responding to these just so I can really get an understanding of what problems you guys are having. Cool. All right, now let's just say we want to do roofing companies instead of construction companies, right? Let's say we want to do roofing companies that have a mobile phone number. So I'm going to clear all these filters, remove. Okay, we're going to do job title, owner, founder, CEO, president, and then and now if I do the industry, the only problem is if I do roofing isn't an industry. So the industries here are limited to a very select number of industries. So construction would kind of be within that category, but obviously we're not just trying to get every construction company, we're just trying to get roofing. So I'm going to do, instead of industry, we're going to look up company name. Company name, contains the word roof. And we'll see how many we have here total. 6,000 total. Now, here's the thing. Some companies are called ABC Construction, but they do roofing and solar and remodeling, whatever. So we want anyone that just does roofing. So what's cool about the USA Job Database and the World Job Database, is that we also have their bio or their summary and even their job summary. So I can look up, we can do add a rule, and I can say, or, let's remove this rule for now. And we'll do company name is roof, or we do summary contains the word roof somewhere in there, right? And we want job title to be owner, founder, CEO, president, right? Now let's see what we can come up with. We have 6,000. Okay, well, I think, here, let me try this. Boom. Summary contains the word roof. See if anything else pops up. All right, cool. 9,666. All right, so we have more matches if we're looking through their summary. Cool. All right, next up, we're going to do, we use the or function. Now, obviously, as you see here, there's not that many. There's way more than 9,600 people that own a roofing company in the United States. And so, again, this is just one database, and that's why we have several databases. This is 31 million contacts. In the United States, there's like 350 million people. So this is like a tenth of the population. Now, if I go local biz database, we have about 5 million, but these are businesses. And this is, I chose any of the big categories like roofing or whatever, right? So car wash, as I said, we have 11,000 here. If I do filters, and again, I want to do in the name contains the word roof, right? So this is company name, and a rule, we'll do or the category contains the word roof, right? And we'll apply that. We'll see how many total results we have. 57,000. These are all roofing companies. Either they have the roof in their company name. Now this is a bar. It's rooftop, blah, 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 which I guess we can probably remove that. But we have roofing and solar, waterproofing. I guess we probably should do roofing, not proofing. It's funny. So, yeah, you can just download this list as well. All right. Now, let's say we want to do, we want to scrape directly from as many people as we want to, right? We can go into our people database, and we can just do people that live in Dallas, Texas. There's 1.2 million that you can just download right away, right? Now, this database is also good for some other things, which I'll show you in a second. Let's say we want to scrape directly from LinkedIn. Now, if I do, I'm just on a regular LinkedIn search here, roofing as the keyword, and we have owner, founder, CEO, president. So if you go all filters, scroll down, we have the title function here, owner, capital O-R, founder, or CEO, or president. Okay, so we have 91,000 people total. Now, this is throughout the world. Let's just say we can't really scrape all 91,000 at once. You can only really scrape about 1,000 contacts at a time. The reason for that is LinkedIn will show you 10 people per page and then 100 pages total. So 10 times 100 is 1,000. Now, we have a Chrome extension you can download. You can click here, and it'll just download directly onto your computer. It'll download as a zip file. So what you'll need to do is you'll click into here, into your downloads, go to the zip file, and then you can either just unzip it or you can just drag this and put it in your downloads folder. So I'm just going to drag it and put it in my downloads folder. And so now we have it right there, right? So now what you need to do is go to your extensions. I'm going to click on the extension button, manage extensions. Manage extensions. I'm going to click on this developer mode right here. It says developer mode. I'm going to enable that and load unpacked. Now what you can do is you just look for that file, select folder, and then it'll import it right there. I'm going to remove this and show you one more time. What you can also do is just have it in here. If I go boom, and we have developer mode on, I can literally just upload it like that, and boom, it uploads the Chrome extension really easily. Cool. So now we have the Chrome extension, and you can see it within here. Now we don't really need to pin it or anything. We just need to go to a LinkedIn search. If I click refresh now on my LinkedIn search, the Chrome extension should pop up right at the sidebar right here, and you can click export. So I click export, and again, we can only do a max of 1,000, 10 people per page, 100 pages total. And we're going to start at page 1 and click export. So now it's going to start scraping the people on this search so that you can just append it to the current database, and we can match whatever we have in here. So I already did this, so I already have it here as a LinkedIn export right here. So I'm going to show you how to do this. If we want to enrich it now, we want all the roofing companies in Ohio, let's say. What I try to do is I try to narrow this down as 91,000, as close to 1,000 as I can, and then just chunk it up. So let's just say I do Ohio, then Kentucky, then Indiana, then Illinois, whatever, right? So I can do locations, and I can do Illinois, let's say, United States. And there is 2,000, right? It's still a little more than 1,000, so maybe we want to filter it just a little farther. We go Chicago. Did I spell that right? Of course I did. I'm so smart. 400, yeah. See, now that's a little too small for my liking, and so I try to get it as close to 1,000 as I can, you know, and just so I can maximize my search. Cool. But anyways, we're gonna choose a CSV that we downloaded. Import. I found 1,000 rows. I'm gonna import the URL, which is we want to import the LinkedIn URL, which is the URL right there, and then we can either search for all tables, or I'm just gonna do the people database. I'm gonna click enrich. And then it's going to show me how many it found. So out of that 1,000, it found 396. Usually it's going to find about 40 to 50% of that database. Now, my developer just added all the tables. I'm not really sure how this works, but I think it just searches all the tables and tries to find anyone within any of those tables. And it removes duplicates for you. And I think that's actually pretty cool. I didn't even know he could do that. But now it found 474. And so it looked for at the business email database and seeing if it could find anything. It looked at the people database, seeing if it could find anything. And it just gathers all the data and puts it in one CSV for you, right? Okay, now if I just click that, working, it's going to save it, and now I can see in my exports, and we see here, we can then rename it whatever we want to. So let's say roofing, Illinois, say, save, and then we can download it, and now we have our export. Cool. Something else to note as well, within the people database or within any of these databases, let's say USA Business Database, we have keyword, the name, the phone number, the email, all that jazz. It's only going to download the current columns that you have available to you right here. So if I click select columns, I can see all the columns that we can upload. So let's say I want Twitter or Yelp review score, right? And then now I could close. Now we have the Yelp review score. Now if I click export, I want to export 5,000 contacts here. These are 5,000 roofing companies. And boom, it should be done. Awesome. So I go to exports, and then we can see right here, download. It's not going to download every single column that's in there. It's only going to download the ones that we have shown in there, right? So only up to Yelp review, right? Now, if you want to download all the columns, you can just select all the columns, but we just want to make it easier for you to view. Or sometimes a lot of other tools, what I don't like about them is that they'll just add like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of columns. And you're like, I only need the phone number, the email, the company name, and the first and last name. Like, you know, so I only want it to have what you want in there. So if you don't want the Yelp score, and you can just select columns, look up Yelp, right? Yelp. And we can remove that so it doesn't accidentally download that, you know, something that we don't need. Or expiration date, you know, I don't need the domain expiration date, you know, so you can just select columns, domain, and we can remove that too. Cool. All right, let me just see what else I have. I'm just making sure I cover everything here. And all right, so some of these databases, I want to be as transparent as I can here. These databases you can find online for free. The only problem is it's hard to like I've made videos of like, hey, you can just download the databases, but downloading a database that is a 4.9 million contacts, like your computer will only open about 1 million or 47 million or 129 million contacts. You know, it's almost impossible. And so that's why I created this tool, so that, you know, all these other tools, they're just reselling it to you for way more expensive. And I thought, well, you know, what could I do where I could just give you guys access to those databases and create the best tool I can for you, right? So you have to keep that in mind. But sometimes some of the databases are a little outdated. Like the USA job database, this is pulled from, I think, LinkedIn from 2021. And so this is 2025 now, which means it could be a little, like, some people might be retired. I no longer work there. A lot of people that are owner, founder, CEO, president, they probably still work at their same job title. So you probably don't have to worry about that too much. But let's say it's someone that is a CMO, sometimes that job gets turned over a lot more often than the CEO, right? And so you have to think about that. The best thing you can do, though, is you can just scrape directly from LinkedIn, because this is people's current job title, right? People are usually going to update this more frequently than obviously this database, which is not going to be updated at all. And so we can scrape directly from LinkedIn here, and then we can append it to the current database, and we can see, which columns match, and then we can just download it right there, so that we don't have to worry about people that no longer work at the job, and we know whether or not they're retired because we can see it here. Cool. All right, and then lastly, let's see what else I got here. I think that's about it, honestly. And I think if I were you, like I said, I think using the local biz database, I'm going to be adding more. Let's say if we want to do the world, I'll add like local business databases for other countries as well, if that's something you guys are looking for. Again, you can email me, carson@coldleads.com, if you have any specific questions. And if there's any problems that you're having, again, email me so that we can see that quickly and we can fix that. You might not get a response within 24 or 48 hours. I don't know. Again, we're just starting this out and seeing how it goes. And so hopefully this helps you out. Hopefully it's a really great value for you. Again, I was trying to make the best tool for you as I possibly could. All right. Love you guys. Thank you so much for watching. Talk to you soon. Here is my exact DM script that I use to book 20 to 40 meetings a week. I've used this script to book hundreds of sales calls, and I've helped hundreds of people book hundreds of sales calls using the script, so you know it works. All right, the first cold touch. This is the most important part, which is the first message, because that's what the first thing that people are seeing. It's the deciding factor of whether or not they should respond to you, and a lot of different people have a lot of different opinions on this. Now, I made a whole video called I Sent 20,000 Cold DMs, which goes over my evolution of how I came up with this strategy, but basically it boils down to 3 key ingredients, which is intro, offer, and call to action. In my first message, I always give them exactly why I'm reaching out. I don't try to build rapport or say, hey, how's it going? Because that never really works. Trust me, I've tried it. I've literally sent millions of messages across several different platforms, and this is what works best. All right, so intro, offer, call to action. Let's break it down to make this easy. The intro is just something that catches their attention. So you can tell a joke, you can apologize for reaching out, you can just introduce yourself. I've got dozens and dozens of intros that me and my team made that you can try out. It'll be in a swipe file in the description below. So for example, you could say, what's up, Carson? This might sound stupid. Amy, just sliding into your DMs. Hey Justin, I don't usually do this. Yo Mike, I know this is your 1,864,927th message you received today, but hear me out. So we open up with our intro, and then we lean into our offer, and this offer needs to have a direct end result that they're going to get out of your system, your product, your service. I made a whole hour-long video that goes over how to create your offer and your message, and it'll be in the free course in the description below. But your offer just needs to be direct, have a specific call to action, and then also the less risk that you have, the better. So something like, I help realtors close on 3 houses per month without any ad spend. Detailers get 10 to 25 car coding customers per month on a pay per show basis. I can reduce your ad cost up to 56% in the first month. If you don't already have a good offer, I have several videos on how to create a good offer, and in that swipe file, I have hundreds and hundreds of offers that work well for other people that you can try out as well. And lastly, the call to action. This one's pretty simple. So what you're going to do on these social platforms is we just want to open up for a conversation. Make it easy for them to say yes. So something as simple as, are you open to chat? Would you be interested? Can I send more details? So we can put it all together, and your first message should sound something like this. What's up, Carson? This might sound stupid, but I just wanted to see if you're interested in getting 25 card coding customers this month. You only pay per show. You open a chat, boom, now you're getting a ton of responses, and trust me, this works. Now let's say you get someone responding to this message and you want to get them onto a booked call. There is a very specific framework that I use and a script that I use to get them over to a booked call as quickly as possible. So the first thing I want to go over is ACE. This is just a stupid acronym that I made up. It's always be human and act normal, control the conversation at all times. Every conversation is different, so don't treat everyone the same, and then don't feed into negativity, because sometimes you'll have people that are making fun of your mother, or they shoot some shots at you. Don't feed into it at all. Just cut the conversation off and don't respond. And I also see a lot of people that get kind of hesitant, because if people are responding to you and they're being mean to you, then you feel bad for actually reaching out to them, but do not feel bad. Honestly, if you're not getting anyone mad by noon every day, then you're probably not marketing effectively. All right, so the first response, you sent your message, now what are they going to respond with? Usually it's one of these 3 things. No, who are you, or sure. So the way you respond to these are, if they say no, you just don't engage whatsoever. You can stop the conversation right there. If they say, who are you? You can explain what you do and ask qualifying questions. And the same, if they say sure, you're going to do the same thing. You're going to explain who are you and what you do, and then ask a qualifying question. And so also you always just want to be in control of the conversation at all times. So you usually always want to ask something at the end of every message that you send. And so here's an example. Hey, I just want to see if you're interested in getting 10 new power washing jobs this month. They say, sure. I help power washing companies get consistent deals through direct mail. We target the affluent. Dude, I don't know if you can hear that, but there's someone sawing someone's head off right below me, apparently. I help power washing companies get consistent deals through direct mail. We target the affluent neighborhoods in your city, so you're always getting the highest paying leads. Where are you located? That's your qualifying question. If you don't have a qualifying question, that's all good. Just ask a question at the end so that the conversation keeps going. Then the second response. They're going to respond one of 3 ways to the second message. So that is, they're not interested, what's the price of your service, or they answer your question. So in this case, they're answering the question, where are you located? So they're going to say, I'm in Miami, whatever, right? So how do we respond to this? Not interested, what's the price? Answer the question. So if they're not interested, I usually don't reply. Sometimes if you're really desperate for leads, you can do this, where you can say, all good, I just saw blank and thought blank, right? So by this, I mean, let's say that you're doing SEO, right? And they say, I'm not interested. That's all good. I just saw that you were on the 8th page of Google, and that's probably why you're not getting a lot of Google leads. I just wanted to reach out and help you out if you're interested. So that's like, oh, so I've done that before, and it's such a satisfying feeling to get someone that says no and turn it into a yes by doing this. Oh, that's all good. I just saw that blank and I thought blank. So that's something you can try. Or what's the price, right? What I do, some people are like, oh, you don't want to tell the price until the very last 10 seconds of the sales call, and then they have to make a decision right there and all that stuff, right? I don't really care about all that. I have enough leads and sales that I just tell the price the way it is. So I give the price, you give them the end result that they're going to receive, and then the guarantee. So, all right, the price is $3,000. What we're going to do is we're going to step all the automation systems for you. We're going to give you access to all the tools that you need, and we're going to get you leads coming in within the first 30 days. If it doesn't work within the first 30 days, I'll give you all your money back, plus you get to keep everything for free. All right, so get the price, the end result that they're going to get, a whole bunch of appointments, and then guarantee. And so that's something that I would say, right? And so you just change it to whatever you have. Answering your question. So if they say, we're in Miami Beach, Florida. Cool. All right, so you can either ask more qualifying questions, or you can give the advice and ask for the call. So if you have more qualifying questions, that's cool. Like I have some people where their qualifying questions are, they're reaching out to real estate agents. They want real estate agents that are full-time real estate agents and that have closed over 6 deals in the last 12 months. And so if they meet those qualifications, then they'll move forward. And so you can ask the first qualifying question, which is, are you a full-time real estate agent? Yes. Okay, cool. How many deals have you closed over the last 12 months? Then they say, oh, we've closed this many. Cool. Well, if I were you, and then we go into the advice. So you can ask qualifying questions, and then you want to give advice. So the giving advice part is very, very crucial, and because we want to kind of sort of give them value so that they give back to us. And so that's why we ask for the call. So it's like, hey, we're going to give you one. Are you free to chat sometime this week? So as an example, if they say, I'm in Miami, I'd say, okay, great. I noticed in Miami, the really good area codes are 45702 and then 45703. Those are the really affluent neighborhoods. And I think those neighborhoods would be I haven't seen anyone in that area target that area yet. So I think that would be a really good neighborhood for you. And I think for you and your branding, this flyer would work really well to ship out to those people in those neighborhoods. Are you free for a chat sometime this week? Right, and that's really compelling. I usually ask the question, who's your target audience? Who are you targeting? They say, oh, we're targeting plumbers. I say, okay, great. For plumbers, what you want to do is you usually want to reach out to the phone because they're taking the phone calls a lot. They're usually not on email. They're definitely not on LinkedIn. And so we want to do cold calls. We want to do SMS. And sometimes email works, but, and then Facebook groups are usually within those Facebook groups. So I would reach out on those platforms if I were you, and that's how you get appointments with plumbers. And so I give that a little spiel. This is how it works. This is what I would do if I were you. It shows that I know what I'm talking about and gives them some sort of value. So now they have to get back to me. They feel obligated to get back to me. Or if you're for a chat sometime this week, yes, I am. Let's book a call. Cool. Man, I'm good at this. Other scenarios. There's just a few things you might run into. Some people might ask for testimonials. You're just going to send them the testimonials. The more that you send, the merrier, okay? You can also, if you have like a ton of testimonials, you can just put it on a separate page where you have all your testimonials in one page. Or if they want the website, they're like, hey, what's the website? What you want to do is you just want to send them a website that is specifically for the exact offer that you're pitching to them. So if you're saying, hey, we'll help you get more hot water heater repairs for a plumbing company, right? And then on the website, it says, we help roofing companies do blah, 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 blah. It's like, that is not going to speak their language at all. So we want the website to say the exact same thing that our message said. So that is it. That's my script. That's how I book a ton of meetings. I have a ton of people, like I said, that use this script, and it works extremely well for them, as you can see. Also, what I would do if I were you is I would automate all these messages. So if you're doing LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram outreach, you want to automate all those messages so you're getting as many outreaches as possible, so you're getting as many booked sales calls as possible. So, all right, now we're going to go over how to start an SMS campaign. Now, I'm not going to go over the script to use because we already went over that, or how to message back and forth because we already went over that too. This is strictly just how to actually set it up and get it running. There's obviously several ways of doing this. You could even do it from your phone. You could do it from a text now number, like some of those free services, whatever. There's several apps to use this and all that jazz too. I'm going to show you kind of the simplest way to run it. This is not the simplest way to get it up and running, and I'll kind of explain why. The hard part has been now the restrictions. For anyone that thinks this is illegal, it's technically not illegal right now, at least probably for the next 4 years, as long as Trump is in office, okay? Just because regulations are going down, because I think Trump put something in where it was like every regulation that you create, you have to delete 10 regulations or just remove 10, which is pretty crazy, which is good for business because that means we don't have as many regulations and we can do business more freely, right? So that's a good thing. But what people usually say is like, isn't this illegal? And they'll look at the TCPA Act, which is TCPA is basically Telecommunications Protection Act, basically saying you can't do like robocalls and you can't do texting people without their consent. Now, the TCPA is no longer enforceable thanks to the Chevron Act being overturned. The Chevron Act gave power. It doesn't matter. I can go all into this, but if you're outside the U.S., it doesn't matter either way. If you're inside the U.S., as of right now, it's not illegal to text. What is illegal is the CAN-SPAM Act. So if you look at the CAN-SPAM Act, there's a few rules. You can't really, I think it's call after 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. You can't text or call after those times, which is kind of a dumb, because if you automate it and they booked an appointment for like, let's say 11 p.m. and then you actually set one at like 10 p.m. I don't know, it doesn't matter. But after 8 or 9 p.m., you can't text or call. And then if they ask you to stop, you just actually have to stop and you can't keep going, which is kind of the same with like cold email or anything else, right? Or cold calling. If they ask you to stop, you just stop. Cool. All right. Now, so the hard part isn't that, right? It's not that it's illegal. The hard part is getting your phone number verified and actually getting a phone number to use. As you can see, I have an account here that is A2P 10DLC compliant. A2P 10DLC is just a registration that you have to go through if you're trying to get a local number on almost any platform. So if you're using Twilio or Go High Level, which is using Twilio, or Bandwidth, or almost any other platform, you have to do A2P 10DLC compliance. Now there's also toll-free numbers. But there's still a registration process for a toll-free number, and it's a little easier, but still not the easiest because you need an EIN number. So if you don't have an EIN number, then it's hard to get your phone number verified because an EIN number is like a local, or it's like your company tax code, basically. And if you don't have that, if you're not in the United States, then it's hard to get one, obviously. And even if you're in the United States, trying to get a phone number approved is still pretty difficult because sometimes they'll just ask you for a whole bunch of stuff. So I'm not going to go all in depth on how to get a phone number verified because there's plenty of YouTube videos on how to do that through Go High Level. And the reason I don't want to go into it is because it'll become irrelevant like next week because every week they're changing it. And so there's probably a new video on how to get a phone number verified. I would watch that first, okay? Now, if you're a company in the United States and you're compliant and blah, 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 and you have all the paperwork and all that jazz, then you can probably get this approved pretty easily. But we're going to assume that you have an approved phone number and you've gone through that process, and we're just going to start at the top, which is, let me make sure I'm at the right place here, setting up a campaign. Awesome. So we got a phone number and through Go High Level. Now we just need to set up a SMS campaign. This is super, super easy. Both email, SMS, voicemail drops, it's the exact same thing. We're just going to go to automations here at the side, create workflow at the top here, start from scratch. And I'm just going to call this SMS test. You can rename it at the top. What's really dumb about Go High Level, I don't know why they did this, but now every single action you have to take, you have to save it after you did it. It's not going to automatically save. It used to automatically save when they had campaigns. So we don't need to create a trigger for this, so don't worry about that. In the settings, I like to have stop and response on, and I usually like to have these two off. So allow reentry off. So stop and response. So uncheck these two and keep this one on. The reason for that is if we have stop and response on, if we send them like 3 texts and we want to, keep following up with them every couple days, then what if they respond and they say, hey, I'm not really interested right now, or hey, yeah, I am interested, but then the second text still goes out, right, which looks a little weird. So if my second text is a follow-up and it says, hey, are you still interested? And they already said that they're interested, but the automation is still going. The stop and response basically means if they respond, it just stops everything so that you can respond yourself. Cool. All right. Click here. Look up SMS. Boom. Write out your message. Hey, first name. If you want to use variables, click on this. Contact, first name, comma, and hey, first name. Sorry for the random message. I just wanted to see if I could work with you. I've got 10 companies interested in blah, blah, blah. Right. And save. Cool. Now it can be as simple as that. We can click this, turn it from draft to publish, and then we publish it and click save. And now it's good to go. Cool. Now, if we wanted to add some follow-ups, we can add a plus or click the plus sign, look up wait, and I want to send a text 3 hours later. Now, sometimes I like to do it a little off, so not exactly 3 hours, because sometimes they can tell. So if you send it exactly at noon, and then you send it again exactly at 3 p.m., it looks a little fishy. And so what I try to do is you can do like minutes. And let's say 180 minutes is 3 hours. We'll do 174 minutes, right? So I don't know, it's just a little off, so that it is looks a little more natural, right? Another SMS. Hey, did my last mess? Usually, like in the follow-up message, I'll say, "Can I just call you tomorrow? Don't want to keep bothering you." Right? We'll do it one more time. Wait timer. Let's do 205 minutes. Something random. Actually, let's do 105 minutes. 105. Save. SMS. Third time's a charm. I'm a real human. LOL. Just let me know if you're interested, or I'll just keep following up. Amazing. Cool. Saved. Awesome. Now we need to get a list of contacts that we actually want to send to. I've already gone over how to scrape leads, and so you can watch that video, how to scrape leads. But let's just say, for example, I want to scrape owner, founder, CEO of anyone that's a consultant in Texas. We have different databases in Cold Info, and some of the databases have mobile phone numbers already verified. Obviously, we can only send out to mobile phone numbers. So we want to make sure we do that. And also, you want to make sure you do that because if you send out to a lot of landlines and there's a high failure rate when you're sending out texts, Twilio and all the other platforms, they can notice that, and they'll probably block your phone number because they see that you're just blasting out to everyone. It's the same with cold email. If you just start trying to blast out to everyone, they're going to notice that, and they're just going to send you to spam. But in this case, it'll just not send the text through at all. There's no spam folder, So anyways, we have people database, USA job database, world database, local business database. In the USA job database, this is basically a database from LinkedIn. There's a mobile phone number column. Now there's a phone number column and a mobile phone number column. The phone number column has more content. I'm going to show you. Let's do filters. Here I have job title, owner, founder, CEO. And in the summary, it contains the word consultant or consulting. And it's in Texas. And there's a mobile number. I'm going to remove that filter. I'm going to add another filter and call it phone number. Phone number is not empty. So we had like 1,700, right? Or something like that. Now we have 3,600. So we have double the amount of contacts that have a phone number. Now, it said like 1,400, 1,700, whatever, total contacts had a mobile number. But there's probably more that have an actual mobile number. They just weren't verified yet. For example, out of this 3,600, and actually we'll download this right now. Let's export this. Out of this 3,600, there's probably an extra 500-600 phone numbers that haven't actually been mobile verified, and so they don't show up in the mobile list. I'm going to do filter again. We'll do mobile is not empty. So if you just want pre-verified mobile phone numbers, then you can just do the mobile column. But I try to just get as many leads as I possibly can. So I do the phone number column, and then I just verify them myself. Okay. So that's 1,400 that were in here, 3,600 that were in the total list. And so I'm going to verify that 3,600 to try to get as many contacts as I possibly can. Hopefully that makes sense. You can also use, let's say, USA, local business database. Let's say I'm looking up for concrete contractors in certain states. I've got 2,000 contacts. This one doesn't have a mobile phone number verified column, whatever. It just has phone numbers, and so you have to verify it yourself. And the amount of mobile phone numbers you're going to get just depends on the industry. So I'd say for concrete industry, I'd say 45% of them are going to be mobile numbers. If you do it in the law firm industry, maybe only 5% is going to be mobile numbers. You just have to think about, a concrete company, they probably just put the mobile number of the owner on the website so that if that you call, I can just pick up the phone. But a law firm, they have a front desk, or a dentist's office, they have a front desk, and they just put that phone number on there. Hopefully that makes sense. All right. So we just downloaded, well, no, we didn't, sorry. Go to exports and download the list that we just got here. And then I use a tool called Landline Remover, okay? app.landlineremover.com. If you go landlineremover.com, let me see if it just, yeah, there we go. Okay. If I go to pricing here, it's actually pretty cheap, but it'll say like, hey, pay $190 up front. You don't have to actually pay $190. You just pay like $10, and you get so many credits for $10. So it's about a quarter of a penny per scrape. Some other tools about half a penny. So like Twilio, I think is about half a penny, and clearoutphone.io was the one I used to recommend, but this one is, I think, half a penny, which is twice as much as a quarter of a penny. So keep that in mind. Okay, pricing. Okay, here we go. 22.5. So it is pay as you go. Okay. All right. I guess it doesn't tell. Oh yeah, there you go. Right here. 0.05. So half a penny. So this is less than half the cost of that. Now the only thing is that Landline Remover works outside the United States. Landline Remover only works in the United States. Clearout works outside the United States. And so if you're trying to verify numbers outside the U.S., then I would just use Clearout Phone. Cool. Or there might be another tool out there. I don't know. I just use this one, Landline Remover. Sign in. I'm going to do a bulk upload. I'm going to get my list here. Playboard card. That's funny. I was just testing something. Cool. Now we're going to find the phone numbers. Again, we're not going to do the mobile numbers. We got 3,600 total contacts. Now, in this list, if I open this up, you'll see a whole bunch of different data in here. And the phone number column has multiple phone numbers in there, right? So there's like, some of them have 6 or 7 different phone numbers in there. It doesn't really matter. Landline Remover will automatically detect the first phone number in there, and it'll verify that one. Okay. So it's pretty cool. All right. Process and download. Then I go to uploaded files. It'll show us real time what's happening. 24%. If I just keep clicking it, 48%. And it keeps going from there, right? 73%. I can't pause this video, so we're just going to have to sit through it together. 100%, and it's still not done yet. It's going to, I think, okay, all right, should be done now. Sometimes it takes a couple seconds. All right, download file. And it says credits charge, 1,155. Let's click on this and see how many total there are. So if I click and I'll hover over this one, 1,800. So we had an extra 400 contacts that weren't mobile verified from that database, right? Now you can't see it because my head's in the way, sorry. 1,800 down here, right there. So anyways, there's 1,800 total contacts, which is great. And now I have an extra 400 contacts that I can reach out to. All right. So now we want to send off to these people. So I'm going to go back to Go High Level, go to Contacts now. The Contacts tab, we have Import Contacts right here. Now this changes all the time. It's really annoying that all these things just change every 2 weeks. But I'm going to click Next File. I'm going to upload the file that we just got. Create and update contacts. Keep that there. Next. Then we need to match the columns. So we have full name, job title, phone numbers. Now this says phone numbers, which still has the multiple phone numbers. We don't want that. We want just the one phone number that we already verified, which is this one right here. Phone number, right? This one is the one that's verified, which I'm going to look for. Okay, I guess not. Fine. Mobile, okay. It automatically mapped the mobile numbers, which I don't want. I want to map these phone numbers. Cool. All right, phone is there. And I just want to make sure everything else is mapped correctly. Okay, so this one is additional emails. We only want to upload additional emails, not emails. Okay, So for example, if you upload a list as email, it's not going to work. It will work. It's just Go High Level kind of did something where if you upload the emails and a phone number, and let's just say there was no email in there, then it's not going to upload the contact. Even if there's a mobile verified number that we just verified, if there was no email in there, then it's not going to upload. So this one says NA, right, which is there's no email there. It's not going to upload that contact because there's no email in there. So we can't upload the emails. We just upload it as additional email. And so that when we upload the phone number, it's actually going to upload. I don't know if that makes any sense, but just any emails in here, just call it additional email. Cool. All right. Full name is in there. Cool. Date of birth for some reason is not there. Address line, birth year, founding company, company industry. I just want to make sure company name is imported right. Let's find company name, location, company location name, company region, company name. Okay, cool. Is business name. All right, uploaded correctly. Countries. I don't really need to upload that. Facebook URL. Don't need to upload that. Street address. Don't really need that. We just want the region. This one's called region, but it's really the state. So we want to upload state in there. Postal code. Okay, sure. LinkedIn URL. Now within LinkedIn URL, I usually upload that to the notes column or notes tab here, just because sometimes I like looking at the LinkedIn URL. If you can just upload like company website or something like that. All right, last name's in there, phone number, states, and then I don't think I had city in here, so this one has a city. So this is LLR city. This is basically landline remover found the city based on the area code. So sometimes it'll say, oh, they're from Texas, but they're really in, I have an Ohio number, but I'm in Indiana right now. So it's like, anyways. So I'm going to do don't import the unmatched columns. Next, add tags. I like to add tags to this. What I usually do is I just where I got the lead list from. So this is cold info. Okay, they change this every time, dude. Cold info is where I got the lead list from. So I'm going to add that as a tag. What the industry is, this is consultant. So I'm going to add a consulting tag, and then also usually what the list is for. If it's for phone, voicemails, if it's for SMS, if it's for email, or for both email and SMS and phone, whatever, So I'll just do SMS because that's what it's for. Cool. SMS. All right. And there we go. Import, start bulk import. For some reason, it takes longer than it used to. And so if I go to bulk actions, it takes forever now. So it's kind of dumb, but I'm just going to show you real time us actually just like starting a campaign. Okay. So it's only got 2% done, but we're going to go to the next step, which is once they're imported, what you can easily do, I'm going to go to my, let's say, last list. Okay, import, right? This one's an import right here. I'm just going to bulk actions up at the top here. Smart list is where the list is. Bulk actions is just your actions that you've taken. This one says it was an import. So what you can do is click on this and you do show details, show imported, or revert. I'm going to click show imported. So it's going to show me all the ones that were imported, which is pretty cool. And so we can see all these people. And we have just that one list. Because obviously this is 1,471 contacts, but I have 8,300 total contacts, which I don't really need to text all 8,300. I only want to text the list that I just got, right? So I'm going to go do that again. Import, show imported. Cool. Oops, not that one. I want to get the big list, wherever that is. Show imported. Cool. All right. So then I want to select the entire list. So I'm going to click here, select all. Now let's say you want to make sure that you don't send to people that you've already sent messages to before. You can click on this, add a filter, click and last activity is empty. Basically means we have not had activity with this person before. Now there's only 22 out of that whole list. This is because I sent all these people an email for an email test, which we'll get into later. But anyways, we're just going to send to all these people. All right. Click on this, then click select all 1,471. Boom. Okay, and then we're going to add it to this robot. So click add to automation. Okay, proceed. And this was called test SMS, right? Something like that. SMS test. So we want to add it to this workflow right here. You can add it all at once, add it at scheduled time, add a jump mode. If it's like less than 200 contacts, you can just add it all at once. If you're just wanting to get a lot of responses like right now, we could just add it all at once and just, go, right? Or I want to just send it all at once tomorrow at 11 a.m. So select all the contacts and we'll say tomorrow at 11 a.m. Okay. And then add automation. What I usually do is add in drip mode. This basically will just drip it out over time. So we have a total of 1,400 contacts. Let's just say I want to send out 200 to 250 every single day. And so we got to drip that out over the next couple of days. And I don't want to send on the weekends. I only want to send on Monday through Friday. And so we can use this drip mode to do that. So let's just say we want to start on Monday at 11 a.m. And then it has batch quantity and then repeat after. Batch quantity is how many you want in a specific batch. So I want to do, let's say, 2 at a time, for example. And then repeat after. This is the time frame you want to do each batch. Let's just do every 1 minute. So that means we're doing 2 every 1 minute. That means in 1 hour, we have 60 minutes. We're doing 2 every 1 minute. So now we're sending out 120 in 1 hour. But we want to send out 240, right? And so if I just let this be, it'll just keep sending out at 11 a.m. and then until it runs out of contacts, right? But I want it to start and stop at a specific time so that we specifically only do about 250 messages. And so let's say the start time is 11 a.m. And then if I do 1 hour, it's 2 every 1 minute, so that's 120 per hour. So if I do 2 hours, that's 240 in 2 hours. So I'll say start at 11, 12, 1 p.m. is 240 messages. So I'm going to end at 1 p.m. So 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. add automation. Cool. Now it's going to send from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. 240 per day. Then we can go to the Conversations tab. Whenever we start getting results, we'll see it here in the Conversations tab. We can click Filter, and then we can just do just the SMS. And here's an example tests I was doing. I can show you some cool things. Maybe let's do some cool tests I was running, like different scripts I was running, and I was getting good responses. I'm not sure where it is though. Here we go. All right. So these are just, I wasn't planning this, but just scripts I was testing on SMS. I was using a toll-free number, and here's the results with the toll-free number. Highest response rate I got was like 15%. If I use a local number, I instantly got, this is the exact same campaign here and here, exact same message. I use a local number local to them. So if they're in Denver, Colorado, I got a Denver phone number. And we increased the response rate by like 7% just from getting a local number. Pretty interesting. So local numbers do work better, and especially if you're reaching out local to them. But obviously we can still get a good reply rate total if I just use any phone number, right? All these are obviously better than email ever, right? So a couple different strategies. This one was like, hey, can I pay for a consulting call with you? It wasn't even me trying to sell something at all. It's just, hey, can I pay for a consulting call? Obviously, you're going to get a lot of replies with that. And then this is positive reply rate. So 6% positive, 6% positive. Can I pay for a consulting call? 7.75% positive. This one's one of the best ones here. And this is a book interview. This is like asking, hey, can I write a book with you? Hey, this is Carson. I know you don't know me personally, but I want to see if I can interview you. I'm writing a book for my audience of about 50,000 followers, just about how to grow an agency and whatnot, and thought you'd be a good addition to the book. Can I ask for 30 minutes of your time? Blah, blah, blah. This is a part of a strategy where you bait them in with an ego boost, like, hey, I really want to work with you. I think you're great, and I want to see if I can ask you a few questions. I also tried this with like research. Hey, can I do research and ask you a few questions? That one didn't work as well, right? We only had a 1% response rate, but with the book offer, 7% are people interested. I've also tried this with like a podcast angle. I've also tried what was the other one? I'm writing an article angle. They all work pretty well, but this one seemed to work the best, the book offer. Cool. Now, the only thing is that you're trying to get people in, and they don't even know who you are, right? You're just saying, hey, I'm writing a book, and then they're like, yeah, sure, why not? Let's hop on a call, because it seems interesting to them, right? Now, obviously, most people I know that are doing this strategy, it does work really well, but maybe about 15 to 20% of people actually close, maybe a little less than that, 10 to 15% actually close from the strategy, because we're just going in straight cold, like you have no clue who I am or no clue what I'm doing, and I'm just trying to get you to talk about this book that I'm writing, and then I'll try to lean it into a sales conversation, and then you try to sell them from there, which is a little bait and switchy, but it still does work, right? If we do this free offer, we get a 4%, so almost half the positive replies, but we're doing a free offer, pitching our service directly, so they know exactly what they're going to get into before they even hop on the call, right? So this angle, we're getting more positive replies, but it doesn't really mean it. That's like when people say, look at my open rate. My open rate is really high. It doesn't really mean anything unless we have booked meetings, right? Or my positive reply rate is really high. It doesn't really mean anything until we have closed deals. And so even though this does work and people are closing, I have clients that are using that and they're using it very well. But the free offer, these are people that already know what your offer is and they're going in with the expectation of, I want this offer specifically, right? Versus this one is, I don't know who you are. I'm just interested in being a part of this book. So the free offer message was something like, hey, this is Carson. I know you don't know me personally, but I wanted to see if I could work with you. I'm testing something where with a few people, basically I wanted to see if I could test your offer with some of my outreach strategies, get you 5 to 7 leads, and maybe we can work together long term. So just free offer, blah, 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 right? Another 7% response rate, just the same thing. Can I book a call with you? And then this one, the highest total response rate, 24%. I did a voicemail and an SMS. So I sent them a voicemail first. Then I texted them right after that, saying, hey, I just tried to call. Just thought I would, just tried to call, but I thought I'd text you as well, blah, blah, blah. Basically the same outreach offer about the book angle, I think, or the consulting offer. Hey, I want to see if I could pay for a consulting call with you. So the best strategy is SMS to call to get the highest response rate. Cool. All right. So that's about it. That's how you do SMS outreach. I hope this helped you out, and I'll talk to you soon. Have fun watching the next video. All right, now we're going to go over cold email. How to actually do cold email at scale, extremely cheap. This is like a strategy that nobody is using. I'm not 100% sure why nobody's using this, and it does actually work pretty well. And I'm going to show you real results. So I'm going to go here and go show you the email results I've gotten. This is sending emails through Go High Level, and I got 58 replies, and this is just yesterday, I believe. 2 days ago. This is the 8th, and all these conversations are the 6th, as you see, March 6th, March 6th, March 6th. All these, okay? All 58 of these replies are from 6th or 7th, okay? And I'm going to show you the automation and the campaign, how many I sent out. I sent 1,400 out, which I believe is a 58 divided by 14. So 1471 is 3.9% response rate. 3.9, that's insane. Now, so about a 4% response rate. The only thing is that this email is not like me trying to sell something. It's me acting like I'm an interested prospect, and I guess I can show you that in a second. But I just did the campaign to show you that this strategy actually works, and you get a really high response rate by using this strategy. Okay, cool. I'm going to show you how to do this. We're going to go straight into, I'm going to go into how this works. So basically, this is just using someone else's email server. You can do this on ActiveCampaign. You could even sometimes do this on MailChimp. Some people, I tried to do it and I got shut down pretty quickly. But some tools, they just have an email server, and you can just use their email server to send out your emails, right? Now, sometimes the email server has a bad reputation. And then sometimes the email server rotates constantly. Like on Go High Level, it's rotating constantly. And so sometimes you'll go to the inbox, sometimes you'll go to the spam. So you have to keep that in mind, okay? So to set this up, it's very easy. You can go to email services, and you can see which domain you're currently on. Now you can either have a custom domain or you have Go High Level's email servers. A custom domain is obviously your own domain. So this is a domain that I bought, and I am sending from that domain. Now, I'm going to show you another account. So this is what I got, right? CEO Cleaning Academy, my own custom domain, and it is sent out 1471, got 58 replies, 3.9% positive reply rate, right? But if I go to another account, which is LC2, we can see our replies, 78 replies at a total of 1,600 total sents, right? So very similar reply rate. And this is using Go High Level's email server here, send.lcmessagesender.org, which is their email server, okay? Now, the thing is that they're constantly switching this email server on you if you don't have your own custom domain, but it can probably be better for you long-term if you use a strategy to just use their email servers, because you're just kind of leveraging their reputation. If your email server or your domain gets screwed over and the reputation sucks, then you're just gonna have to get another one anyways. And you can just leverage Go High Level's reputation because other people are also using the email domain and the server at the exact same time. And so you're kind of just leveraging their reputation. Cool. All right. Now, sometimes the server reputation is bad. Sometimes it's a little better. But I'm just showing you, this is honest to God, the results I've gotten this week. Okay. 78 replies. Again, March 7th, March 6th, March 6th. Okay. And then automation. And again, 1,600 sent. Cool. All right. So I'm going to show you how to set this up. The first thing we need is we need to just go to the email settings, email services. Sorry, I do this fast. I don't really realize what I'm doing. Settings, email services, and then we just need to copy this. Send lcmessagesender.org. Okay, copy that. I'm going to go back, go to automations, create workflow, start from scratch. Okay, I'm just going to go into this workflow just to show you what it looks like. Oh, not that one. Sorry. Boom. Edit workflow. I don't know why I did that. Cleaning workflow. Okay, settings. I don't think I changed anything in here. I guess you could do stop and response, don't allow reentry. Same thing with SMS. And I just had one email in here, but we can obviously do multiple in here, which I'll show you in a second. Click on the email, no trigger. I have from name, Nathan Fox, and then you can do from email. The from email, you can name whatever you want. Samantha, or just do Sam. Okay, Sam at, and then you have to put in that email server that was in the settings. So I copy and paste that. Now it's the same one right now, but sometimes they change it on you like literally every day. I don't know if my head's in the way. Is my head in the way? I'm going to move my head here. Sorry. All right. Sometimes they change it on you like literally every day, or sometimes in a couple of hours they'll change it on you. I don't know if there's a rhyme or reason why they do it or when they do it, based on how many you send. I don't know. So I would just check it every day and make sure that the email server is the same. If it's different, here's the problem. If I do sam@apple.com, right, and it's sending from sam@lcmessagesender.com, right, then there's a mismatch between the domain that you're trying to send from and the domain you're actually sending from, which means you're trying to mask your email, which means it looks spammy to them, right? And so they automatically just put you in the spam if the domain's a mismatch. Cool? And so we just want to make sure that they match together. Awesome. All right. Now, some people say, well, won't people look at, this is such a dumb argument. Won't people look at the domain, and won't they look at to see if they'll click on the domain and look at the website? Some people do that, yes. But I have done campaigns where it's like I'm sending from a Gmail account. The Gmail account is like Mohammed Abdubar 87251 at gmail.com. Like that's the whole email, right? Which is no domain. It's just a regular Gmail account. Mohammed Abdubar. At the top, I said my name was Carson Fox. And then in the email, I say my name's Emma Jane, right? And here I say Emma Jane. So I have like 3 different names: Carson Fox, Emma Jane, and Mohammed Abdubar, all within one email. And I still got a ton of positive replies. Now, there were some people that were like, what's your actual name? Is it Mohammed? Is it? But overall, it still worked really well, regardless of whether or not I had a random email sending name, right? Now, the way I can fix this, I just do Nathan at the domain, and then just make sure that that matches there, right, obviously. And then we just send it off. Cool. Subject line, I just said walkthrough in this example. And then here's the email. This is why I was saying that I got a high response rate because of this email. And it's not some special email. It's not something that you can use to get a whole bunch of clients. It was just to see if I would get replies and just to show you that it actually works. So the email was, hey, I just want to see if I could request your services and get a walkthrough in our office building. So this is sending out to people that are cleaning companies and then asking them if they're interested in doing a walkthrough so that they can sell their services to me. So obviously a lot of people are going to say yes to that, right? And so, again, this was just to see if people would actually see the emails. And if they are seeing the emails, that means we could just pitch our own offer. And if you're not getting a lot of replies, that probably just means sometimes, again, you're on a different email server and you're going to spam. But then other times, it might be just your offer sucks and no one's replying because of that. And so sometimes I'll test things like this. So in the last video, in the SMS video, I was just talking about, I tested sending out messages just saying, hey, can I pay for a consulting call with you? Just to see how many replies I could get total, right? The highest response rate was like a 24%. So 1 in 4 people responded if I did an SMS or I did a call first and then I did an SMS. And so I just do these things just to see what's the highest I can actually get, just to make sure that, at least the messages are going through, and I know that they're going through, and I know people are actually reading these. At least 24% of them are reading these. And so if I send a completely different message, I know they're probably reading it, but if the offer isn't as good, then they're not going to respond. Cool. All right. That's a long rant for that, but save. If I want to do another one, I just do a wait timer. And let's do 1 day. Sorry. 1 days. And another email. What I actually do, I'll just like copy this because I don't want to refill in everything. So I'll do copy action. That's annoying. Okay, hang on. Copy, come on, copy action, copy here. And so it just reprints the same thing. Sometimes it will go in the same thread. So what that means is, when someone replies to your email and it's within the same thread, but sometimes it won't. So sometimes you'll send with the same subject line and it will just send us a completely new email. There's no real fix to that I know of. What you could do is you could just say RE walkthrough. So sometimes what I'll do, I'll say RE walkthrough, and then I'll say, as a follow-up, I'll literally just say, hey, I sent this email yesterday. Not sure if you got it. Here's what I said. And then I'll just literally copy and paste the same thing. And that works pretty well. I'm about to sneeze, bro. That usually works really well. And then sometimes I'll say RE receipt. How do I spell receipt? Receipt. I think I'm the worst speller on the planet Earth. Let's try to check to see if that's, nope, of course not. I before E, but not before C. Cool. So RE receipt. So this one looks like, oh, snap, this is a receipt from something I just bought, right? But I don't want to be misleading because sometimes if you just say subject line receipt or like invoice number 87498, right? People will open it, but then they're going to be mad and they're going to report it as junk. And so I do this as the second email. I say RE receipt. So I'll say, hey, I sent you this email yesterday. I'm not sure if you got it. Here's the receipt of what I said. Right. And then, so we're giving it context. So it's not like clickbait here because we're like, oh, this is a receipt. It's a receipt of what I said yesterday. So here it is. And then that kind of does work pretty well. So save, and then you're good, right? And then we just send it out. We do the same thing as we do with the SMS. We go to contacts. Let's say I want to get a list of emails. In Cold Info, the best email database, like the business email database, this is basically the, let's say, rhymes with Acalo. Alcalo.ico. All right. Rhymes with that. This is that database. And so good quality emails. Here's an example of someone trying to find cleaning companies, or that's me, I guess. So the title contains the word owner, founder, CEO, president, and the company name contains the word cleaning. All right. Total of 6,000 emails here. I can just click export this. And obviously all the databases, like some of the USA job database has like a lot of Gmails in there, but then also has work emails too, but they're all within one column, so you can have to split them out into separate columns, which is kind of annoying. But I'll go to exports, and then I can just download this. There's several tools you can use to, I'm not going to get into how to verify. I mean, I just use Reune Email Verifier because it's on AppSumo for pretty cheap, and it's fast. There's other ones on AppSumo that are even cheaper. Oh, I hate this crap, dude. What the heck is this? That are identical. Is it this one and this one? Oh my gosh. Dude, I saw one the other day and it was like, do math. And I was like, what the? No, there was one that was, it was complex. I was like, it was like, find something with wings. And it had like pictures of like wings that you would see on like an angel. And then it like wanted you to click on pictures of chickens. I was like, I mean, obviously they have wings, but then you don't even think about that. Or it was like, find things that have this symbol on it. And it had pictures of wings. It was like, I had to connect the dots. I was like, dang, what the heck? Sherlock Holmes over here trying to do captures. All right. Upload the file. Upload that. Start verification. This one's pretty quick. If I go on AppSumo, Reune, 15 years of AppSumo. Oh my gosh. They're old. I just found this 2 years ago. All right. This one is $79 for, how many credits do you get? There is 100,000 credits. And so I think I have like one of these plans. I just bought more. But with the Reune, the only issue is, it's a little more expensive versus some other tools, but it's a lot faster. So it just like verifies a lot quicker for me. versus like there's one called Brand Nav that's cheaper, but it's just it takes more time, and so I just use this one. This one's $49. Let's see how many total credits you get for $49. You get 100,000 credits for $49, plus you get 7,500 monthly credits. And so for $100 total, you get 220,000. So it's like almost half the price as the other one. But it's just a lot slower. It'll take like 30 minutes to get your thing verified, and sometimes it doesn't work. So I just use this one. Cool. All right. And that's about it. Once we verify, we just download the list. I'm going to go to the tasks. I'm going to just download the list. It'll download. I do safe plus roles. Okay. Sometimes the catch all. I think there's a way that you can like verify those, but it costs more money. All right. Safe plus roles. Oh, here. Import contacts. We're going to import the same way that we did the SMS, except this time we're going to optimize for obviously the emails and not the phone numbers. And so last time I was talking about doing additional email, but this time we just want to do email. Now this one has multiple emails. Actually, no, it doesn't. Sorry. All right. Email. Cool. Import that. Phone number, name. I like to do a website. Again, I like to do the LinkedIn profile. That's the company LinkedIn profile. I want to do personal LinkedIn profile. Domain. And make sure there's no LinkedIn profile. Okay, Instagram, Twitter. Okay, we'll just do, I like to upload it as notes if I can. Don't import unmatched columns. Add tags. Again, where the list is from. This is, let's say, cleaning test list. This is for email. I just add tags of where the list is from, like what tool I use. So let's say coldinfo.com, what it's for. This is for email. And then, what's the last one? And then what the industry is. So cleaning companies. And I do confirm and then bulk import. Cool. All right. So once it's done, that's it. And I'm not going to import right now because it's kind of annoying. And then it takes forever. So once it's imported, though, we can look at the imports by going to bulk actions. We can see the import right here. I can click here and I can click show imported. And it'll show me all the ones that were recently imported. Cool. And then I can select all of them and then just upload them to the automation. Now, what I've heard from some other email expert guys is that an email domain is considered a bulk domain after it sends like 5,000 per day. I'm not really sure how many emails are being sent per day from Go High Level's email servers, but I would just keep it under 5,000 a day yourself so that you're not considering a bulk domain, because the deliverability gets hurt a little more, or it turns into like, what are they called, like promotion emails. I think after that point, I'm not 100% sure, but that's just what someone told me. So I'm just going to take that as gospel. And we're going to go cleaning walkthrough as the campaign, add in drip mode, and I'll do cleaning walkthrough. Let's say I only want to do Monday through Friday, and I want to send 500 a day. Let's do 1,000 a day, right? So I'm going to do Monday at 11 a.m. and to do 500 a day. If I did 10 per hour or 10 per minute, if I just do 10 per 1 minute for 2 hours, that is 1,200 total sent. That's 10 per minute, which is 600 per hour, which is 1,200 per day. Okay, from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. or 1 p.m. Total of 2 hours. Add to automation, and we're good. Cool. That's it. That's how you send out emails. Again, at work. Okay, sorry, something to mention in the conversations tab. If someone responds and says, "Hey Nathan, feel free to reach out at your convenience." All right. If I try to go in here and I just say, "Great, let's talk tomorrow," and I click send, don't do that. What you want to do is you want to reply to this email. So again, it stays in the same thread. So I'm going to click reply, and now we're just replying to this email. Okay. So then it's not a completely new email campaign. Cool. And that's it. Awesome. Talk to you all soon, brothers. Yo, what's up? This is an in-depth video on how to do cold calling. So I've made other videos on how to do cold calling. The thing is, like one of the videos is under how to do FaceTime outreach, whatever, and you guys don't understand that that's also cold calling. I don't know. But this is a very broad overview how to do cold calling. This is going to be applicable for you if you're doing cold calling for yourself or if you're trying to hire a cold caller. I'm going to try to show you both perspectives on what you're going to be doing either way. Now, this is not a video that you could just send to your cold caller and hopefully they figure it out. This is for you, so you can create SOPs for the cold caller. I might make a video also of SOPs, specifically like a video that the cold caller can watch, and then they can just figure it out from there. There's just several different strategies, so it's hard to make a video just for like an SOP on that one strategy, you know, because they all work, and I'm going to show you kind of what I mean by all that. So I'm going to move this over here. If you hear a lot of noise, I have my window open, and there's a fly in here somewhere. Also, my tongue kind of hurts. I just put ice on it to make this video. I burnt it a couple days ago. I don't know why I said that, but if I sound weird, I'm sorry. All right, the phone systems. So you can use Google Voice, a Skype number, Go High Level, a power dialer, or just your own personal phone. I'm going to tell you the pros and cons of all. Google Voice, it's pretty good. I honestly think it's pretty worth it, where it's you can get it for free using a regular Gmail account, or if you want the Google Voice account with a Google Workspace. So if I have, let's just say, my email, Carson@carsonfox.com, which is this one right here, Carson@carsonfox.com, it would cost you $10 to get a phone number on a Google Workspace account. But if you just want it on your Gmail account, you can also do that. I think the quality is a little different from a regular Gmail account versus a Google Workspace account. I believe you can't do as much on a regular Gmail account. I'm not really sure. I haven't tested a ton, but either way, either free or $10. Skype number. What I don't like about Skype is that you can't really do SMS. Now you can. It's just 10 cents per text that you send out, which is very, very expensive. And I would not do that. But it's $8 overall. And you can also get a phone number anywhere. The Google Voice number is only in the US. So if you're trying to, I think that's the biggest problem. There's a lot of people that are cold call, like they're trying to hire a cold caller in the Philippines and they're in India and they can't do that. So they have to use a Skype number rather than a Google Voice number because you can only create a Google Voice number in the US. Now you can buy Google Voice numbers from other people. I just haven't seen it really very successful. I don't have a solution right now. I wish I did of like, hey, I can create a Google Voice account for you. You just pay it through me, but I don't have anything for that right now. But anyways, Skype works. You just can't do SMS. Now you might think, well, we're trying to do cold calling, not SMS, but there's strategies where you can use both of those things together. So anyways. All right, the third option is Go High Level. The problem with Go High Level is that you have to pay per message. You can do SMS and calling on there too. And so I say anywhere between, really it's like $3, $4 just for the phone number itself, and to $100 a month. It could be even more than that, just depending on how many calls you do and all that jazz. Now, you have toll-free numbers or local numbers, like a 937 or a local area code number. And then the toll-free number is like 844-833-888, right, 800. Now, the toll-free, obviously, it's much easier to verify. So the thing with using any phone numbers to Go High Level is that you have to verify the phone numbers. You might be able to, I actually haven't tested this, you might be able to call without having to verify the phone number. The A2P verification that they make everybody do is mainly just because of SMS and a lot of SMS scams that happen. And so that's why they kind of created and added all these things to it. So I believe that you don't have to verify as much with the A2P thing. The problem is if you don't verify your phone number, I think you'll just kind of pop up as spam likely, most likely, you know. But even with an 833 number, if you do enough calls, you might even still pop up as spam likely. So I would just test the phone. If you get a phone number, just call yourself and see if it says spam likely, you know. But either way, you can do it through Go High Level. All right. Power dialing, batch dialer, mojo dialer. There's plenty of power dialers. What a power dialer is basically calling 3 to 10 people at the same exact time, and it's going to just whoever picks up first, it'll ring to you, right? So most of the time, you know, only 10 to 15% of people are going to pick up the phone either way. And so if I'm calling 5 people at a time, if one person, you know, the likelihood of one person, it's more likely that only one person will pick up rather than all 5 people will pick up. So it just calls 5 people, and then whoever connects, it'll just connect me to that person, you know? So your own personal phone, you can use this by just using your own personal phone, and you can connect it to your computer by using the Intel Unison app or the Messenger app. If you're on a Mac and you have an iPhone, you can just call directly from your Mac. If you are on a Windows phone, a Windows computer, you can use Intel Unison. Anyways, cool. Depending on which strategy I'm using, I just use it. So if I'm calling from a Google Voice or calling from my own phone number, which I'm going to show you how to do, we're going to go over that. But here's how I set up the sheet where I have notes, the notes column. Let me actually do this. 150. Here we go. Notes column first, then the phone number, then the message I want to send if I'm doing an SMS, then a script that I'm using. So I just like copy and paste the script and I just kind of drag it down all the way down here. And then the first name, company name, website. Cool. So that when I'm calling back to back to back, I can just have all my notes here. And here's what the notes mean. All the notes is 1 is if they picked up or they responded in any way, then I count that as a 1. Cool? If it's a 0, it means they didn't pick up or respond in any way. If it's a 2, then they were interested and they either booked a call or they were just wanted an email sent to them. So if I go here, 2 wants email info, right? So I just say, if they say, hey, I want more info sent to me, I just mark it as a 2 and then mark in here, hey, this was, so 2 booked or 2 wants more email info. Cool. So 1 is 1, 2 is interested, 1 is didn't respond or responded but not interested, and then 0 is not interested or didn't respond at all. Cool. All right. So how you would also do this, the message here, this is, if I'm trying to do the Google Voice strategy, if you watch the FaceTime video, you can apply that to the Google Voice strategy, or we're just sending a text and we're personalizing each text with their first name in it, right? Now, if you want to do this on autopilot, as you can see, this has their first name in there, and so I can just copy and paste each one of these. It's very easy to do. All you got to do is create a new column here, create a new column, equals, and then just start writing a message. Hey, space, and then I'm going to end it off there. So I'm going to, let me do view, actually, zoom in a little bit. Hey, and I put that in quotations, and then I'm going to use the and sign, and then I'm going to find the first name column. So it's E right now, so I'm going to do E2. Now it says, hey, Chelsea. Hey, Chelsea is going to be the message. So if I just do that, now it's just, hey, Chelsea, which is cool. But I want to add more. So I'm going to use the and sign again, and I'm going to do quotation, comma, can I call you real quick? Question mark, and that off. Cool? Now it's, hey, can I call you real quick? I drag this little blue dot down, and now it adds it to each of them with their own unique name on each of them. Cool? Awesome. That's that. Next up, I showed you how to organize that sheet, which is script, message, phone, and then notes. And then also I like having their website there because usually I just check the website first. Check the website, put in the call, is this a good quality fit? Yes, no, blah, 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 blah. That's how I do it. Awesome. Next up, strategies. I'm going to kind of go through all these. Some of these I already made a full video on, so I'm not going to go too in depth on them, but hopefully you understand. All right, so we're going to go through normal calling first. You can do this on literally any platform, and all it is calling one by one. Your pickup rate is going to be anywhere between 8 and 15%, and it can cost you anywhere between $0 to $20 a month. So you can just call from your own personal phone if you want to do that. There's a tool called Intel Unison. Like I said, you can set it up with your phone on the computer and just call from your computer, but it's using your phone number, right? You can also just use a Google Voice number. So if I was calling one by one, what I like to do is I would just do this here and use this, go over there, boom. So now it's split screen. I just take the phone number, copy, go to calls, enter phone number here, paste, and then click call. And that's it, right? And now we're calling one by one, right? Now, you can also, again, do that from your phone number. You can do that through Go High Level. So I can open Go High Level and do it through there as well. Boom. Let's open Go High Level. And so we can just click the call button there. Boom. Enter the phone number and send, right? And also Go High Level tracks I think records all your calls too. So if you had a VA doing this, you could have them track the calls. So that's cool. All right. Next up, we have SMS to call. This is a strategy I really like. You get about a 20 to 30% pickup rate with SMS to call, and that's the strategy I was mainly using. You can do this through Go High Level, voicemail, Google Voice, or just your phone number. You can't really do this through like Skype or anything, just because, again, you can text through Skype, but the cost per text is very high, so it's not worth it. All right, so I'm going to show you how to do this. Very easy. I'm going to go back over here. I'm going to go to the Google Voice number. I have their phone number there. Boom, copy that. And then I go to messages. Boom, send new message, paste. Awesome. And then I want to send this message, right? Hey, Amy, can I call you real quick? Boom, send message. Awesome. And then I just got to call Amy, which is, I know I can't do it here, so I have to go back here, click the call button, and then call. I usually wait 10, 15 seconds to call, but then I call them right after, right? I'm not going to dial that right now. So that's that. Cool. And you can do that through Go High Level as well. What you can also do through Go High Level is create a campaign. So what you can do is you can just text people first, saying, hey, can I call you later today? And then you just actually call them. So I created a simple campaign. If I go to automations, I'm going to remove that. SMS to call test. and I just sent an SMS and then I did a manual call. Now I put the, oh, here we go. You click on there and you go person by person, but you don't really need to do this. You can just delete this, honestly, delete action. What the heck? All right. And what you can do is you just send the SMS and add it in a drip mode. So if you have, let's just say I want to do 100 contacts today, we upload 100 contracts and we do it in drip mode where we do it one every 2 minutes or one every minute, right? Or we can just text them all at once. Doesn't really matter, honestly. But if I want to do if I text them first and then I call them directly after, either so I can have it automatically text and then I can just go here to the conversations tab and I go to all, right? And I can just call the people that I just texted, right? So this text went out to them. Okay, now I can just call them, right? Or I just click the call button. And then the next text goes out and then I can just click call and then I call them, right? And we just have a drip mode where it'll send out, one text every minute or 2 texts every minute. And then you just keep calling as they come through, right? That can work for you too. Problem with that, again, is that you're going to pay a little more money because Go High Level is charging you per text and also per call. Google Voice is free with that, and your phone number is free. So, local dialer. This one's a little different as well. You'll get a 20 to 30% pickup rate, very similar to the SMS to call pickup rate. You can do this through Go High Level. The downfall using this through Go High Level is that it's also through the A2P, or you have to verify the phone number and all that stuff. Again, I'm not 100% sure. I think you might be able to call without having to do the HTTP registration. But also, again, you might end up in the spam, or it might say spam likely when you actually call them. So that might be an issue. So local number, you can get a local number in their area code. And the benefit of that is that they're way more likely to pick up if it's in their area code. So I don't really pick up any calls, but if it's a 937 number, then I'm way more likely because 937 is my area code. I still usually don't pick them up, but the last person that called me from a 937 number was the DMV, right? And they needed some information from me. So I thought, okay, that's actually a little more important. But if I get a random call from 888, then I'm not really inclined to pick up, So the toll-free numbers, even though they're easy to verify, people might not pick up on them as much as if it was just in their local area code. So you can use a Go High Level number, or you can use the Power Dialer tools, where the Power Dialer, you can buy multiple phone numbers through there. You can buy, I think, up to 60 phone numbers, and I'll show you kind of how to do that. And with the Power Dialer tool, if I just call a certain location, I can just say, okay, I want to use this phone number for this location because we're calling the 937 area code, so I'm going to use the 937 phone number, right? You can also use spoof call. I made a whole video about this. It was called cold calling prospects from their wife's phone. This was actually pretty funny, and it did work pretty well. So basically, the example here is you can call somebody from 937-456-1234. That's the person I'm calling, right? And you can call from the number 937-456-1235. So one number different. And so if I'm calling somebody from one number different, they're way more likely to pick up because, do I actually know this person? It's like your phone number neighbor, right? My phone number ends in 4802. So if the 4803 was calling me, I'd be more inclined to pick up. So something to think about. That did work. I use a tool called Fake Caller ID to do this. The pricing for this is $10 per 60 minutes, or it's about 15 cents per minute or 15 cents per call, which is a lot more expensive than any other tool, but it might still be very worth it, right? I think it's worth testing. I did test it. I did get a good amount of calls or people picking up through it. And 20%, 30% of people. It would be cheaper just to do the SMS to call, which is obviously, it'll be cheaper to do it that way. And obviously the results are very similar. But if someone's just not picking up and you really want them to pick up, you can just try to call from their local service or their local area code. So something worth testing, might be worth it. I say $100 to $200 a month here because obviously if you're doing, let's say, 60 calls per day, which is pretty low, and you do that for $10 a day for 20 days out of the month, that's $200, which is, gets pretty expensive. But again, might be worth it for you. Also, obviously, the higher package you buy, the cheaper it will be for you per credit. So anyways, all right, voicemail drops. You're going to get the same amount of people picking up usually with voicemail drops, or probably even less, probably more like 5 to 10% for voicemail drops. And it'll cost you anywhere between $50 and $200 a month. You can do this through Go High Level 2. It's very easy to do. I have a whole video on how to do that, so I'm not going to go over that right here. Power Dialer. This one's pretty good too, 8 to 15%. But again, same as just if you're calling one by one. That's just industry average. That's why I'm putting that there. And you're going to use either Batch Dialer or Mojo Dialer. There's also plenty of other power dialing tools. Batch Dialer does give you a free trial, and I don't think any other tool does. I've been testing it a little bit. I did I don't know, it's called 50 people, only one person picked up. But still, that was one person. And I don't know if I have it set up right. I was just using it just testing it, honestly. And so you can have this set up for your cold caller. or you can obviously set it up for yourself. So here's how it works. Basically, it's just this right here where we have a whole bunch of things that we can look at. But I'm going to go into, you can go into here and then settings. The first thing that they want you to do is add a voicemail. So just in case if somebody calls you, then if they call you back, then it'll go straight to voicemail, right? And or if you don't pick up, right, it goes to voicemail, and you have to add your voicemail to there, right? That's the first thing they want you to do. The next thing is you can add a phone number. So we want to either buy a phone number or add phone numbers. They allow you to buy phone numbers. It's pretty cheap. So if I look up 937, I'm on a trial account. 937, and the trial account allows you to buy phone numbers for free. But if you, I think it's anywhere between $1 and $3 once you actually get the account. And also, there's a $150 per month version, and there's a $300 per month version. A $300 per month version, you get 60 phone numbers for free as a part of having that version. So, anyways, we got a phone number there, 937. I'm going to refresh this. It keeps asking me to do this, which I keep doing it, but then it's retarded, dude. All right, so we have the phone number. Now they want you to create a campaign. Cool. And again, ask me again. It's so dumb. All right, auto dialing. So this is where it's going to call 3 people at the same time. Next, only me, or you can have agents too. You want to upload contacts. We're going to upload the contacts of the people that we verified earlier. So uploading that, cool. Importing the data, the phone number, all this stuff. All right, we want to do phone number 1. We don't use any other phone number. Work email 1 is the one we want to use. And then we just click next. Then we click which phone number we want to use, which is the one we just added, next. And we also have some call results, which I liked adding a little more here. You can add, was abandoned, what's it called? Disconnected, call back, not interested. I added that to there, and then save. Now, what we want to do once that campaign is set up is usually, it makes you go through the process of, oh my goodness, dude. All right, we already created a campaign, and once you say, hey, create your first campaign, really dumb. All right, if I click on here, it's adding the leads right now, but I want to do a little bit more of editing with this campaign. I'm going to scroll down and click Advanced Configurations, and we want to do dialing behavior. So we want to call 3 people at the same time, not just 1. We can do up to 3 simultaneous dials at the same time. Max attempts per record, 3 attempts, and then retry 3 hours later. Up to 3 hours later, obviously, you can do whatever you want, but that's about it. Max calls per day it depends on, obviously, this is a campaign, so we don't really want to do that on the campaign level. On the phone number level, though, you only really want to do 100 dials per day per phone number. At least that's what they're saying. Because if you do any more than that, you have a risk of that phone number being marked as spam likely. So, save. Cool. I go back here, and we are almost ready to go. I just refresh this, see what happens. Not now. Don't show me this again, please. It's just adding the leads. It might take a minute. But from here, you can just start calling. You click basically this call button, and then you click that right there, and it'll start basically power dialing the 3 people at a time. And every time someone picks up, it will, I don't know. All right, sorry. The contacts were uploaded and good to go. We can just click play this campaign. I don't want you guys, there's a whole bunch of little like dings and rings that it happens. Well, okay, well, sorry. It was already playing. Play the campaign, and then it says no active agents. I can start becoming an agent by, I log in, I click the call button, and I click join. So now I've joined this particular campaign. So now I have 1, 2, 3. This is how many people it's dialing at a time. Right now it's not dialing any. It'll start dialing. Basically, yeah, see, all right, here we go.
And Alanis, please leave your name, message, and phone number, and I'll get that.
That's the problem right there, where it'll think that someone picked up, but it didn't, and it was just a voicemail. So you mark as voicemail, done. And I hate that little beep sound. I tried to change the sound, but it won't let me. Hey, Helen? Also, that's the other problem, is that it says that someone picked up, but they did not pick up, or it's connecting me to just a blank number. Maybe they did pick up, and then I called or I answered too late. Maybe that's the problem, because it was calling those same 3 people at the time. But that's kind of annoying. But again, I did call 50 or so people. 1 person did pick up, maybe a couple of people.
Hello?
Hey, is this Natalie?
Yep, who's this?
This is Carson. I just wanted to see if I could get some work from you. You do photography, right?
I do what, sorry?
Photography?
I'm on car audio, so I can't hear. Photography, yes.
Okay, cool. Is there a time that I could call you? I know it's Saturday night, but maybe Tuesday, discuss some commercial work at all? I have a business in the local area.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where are you based?
I'm just spitballing. All right, but yeah, as you can see, it worked, right? I don't know if you guys could hear that or if it's recording the audio, but let me stop dialing here. Leave. Earlier, I was calling people, and I would just say, like, hey, you need to go to your front porch right now. And that was kind of funny. And I would just hang up on them. I would just try and test if it was working. Obviously, you see it's working, and I'm able to get to people faster if I was just calling one by one. You know, so when you're calling one by one, you can only do about 30 to 50 per hour. Here, you can do about maybe 80 to 90 per 20, 30 minutes, you know. So you can, obviously, 3 times as fast. So, anyways, all right. With a cold caller, if we're trying to manage a cold caller, what you can do, if I were you, if you're in the US, you can get a Google Voice number. I would just get the Google Voice number. It's like $10 a month, very easy to use. You can set that up, right? Have them do this strategy where you're texting, then calling, $10, right? You give them the phone numbers, text them first, and then call them. Almost basically free to do, right? If you're not in the US, I would do it through a Skype number, and that's also very good. I have someone that's doing that right now. They're getting, 4 booked calls per day in a very saturated niche with a Skype number, right? Just calling them directly, right? And it's not, it's a local Skype number, but it's not like in the US or in Canada, something like that. But it's not like we're masking the phone number with a different phone number, or we're using their area code, anything like that. It's just a random phone number, right? So that's working pretty well. And someone else also doing cold calling, and they're getting maybe 1 booked call every 30 minutes or every hour or so, and they're able to call 30 to 50 per hour, again, just one by one manually. And 1 booked call per hour is working pretty well, and they closed like 2 or 3 deals out of like the 4 calls that they did get. So it works pretty well. Obviously, if you just have a cold caller, I have a video on how to hire cold callers. I would just watch that. Now, to manage the cold caller, either if you're putting them on the batch dialer, obviously this gives you a ton of data on like things that you can see, like are they active? How many calls are going at any given time? How many people were interested? How many people picked up? How many people were qualified? All that stuff. You have that all within the campaign settings here. It shows you how many dials it did, how many voicemails, how many abandoned, how many answered, and you can have them track all that within there. And also, if you're doing it through this here, then you can have it tracked through here. You can see, obviously, how many people that dialed, how many people actually booked, were interested. So, yeah, right. Now, when I have a cold caller doing it, what I like to do is I like to have the cold caller not act as a cold caller, but as if they were my partner. So the thing is, the psychology of if I have a cold caller calling and I get a call and they're a cold caller and they say, hey, would you like to try this thing? I'm like, no, right? That's the first thing I think. But I use the partnership angle script. If you watch the FaceTime video, or how to do calls through FaceTime, right? You're using the exact same strategy, that call script, but we're just doing it on whatever strategy you want to use. If you want to do the power dialer, if you want to use the Google Voice number, whatever strategy you want to use, just use the partnership angle, right? And you can use whatever angle you want, but the partnership angle is working really well for a lot of people. And so it's just saying, hey, I just want to see if we're up to a partnership. I've got a system that works really well for me. We can get you 23 leads this month. And I just want to see if I can send those leads over your way, or if we can work together, right? And there's 100 different ways of like positioning that. Now, if they say yes, what I usually do, or what I have been doing, is just have the cold caller, instead of having them book on your calendar, you can have them do that, but I just say, tell them that I will call them tomorrow and that I am your partner. So the cold caller then goes, hey, are you free to chat maybe tomorrow, or can my partner give you a call tomorrow? So instead of this is just a random cold caller, this is my partner in business. So it doesn't seem like a random cold caller is calling me, right? A business owner wants his partner to call me, and I want to see if I can partner with you. And there's a lot of partner things going around here. All right. So can my partner call you tomorrow? Does that work? They say, yeah, that does work. Okay, cool. He'll call you sometime in the morning. Cool, awesome. All right, hang up. All right. So I did that, and we got like 14 leads within a couple of days. I called them the next day, and a lot of them were very happy, and they were very qualified, and they were very interested. They're like, oh, yeah, I talked to your partner the other day, and he said something about blah, blah, blah. How does it work? And I just held the call from there. So that is it. That's what I did, and that's what can work. Now, if you want them to book on your calendar, you can also just give them your calendar. What I will do is I would just have them make sure that they know where they're from. Okay, Washington. I give them my calendar. And I say, make sure that you change the time zone. Now, the problem with doing this on the fly is that a lot of times the cold caller doesn't know which time zone is which. So I have to look up Washington time zone. I know that's, PST, so I would do Pacific time. What's Pacific time? PST, Pacific. Everything says Pacific anyways. All right, Pacific, Midway, GMT. All right, let's just say that's it. And then I'll see, okay, what time I'm available Pacific time. Okay, Carson's available at 4 a.m. Pacific time. Hey, are you available at 4 a.m.? Obviously they're not, but just to see which time, because if I say, hey, are you free to chat tomorrow at 10 a.m.? They're like, yeah, I am. Okay, cool. I'll call you tomorrow at 10 a.m. And you hang up. And you say that to every person. Now we can't. And then also they're all in different time zones. I don't know if I'm actually available for that time. You want them to book on the actual calendar. But what you could also do is you could just say, hey, I'm going to send you a text and I'm just going to try to see if we can get a good time together, right? And then you can just have them hang up and then text back and forth to set a time. Or you can say, hey, I'm going to send you a text with my calendar if you could just book on my calendar. And that can also work, but usually people don't like clicking the link and booking. It's just usually harder to get it to actually go through. The easiest thing you can do, like I said, is just say, hey, can my partner call you tomorrow at any time? Yes, cool, awesome. And you just call them the next day. Cool. All right. That's it. I know this is a very rushed video. I just want to get this out to you guys by the end of the week. I hope this was helpful. I hope you guys are able to use this. If you want me to create some SOPs for any individual strategies, so like, hey, how to create an SOP so that the cold caller can actually watch this video for Google Voice and they'll know exactly what to do from there. I can try to create a video for that for you. Let me know. Thank you guys for watching and talk to you soon.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested in hearing more. Let's go ahead and schedule a Zoom or a Google Meet. I'm guessing you have my email. You want to shoot me a
yeah, let me see.
Calendarly?
Yeah, is it RROYER? Yo, what's up everyone? Today is a long-awaited video, how to get sales calls through voicemail drops. So I haven't made this video in a long time, or I just haven't made it at all because I just have been prolonging it. I know a lot of people want it, so here it is. So I'm going to go over how to set this up, how it works, and then what to expect when you're actually doing this outreach. So we're going to get right into it. What you're going to need is two different tools. One is Go High Level. Now that's just what I'm using to send out the voicemail drops. You can use whatever you want. There's a website called drop.co that also sends voicemails. I don't like it in particular just because it's a little weird. I don't know. It's when I try to do it on myself, I was doing a test campaign. Now it was a test. It was like a free trial version of the tool. And I sent out voicemail drop to myself. I wake up the next morning at 6 a.m. and I get a call from drop.co, and it was the voicemail trying to go through. And I'll kind of explain how this works. So these voicemail drops, what it's basically doing is it's not actually just sending it to a voicemail. So they're called ringless voicemails. There's some called ringless voicemails and some called voicemail drops. So the ringless voicemails are supposedly voicemails that are just not ringing to your phone because it's ringless, and then it's just going straight to voicemail. So somehow skipping past everything to go to the voicemail. And then voicemail drops are basically, it's going to call your phone twice. The first time it's going to call it and then directly hang up and then call it again super quickly, so that on the carrier side it looks like that you try to call but the call failed, and then it just sends you straight to voicemail. So what happens when you do a test on yourself with a voicemail, you'll just get a call really quickly and then it'll just hang up. And then maybe a couple seconds later you'll get a voicemail coming to you. So that's kind of how it works. And I can kind of show you on this phone here. Got a voicemail on this one, and it's just boom right there, and I can play it here. I'm gonna put it on speakerphone.
Reach out. I can help your marketing agency get 40 appointments per month with companies that need your marketing help if you're interested. Let me know. You can just call me back at this number, or you can just text me back. So yeah, cool. Let me know. Talk to you soon.
As you can see, my voicemail wasn't very great, but that's what it was. And then it sent to this phone and as a voicemail. So how do we do this? Let's get set up first by creating the voicemail. So what you'll need is a tool called Audacity. So I have it on here. It's a free app that now you can use whatever you want. So you just need some way to record your voice. You can record it from your phone and then send it to your computer. That works too. But I have a pretty nice microphone here, and I just wanted something easy to record my voice. So here we go. You can also use you can record a video if you want. You don't have to get this app, right? You can just record a video and then upload it to a service to do video to MP3 or something like that. So record it on your computer, whatever you want to do. But I like this because I can actually do a little bit of editing to it just to make it louder. You know, it's pretty easy to use. So here you go. You just select the microphone you want to use and then start recording. Hey, I just want to see if you're interested in getting 40 appointments per month with your agency. What I do is I help people set up automations and blah, 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 blah. Let me know if you're free to chat sometime this week. If you can text me back or call me back, that'd be great. Cool. You stop that recording. Now, this here, it peaked pretty quickly. So I'm going to select from here to the end. And as you can see, it's very quiet, I guess. So what you can do is click Analyze or Effects and then Amplify. And then it's going to automatically detect how much it needs to amplify by making sure that it doesn't clip. So clipping means like going over to where it's hard to hear, Boom. So automatically does it for you to where it amplifies everything else. Now the thing is if I go back here, if I selected this whole thing, it's already clipping at this point, right? It's already up to the max. So if I click analyze, effects amplify, it's going to say increase by 0.89 because it detects that this is already here and it's already clipping. So we basically select from here to here. You might not run into this problem. I don't know. Anyways, effects, amplify, boom. So now it's like 7. So amplify by 7 because whatever the highest peak is, which is probably this one right here, whatever the highest peak is going to bring that up to the top. So 0.0 decibels. So that, cool. Just want to see if you're interested in getting 40 appointments per month free with your agency. What I do is I help people set up automation. So it's louder. And so whoever's listening on the other end will be able to hear it better. Cool. File, export as MP3, and then you can save it to wherever you want. I like saving things to my download folder just because it's easier to know where it's at. Save it whatever you want to call it. So I'll just call this tests as the video test. Save. Boom. It's going to bring up this little thing. I click OK. And then we're good to go. So I'm going to exit out of this. I don't like saving projects because I don't really need it. Go in here. And as you can see, it came up in here, voicemail 9:15 test. It's already September, guys. Hey, I just want to see if you're interested in getting 40 appointments. My camera just keeps glitching out on me. I'm sorry for that. Per month free with your agency. So this is good. It's working. It's fine. Now we're going to create a workflow through Go High Level to be able to listen to it. Upload to workflow. All right, cool. So all we got to do is go to automations. We're going to create, there's campaigns and workflows. I usually recommend people to use campaigns because it gives you a little more data. But in this case, the campaigns, it just takes longer. Like I tried to do a campaign to myself. It didn't call me for like 10 minutes. And then when I did it on a workflow, it did it instantly. So we're going to do it through workflow because it just works better. You can create a new campaign. You want to click start from scratch, create workflow. Create new workflow. Sorry. All right. Voicemail drop. And you can call it, I don't know, whatever your offer is that you set in the voicemail, just so that you know like what is what. You don't really need a trigger for this, so you don't need to set that to anything. You just want to add your first action, and the first action being a voicemail. And then we can upload file, voicemail, boom, good to go, save action. Now, maybe if you do want to do this as a part of some sort of campaign, so whenever somebody opts in, it sends them a voicemail, you can add the trigger as, okay, anyone that fills out this certain form or anyone that books an appointment with me. Whatever you want to do. But for now, what we're going to do is we're going to just add the context directly into this workflow, and then it's just going to run through them. So that's basically it. That's all you had to do is upload it to the workflow. And then you can add extra elements to the workflow. Oh, my face, dude. I hate this camera thing. You can add extra elements to the workflow, like being able to send a text directly after the voicemail is sent. So I'm going to create a wait timer of like 2 minutes. Save action. And then do send SMS, and then we can say, hey, just try to call, let me know when you're free to chat. Save action, right? So in that way, that looked really human, right? Because it's like, hey, I just try to call you, And so the whole goal with all this stuff is to look as human as possible. And so there we go. We just create, and you don't have to do that, but it's something you can do. I heard other people that do like literally 7 voicemails within one campaign. So you can do wait another day, 1 days, boom, and then send another voicemail, and then upload your second file like, hey, I tried to call you yesterday, blah, 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 and you keep doing it and doing it and doing it until they call back. Now, if you're doing something like this to where it's a little more advanced campaign, you want to make sure that you go into here, into settings, and go into stop on response. So whenever they call you back, it's not going to keep sending voicemails to them. And then whenever they text you back, it's not going to keep sending voicemails to them. Also, you want to make sure that allow multiple is off, just because, my face, just because if allow multiple is on, that means you can add a context to a campaign multiple times. And that is not very ideal because let's say that you send a voicemail to somebody, they said, hey, I'm not interested. Okay, great. And then you accidentally add them to the campaign again, and then they're getting the messages again. You don't want that, right? So allow multiple off just for that purpose. Now I'm going to turn it on just because I want to test it on myself. So when you're testing it on yourself, you want to turn it on just because if you put yourself in the campaign and let's say something was wrong, something didn't work, and then you try to put yourself to the campaign again, it's not going to let you put yourself to the campaign again because allow multiple is off. Hopefully that makes sense. All right, we're going to put it on for now just to test, and then once we're ready to actually send, we'll turn it off. All right, boom. Back to workflow, and then we'll go and send out as drip mode. All right, so we're going to test it out first, and then we're going to send it out as a drip mode, in drip mode to our contacts. Can you please keep up, camera? It's not even. All right, so we're going to go to conversations. See if I can find recents. I don't think I'm in here. As you can see, we have people we were sending out to. I'm going to just find myself here. I'm going to go to contacts. We've got 2 phones here, so I'm going to try to find 937 300. All right, here we go. And I'm going to just click on my contact to test myself out. And boom, contact. You can scroll down, active campaigns. What was this one called? It's called voicemail something. Voicemail test. Voicemail. Okay, I think we call it voicemail drop. All right. And we don't need to select a time, add, and then we're going to get added to the campaign. Now I'm going to, hopefully my camera will stop lagging out on me. We're going to, boom, as you can see, calls me, and then ends the call. And then it's a couple seconds later, the voicemail was maybe 15 seconds long, so we'll wait about that long until it'll actually come through as a voicemail to us. And what's cool is I have Metro PCS on this phone, and it transcribed the message and sent it to me as a text message, which I thought that was pretty cool. It gives me a leg up because I don't know if this is for every carrier, probably not, but for Metro apparently it is. But transcribed it as a text to me. So it says, new message, hey, what's up? This is Carson. And it spells Carson, Carson. I just found a company online that I'll reach out. I can help your marketing agency get 40 appointments per month with companies that need your marketing help. If you're interested, let me know. You can give me a call back in the number. And it says, so yeah, cool. Let me know. Talk soon. So it did that for me. Sent me a text, and I thought that was pretty cool. As you can see, we just got the other voicemail that just came in. Boom, right there. We'll see it. It's going to transcribe it.
Hey, I just want to see if you're interested in getting 40 appointments per month with your agency. What I do is I help people set up automations and blah, 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 blah. Let me know if you're free to chat sometime this week. If you can text me back or call me back, that'd be great.
Cool. And also, it sent me a text, right? So the text is, right, so gives me the voicemail in there, and it's going to text me in a couple minutes saying, hey, I just want to see if you're blah, 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 if you're interested, or if you're able to get my call. And so we're going to get that text coming through in about 2 minutes based on our campaign that we just created. So you might want to turn it to 1 minute or even a no delay, just because, I don't know. I just put it to 2 minutes. So what you want to do when you do this is you want to get your contact list and then upload it into here. So the same that you would do it with an SMS campaign, you would just get your lead list of, let's say, all the business owners you want to reach out to with their phone numbers and emails and whatever, and then upload it to Go High Level. Now, I'm just going to use this as an example. Here we go. I just got the text. Boop. Hey, just try to call. Let me know if you're free to chat. So, looks pretty human. Also, it automatically, you know how it says maybe Carson at the top? Boom, I don't know if you can say, maybe Carson. And that's pretty cool because we set our name in the voicemail, so it detected our name, and so now it's saying, hey, it's maybe that person. Now, that probably only works for iPhone, I'm not sure, but pretty cool. And what we can do now is, what were we doing? Oh, yeah. Use Artemis, sorry. And this is a tool that I'm using currently to get lead lists. I somewhat recommend it. It's pretty good, depending on who you're targeting. So let's say you're targeting CrossFit gym owners. I don't know. You can export as CSV. Oh, sorry, not that one. Go to lead lists. And you can literally just download these directly from the use Artemis. You don't have to sort the data or anything. It's pretty easy to do. So if this will ever load, there we go. All right, so you can just upload marketing agencies, export to CSV, boom. So we have phone numbers and emails of these guys in here. Go to our contacts here, upload, get this file, upload it there. And dude, I'm just gonna make my face smaller, maybe that'll help. Full name, first name, last name, email. We want to make sure that we match any of the fields together. So company name, we want to make sure that's in there. So we're going to look for company name, boom. Company website, we're going to website, boom. Job title, we don't need that. Country, is that in there? Yeah, okay, country. don't really need that, but location, so we'll put this as city. And then we have LinkedIn URL. I want to put the LinkedIn URL in there. So we're just gonna remove my face. All right. We want to do LinkedIn URL. I'm gonna put address. Just because now you can use a custom field if you want to create your own custom fields, but I'm just gonna put it in as address because I want to be able to see their LinkedIn profile as well, just in case, let's say they call me and then I'm able to look at their LinkedIn profile as we're on the phone, stuff like that. And then phone numbers right here, you want to make sure that you sign that because obviously we can't do anything without the phone numbers. So sign the phone numbers. Facebook, Twitter, we don't really need that, so I'm gonna don't import unmatched data. Next, advanced, I like to import it by phone number, so we're gonna look at basically all the current contacts and see if any of the phone numbers are the same. If any of the phone numbers are the same, we're not gonna create multiple of the same contact. So it's not gonna create duplicates. And then I'm going to add some tags. I'm going to add, depending on who they are, so I have a digital marketer, so that's just to tell me what audience they're from. So these are all digital marketing agencies. And then I have, or if, CrossFit gyms or landscapers, whatever, that's just what I do. And I'm going to also add a thing, voicemails, just because I know this is going to be coming into a voicemail campaign. And then you can add, what I also like to add usually is where it came from. So this came from Artemis. I don't have it in here yet, but just where the lead list came from, just so I know what's working and what's not working. So let's just say Artemis isn't giving me good results, so let me try some other tool because, whatever. So just anything that I can use to identify where this audience came from or who they are, I like to use those and create tags for all that. So anyways, that's it. And we're going to click submit. No, I'm not going to do that right now, just because we're doing a test. And then what you'll do is you'll click filters, and then you can find the ones that were created today. So you look up created and the date range. The date range is today from today, right? So these are all the ones that were created today. So we created a total of 170 contacts today. Now, that's one way you can look for these contacts, and then you have all these contacts in here. Or you can also do, let's say you added multiple contacts in here today for several different campaigns. So we have created, we're going to apply that filter, but also we want to add a tag filter. So we want only the people with the tag voicemails. Boom, apply. So now we have people that were created today and have the tag voicemails. Nobody else. All right. Because, I have contacts in here that were, because I have inbound leads that come in. As you can see, 166 people are in here. But if I remove this, it's 170 people because 4 people came inbound and they probably opted into my course or something. So we want to make sure we add multiple tags or multiple filters here so that we're getting the right people. All right, so we'll do created again. I'm sorry, tag again, and there we go. Voicemails, apply, and then we can add it in as a drip mode. So you want to click Add to Campaign Workflow. We're going to click OK, Proceed. We're going to look up our campaign here, voicemail drop, and then we're going to add in drip mode. So the reason we're adding in drip mode is because if you're sending it all at once, the problem is that you'll get a whole bunch of calls really quickly. So you'll just get like 10 people calling you at the same time, which you can't pick up all the calls. And when you're doing that, they're not going to call you back again. So you're not going to, I had several people that called me back, and when several people call me back at once, I can only pick up one call at a time. So when that happened, I basically, I had to text everybody else back that called me, but they don't text you back. So it's either you pick up the phone or you're not going to be able to contact them. So we want to add it in a drip mode so that a drip mode is basically saying, okay, we want to do one person every 1 minute, or let's say 5 people every 1 minute, so that we're not getting a ton of callbacks quickly at the same time. We're kind of spreading it out over time. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say voicemail. I like to say the audience that I'm doing it to. So this is marketing, and then also the date range. So let's just say we're going to do it from today till tomorrow. So 9:15 to 9:16. We're going to start on today at around 15 minutes from now, or let's just say we're going to start at noon. Boom. And batch quantity for voicemails, not as many people are going to reply, depending on what you're doing. So if you add the text as a follow-up, if you do multiple voicemails in a single campaign, then you're probably going to get more replies, obviously, because the more you follow up, the more people are going to reply to you. But let's just say for this one voicemail drop campaign, not too many people are going to reply. So what I like to do is I'll just do every 1 minute. So 5 people every 1 minute. The thing is, we didn't verify these numbers. We don't know if they're mobile numbers. So it's like, usually what I'll do, like for an SMS campaign, I'll do like one every 1 minute. But in this case, we're going to get less replies than usually than an SMS campaign. So we're just going to do more per minute. So start from noon. Hopefully this makes sense, guys. Sorry if it doesn't. Noon to, let's say, 2 p.m. All right, so if we're doing, can I bring out a calculator out here real quick. 5 every 1 minute for 2 hours. That's 120 minutes times 5. That's 600 contacts that we can reach out to today within that time frame. And maybe we'll just bring this down to 2 every 1 minute. So that's 240 contacts. So, and I know we only have like 160 contacts in here. So we're just gonna spread it out over the course of 2 hours, just in case, we just don't want a whole bunch of replies coming in very quickly, because we won't be able to pick up all the calls at the same time. So it's better just to spread it out like that. And then you just click add to campaign, and then they're added to the campaign. It's ready to go. Now, I would add my camera. Let me add my camera back real quick. Okay, so there's something that you need to understand about these voicemails, and it's that most people don't even listen to the voicemail, okay? So when you're getting callbacks, they're usually going to say, you can say, hey, did you get my voicemail? And they'll say, no, I just saw that you called, and I just wanted to call you back as quickly as I could. So say, okay, great. And then you have to go into your pitch. So you basically just have to reiterate what you said in the voicemail. Hey, I just help marketing agencies get 40 appointments per month on autopilot. I just want to see if you're interested. And then they go into whatever. Or I help landscaping companies reach 75% of their city without using paid ads. Okay, great. I help real estate market, whatever your offer is, you just go into your offer on the call. And now, obviously, you can't be, these are just people. Don't be afraid to pick up the phone because they're just calling you and they're people. So it doesn't really matter. And you have plenty of opportunities. So the more you send these out, the better. So when you pick up the phone, they probably did not listen to your voicemail, and they're just calling you back based on the fact that you called them. And so they just want to call you back because they think that it's a lead. Now, it might seem like a downfall because they're not even listening to your message, and then it's basically a cold call, but it's a little different than a cold call because when they're calling you, they can't say to you, oh yeah, I don't have the time, because they just called you, right? So they called you, so they have the time. So you get to be in a little bit more of an authority position because they called you rather than you calling them. Now you did call them, but they're calling you back and returning your call. And so you have the leverage to actually give your spiel out, and they kind of are there to listen because they called you back, So it's a pretty unique strategy. So it's it doesn't work as intended because they're not listening to the voicemails, but it works. It still works because you're getting in front of people that are in your target market and that are willing to listen to whatever your offer is. So it's pretty cool. So as you saw at the beginning, I sent this out to a couple people this morning, got a booked call for next Friday, and it worked pretty well. So it's pretty easy to do, as you saw by the creating a campaign is really easy. You want to have obviously a voice recording. Use Go High Level. You also need Twilio to send out the voicemails through Twilio drop. It's not too expensive. I'm not honestly sure how much it costs per voicemail drop, but it can't be too crazy. Might as well just test it with a couple hundred and then see what it costs you, and then just keep going. And again, not too, maybe a couple cents per voicemail, or a penny per voicemail, something like that. So anyways, that's it. Thank you so much for watching. I hope this was helpful for you. If you have any questions, just let me know, and I'll talk to you soon. Getting 3 to 5 appointments per day from Facebook is actually extremely easy. I think there's a lot of people that sleep on Facebook. There's 2 billion people on Facebook, but a lot of the kids, right, that are our age, they're 21, whatever, they just don't use Facebook as much, and so they think Facebook is for old people. But I'm here to tell you, it is super easy to get a ton of sales calls, and I'm going to show you some amazing hacks in this video. It's crazy. You can literally hit 10K overnight just by using some of these things if you do it correctly. So I'm going to show you how this works. Why should you listen to me? I've booked hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of appointments just through Facebook and closed hundreds of thousands of dollars. Honestly, there's millions of dollars within this video. I was booking most of our appointments at one point were coming from Facebook, as you can see right here. I know what I'm doing when it comes to Facebook. I've got 4 different strategies I'm going to show you. All of them work extremely well. And I have something at the end, a little bonus I'm going to show you that's pretty cool as well. So anyways, first thing we want to do is optimize. So we want to optimize our profile for doing Facebook outreach and also just people seeing us. So the first thing is we need to have a clear and clean photo. Let me just go to my profile here to show you real quick. Clear, clean photo right here, right? You don't need a special banner or anything. There's people that are you need a banner, you need to have all this. You don't need anything, right? Just clear, clean photo, and then also a bio or an intro that really relates to your audience, so that connects with them and resonates with them. Okay, so I have get 120 appointments without no retainer, no setter, no paid ads. That's my offer. That resonates with anybody that's looking for appointments, obviously, or mostly any B2B company or agency. Now, if you say something like, we help businesses scale, right? No one's going to respond to that. No one, like, here's the thing. When it comes to your profile, there's a thing called a bounce rate, right? You want to have an amazing offer within here, because if you've ever heard of, or you ever did Google Ads, I'm sure you know what a bounce rate is, where someone clicks on the link on Google and they go to the website. Let's just say you're selling underwater basket weaving, and then they go to the website and it is how to make snowmen, and you're like, okay, well, that's not what I clicked on, and so you click out of it right after you click onto it. So it needs to be congruent of whatever you're saying in the message and in your bio, because you don't want them to, they're going to check out your profile regardless, right? So if you're sending out messages to people, they're going to check out your profile, and whatever you're saying in the bio needs to be the same as what you're saying, sending out to them. And then also we want to be specific, as I said. You don't want to be very broad as like, we help businesses, just because no one's going to resonate with that. And you can't reach out to people and say, we can help you grow with your business, right? No one cares. All right. Also, you don't have to post a ton. I'll get into posting, but you want to remove anything edgy or political. Like I just see, I have like friends that I unfriended, not because I didn't like agree with it, whatever they're posting, but they just had such like polarizing, political, and edgy content that I was like, why you keep, remove edginess, remove political opinions off of your profile, because that'll help you with your sales. If you want to make more money, that'll help. All right, anyways, content. So if you do post content, make sure you just have a lot of value within whatever you're posting. So a lot of things that I post are more so just like, hey, look, here's a testimonial from some guy on YouTube, or here is exactly how I do this, Facebook outreach, or here's 3 ways to increase your reply rate, stuff like that. So I have a lot of content around like, hey, I'm positioning myself as the expert by giving you value. So if I say, here's 3 ways to increase reply rate, right? That's awesome. 3 ways to increase reply rate. That means I know what I'm talking about in terms of doing cold outreach or a new Facebook automation to get clients. All right, that means I know what I'm talking about, right? I've had people that weren't interested in my offer at all, and then they saw my profile and they're like, hey, this guy actually kind of knows what he's talking about, and he's providing value to all these people. I'm going to respond to him. And so he responded after. He's like, I wasn't going to respond, but because you have a lot of value in your profile, then I responded. But also, if you do start posting content, be specific or consistent. Because if you're not consistent, I've had people that I reached out to, that reached back out and said, I'm kind of interested, but you haven't posted in 6 months. So what's going on? Like, are you actually still doing this? I was like, oh, yeah, I am doing it. I guess I haven't posted. So I was just busy. And so then I continued to post a little more. So if you do start posting, be a little more consistent with it as well. Your content can get you a ton of clients if you use it correctly. And that's what I'm going to show you towards the end here. So anyways, next up, we have our first of 4 outreach strategies, which is Facebook business page outreach. I don't hear anybody talking about this, but first we want to do is look up our audience on a Facebook business search, or just a Facebook search, right? So you go to the search tab here, but you're just going to look up your audience, and this works best for local businesses, and then also a city, right? So if I look up solar Miami, I'm going to go to places or pages. So I'm going to go to pages, and we have solar panels of Miami, solar Miami, smart planet, solar Miami Dade. Okay, all right. And then you click on it and you have all their information here. And then we have a great little tool here, which is called Messenger button. Usually it's the owners that are making these profiles. And so when you message these people, you're reaching out to the owner directly, because there's the one that made this business page. So I say, hey, what up, bruh? Right. So obviously you don't want to say that. You want to send a really good direct outreach message. And I have a video on YouTube on how to craft a really good message. So you can watch that video. It's like almost an hour long. It's super in-depth on how to really create a good cold outreach message. So then we only want to send 50 per day and 10 per hour. If you try to send more than 10 per hour, it's going to just start blocking you, or it won't let you send. And then you have to wait another hour and then send another 10. You want to make sure that you don't send too many, just because you don't want your account to get blocked either. Also, you don't have to worry about your account getting blocked. I see a lot of people hesitate about that because they're like, oh, what if my account gets shut down? The only accounts I've ever seen shut down are accounts that are brand new, that like have no activity, and then you just start doing a whole bunch of activity and then they shut down the account and you can't get it back. But anything else, like I've seen accounts get shut down, but they usually will give the account back within 24 hours if you just request. So it'll say, hey, we shut down your account. If you don't think this was correct, you can request an appeal or whatever. And then you just request an appeal and they give your account back. I've never really seen anyone that had an account that was actually their own account, like that got banned, didn't get unbanned. So usually you can always get your account back. I think Facebook just wants to see that you're a real human. And if you request an appeal, they're just going to make you do that. Like check off these, the CAPTCHAs, the be human thingy. They make you do that stuff. and then you're good, right? I like using automations for every single outreach strategy that I do. Now, I have an automation that I created for this that will automatically reach out to these people, send 10 messages per hour and 50 messages per day, so you don't have to do it manually, but that's in my program. So if you're interested in that, where we help you get 120 sales calls per month using these automations and strategies and all this other stuff, you can book a call with my team below. Whenever someone's interested, right? Whenever someone says, how does it work? Or what's your company? Or they just express interest in some way, right? Then I have a framework of what I do to book calls. That will be another video you can watch. It's also on YouTube. It's also my free course in the description if you want to check that out. But it is my DM framework. So basically, I have a specific framework on how I respond to messages. It's pretty simple. Like with our first message, we want to be direct on what our offer is. They say yes. You give a little more clarity about what you do. Also ask a qualifying question. They say whatever the answer to the qualifying question is. And you say, okay, great. If I were you, and then you give some sort of value, and then you lean it over into a booked call. That video is like 20 minutes long, and I explain it a little more in depth if you can watch that video. Next strategy is Facebook group outreach. This one is amazing. I've made hundreds of thousands of dollars from Facebook group outreach. And I'm going to show you exactly how I do it. Right, here we go. So you go to Facebook group. Let's just say you're targeting government contractors. Let's go to Facebook groups, and you have a specific group search, which is a little different than the regular Facebook search. So I'm going to go look up government contractor. Cool. All right. There's 41,000 people in this group. Okay. And so in this group, there should be a good amount of people that are government contractors that we can reach out to. And then we want to go to members with things in common, right? Might not be a ton in here, but you want to try to just go to this tab, because Facebook they don't like it when you try to send messages to people that are like brand new, right? So if I try to add people in here as a friend, right? So new to this group, I just try to add random people in here. Sometimes Facebook doesn't, like, do you know this person, right? You can't send to this person because you don't know them personally, right? So we don't have any members with things in common. Now, you can still send a message to this person, but you can't send a friend request to this person. So I can say, yo, what up? But I can't send a friend request, unfortunately. But that's why we go to members with things in common. And what I do with this also is I just try to automate this as well. So I use an automation called Leadbook. It'll be in the description below. But I basically, how it works is we can do a time interval. So we can say, hey, every 5 minutes, I want to send a message out, and I want to send 50 messages for the day. And then you can choose, right? Because in this group, there might be a ton of different people in here. There's people in here that are marketing agencies. Let's just go to a solar group real quick. Because in a solar group, there's a ton of other people that do marketing in those groups. I don't want to use an automation and then it just reaches out to every other marketer. Like, I want to actually reach out to people that are in solar. So to kind of minimize our risk here, we can go to members, right? And then go to members with things in common, right? And here we have this marketer guy, right? This is also a digital marketer, right? Digital agency. So I don't want to reach out to agencies. So what this automation does, it automatically sends out messages for us, right? So if I want to say every 5 minutes, send a message and send 50 messages total. And then also I can have negative keywords and then also positive keywords. So I want to target people that are CEOs, owners, founder, right? But I don't want to target people that have marketing agencies. So, keyword marketing or agency or growth or consultant or SaaS or software or appointment or setter, right? So I don't want to have those keywords. I don't want to send any messages, right? This guy says lead scraper. So maybe keyword lead as a negative keyword. So we want to skip anybody that has that keyword in them. So then we can choose the message we want to send. So there are settings where it allows you to create your message, and then basically you just click go right here, run, boom. And now it's just going to send messages to people that are CEOs, owners, founders that are in the solar space, right? And you can also do keyword solar, keyword installer, keyword, anything like that. So that's pretty cool. Something I do like to do is, instead of using CEO, owner, founder, this is just a little hack, is that a lot of people with the keyword CEO, owner, founder, they're probably already get hit up a lot because a lot of people are using there's a good amount of people that are doing Facebook outreach. And so for me, as an example, I don't have the keyword owner, founder, CEO anywhere in my profile. And so I'm a pretty good person to reach out to. If I were you reaching out to people, right, I'd probably be a good person to reach out to because I have a pretty good business. I have money to spend on stuff, like if people will reach out to whatever. If you do no keywords, right, you only do the negative keywords and only have that with no positive keywords, you're going to reach out to people that, aren't marketing agencies or anything like that. But maybe they're in this group, but they don't profess themselves or put themselves out there as I own a business, right? And then if you reach out to them, nobody else is doing that. Everybody else is targeting the CEO, owner, founder. But if you reach out to people that don't have those keywords and they are actually CEOs, owners, and founders, then you're going to have a much higher reply rate because they're not reached out to as much. Hopefully that makes sense. So a lot of people don't reach out to me just because I don't have that CEO, owner, founder. But as soon as I put that in there, I'll probably get a ton of messages, right? But I don't put it in there, so I don't get as many messages, which is great. So that's something that you can think about as well. Also, same with this. 10 messages per hour, 50 messages per day. I usually like to put like 5 minutes or 9 minutes is my time interval. So send one message every 5 to 9 minutes. And then this allows me to automate it and send a whole bunch of messages. I've made hundreds of thousands of dollars off of this one tool, right? I've made $10,000 in like my first 3 weeks of using this tool. So I really recommend it, and I would try it out if I were you. Sometimes starting out gives you problems in terms of like, because the problem with this tool, the only problem that I have really is that it sends a friend request and then sends a message, and it doesn't allow you to send a message without sending the friend request. And so if you try to message, like, let me go back to members, and like these guys down here that it wouldn't let me message or send a friend request to, right? The problem is that if I try to add this person and it doesn't let me, and it says, hey, we don't let you do that, then I can't send that person a message. But if I do it manually, I can still send this person a message, but through the automation, it won't send the message if I didn't send the friend request. So that's the only real problem that I have with this. Now, you might have to just do it manually when you're starting out, just because you want to get friends in the door. When I did it manually, I still got a ton of sales calls, like 2 to 4 a day, right? Just from doing this. And it takes literally 5 minutes per hour. So every hour I would set a timer, and then I would just go on here and then message like 10 people, and then wait another hour and then message 10 people. And instead of sending the friend request, you just send a message and then see if people respond. So that's what I did, and it works really well for me. So next strategy, we have Facebook group posting. So we want to go into a Facebook group. This is kind of how it looks like. So what you're going to do is something like this, like a billboard post. I don't know what it's called, but I just call it a billboard post because it looks like a billboard. And just something very specific like, hey, I'm looking for this, comment below, right? And then we have a whole bunch of people that comment, right? So that's basically what we want to do. Now, the first thing we need to do is we need to find a Facebook group. There are 2 different types of Facebook groups. I don't know if I already said this, but we have the Facebook groups that call out to our audience, like if we said government contractors. And then we have Facebook groups that our audience naturally joins. So let's just say there is a software that government contractors use that no one else really knows about. So as an example, let's just say you're trying to reach out to Carson Fox, right? I'm in a whole bunch of groups, but some of the groups that no one knows that I'm in is like, let's just like a Lemlist group, right? Or LeadRocks is a software I use, and there is a Facebook group around LeadRocks. No one would know I'm in this group, right? It's a very small group, but the people in this group are much higher quality, because if you're targeting specific people that are like B2B, then this is the group that you want to reach out to, because only people that are in B2B are going to be using the software. So it's like the same for solar companies or government contractors. Like for solar companies, there's like I think there's a solar objections group. So like people that are coming up with objections. It's pretty interesting, and it's like it does still kind of call out to the audience saying solar objection group, but not as many people are in that group that are marketers. They're reaching out to them. And so it might be a better group to reach out to. I don't know. And so that's what I find. Usually like targeting groups like this, where it's like, it's not directly calling out to my audience, but my audience naturally joins that group. Usually they're much higher quality prospects in those groups. Basically for Facebook group posting, how you kind of want to look at it is we want to know the agenda of the group. So the agenda being, is this, whoever owns this group, are they trying to sell something, right? So this is Marketing Agency Secrets by Joel Kaplan. Cool. Now, Joel Kaplan's probably he's obviously trying to sell something. Like, who wants to go from 0 to 10K a month in DM scripts, blah, 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 right? Oh, me, right? 3 and 4 comments. So he's obviously selling something within the group. Let's go to a different group. Let's go to, this group probably doesn't have an agenda. So no one's trying to sell anything within this group. And so this is probably a good group to reach out to. Let me just do another one. Let's do cleaning companies. The cleaning business, right? This is someone probably trying to promote a product within this. Cleaning services PH. All right, that's for Philippines. Commercial cleaning companies community. Okay, just a community, maybe. All right, this one is just, it looks like just people that own cleaning companies and they're just doing whatever, right? And then there's also people in here that are promoting themselves. So what we want to see is there other people within the group that isn't the admin? Are they promoting themselves? And if they are, then we can promote ourselves. And you can easily go get a ton of clients doing this. And like I've had, my first post that I put out doing something like this, I got like 3 clients within my first couple of days of just doing this. And because people are coming to you. So what you do is you go to a group like this, right, where people are promoting themselves and there's no admin that's kind of managing the group, because we just don't want to get kicked out of the group, right? So hopefully we don't get kicked out, and we post something like this, boom, billboard right here. You want to find the highest contrast. So this one's red and black, which is pretty high contrast, cool. Or like this one is yellow. Let's see if yellow and black, right? That's okay. This one's maybe, one time I posted something that was like, I've got a one-click appointment system. Anybody's interested, like hundreds of comments. I've got, who wants appointments for $1? I can bring you cleaning company clients for $1 each. Anybody interested? Whole bunch of people saying that they're interested. And that's people raising their hands. Obviously they want your offer and your service, because they're raising their hands saying, yes, I'm interested, by putting a comment on your post. Now, we don't want to get kicked out of these groups because these are, obviously this is high value prospects of people that we want to actually reach out to. And if we get kicked out, then we no longer have access to anyone that commented on our post. And also we don't have access to do direct outreach to those people. So I got kicked out of a lot of groups when I first started doing this. I did get a ton of clients, but I also missed out on a ton of groups by doing that. So we kind of want to know the agenda of the group. And then once we know the agenda, like this group is probably for, hey, we help people grow their cleaning business. That's great. We can still go into this group and then reach out to the people, but we don't want to go into this group and then put a post out because we'll probably get kicked out. Think about it that way. Let's look at this one. Is there anybody promoting themselves? Are you looking for help and a commercial cleaning company? All right, so this looks like just a community, people just doing whatever. Looks like there is not a lot of posts from the admin, which means that we probably could post in here and probably get a good amount of clients without, look, cool, awesome. So I'd post in a group like this. Just an example. All right, cool. Hopefully that makes sense. Billboard posts, reply to each comment. So anytime someone replies, you just, or comments on your post, just say, I just DM'd you as a comment, as a reply to their first initial comment, and then send them a DM saying, hey, name, I saw that you're interested in whatever the offer is, and how are you getting cleaning jobs right now, or how are you getting roofing jobs right now? So you ask your qualifying question, whatever you want to do, just to keep the conversation going. Always make sure that when you're sending a message, it ends with a question so that you don't want to just be like, hey, I just noticed you're interested. And that's the whole message. And they're like, yeah, I am. So always lean over into the next question when you're sending out messages. All right. Next up, basically the same thing, but for your profile. And so this one's a little different because you can't get kicked out of your own profile. And you just post out whatever you want. Like I'll show you some of mine. Let me go to blah, 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 blah. Anyone interested in 100 email accounts that are warmed up, right? This only had 20 comments, but I'll show you one that's good. All right, just finished my course on how to get an extra 60 booked calls per month without cold outreach. Anyone want it for free? 273 comments, guys. 273. All right, that's 273 people saying, I'm interested in your product. Let's do another one. 59 comments, free course on how to book, blah, 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 blah. Anyone interested? So this is kind of like freebie offers, but still 59 comments, which is cool. But I already have 5,000 friends, so it's easier for me, right? But if you're starting out, then you can't really do this. But what you can do is if you do go into these groups, right, there's 3,000 people in this group or 10,000 people in that group. And that's 10,000 people that you don't have access to otherwise. And you can just, it's so amazing because it's just your ideal audience right there. And then you can just blast out your message saying, hey, you can send a message to 10,000 people just saying, hey, I just want to see if anyone's interested in this offer. And they get hundreds of comments. It's amazing. All right, cool. The last thing, this is the bonus, is you have a long form posting. So this works for the Facebook groups as well as for your personal profile. And I use this a lot. So we basically just take them on an emotional journey and turn them into motivated buyers. And we do this by using the GOE framework. So I'm going to show you what the GOE framework is. So first, it's a GGOI, grab their attention, get their attention on the problem, offer a solution, and then invite to pursue a call to action. So this is basically like your copywriting course 101 right here. Okay. So it's pretty simple. So I'll put these all in the description, but the first thing is we want to grab their attention. The way that we do that is by using a really good title. Now in here, we have kind of everything of the different kind of elements you use within your title. So desire, the time, the selfish belief or selfish desire or their beliefs or benefits, and then the challenge or fear. So here's just an example. How to get desired result without challenge or fear. So how to get high paying clients without overworking yourself, how to lose 10 pounds without starving yourself. I'll show you my example here. Who wants my free course on how I get an extra 60 booked calls, right? Desired result, what they want, without cold outreach, without challenge or fear. People don't like doing cold outreach that much, right? I love cold outreach, but some people don't. So as you can see, 273 people don't like cold outreach, and therefore they wanted this. So that's an example. Title breakdown. Second one, desired result in time. So let's just say how to get 60 appointments in 30 days. Or how to lose 30 pounds in 30 days. How to stop being shy within 30 seconds. How to add 10 pounds to your deadlift overnight. Just some ideas for your title. And then sub that, right? The next thing we want to do is have a hook. So the hook is basically, we have the title that gets them in, and then they're like, okay, why should I keep reading? And that's why they read the hook. So the second line is the hook. And this is basically why you should keep reading this, whatever we're about to go through. This is basically like if-then statements. If you are a niche, then spark curiosity, right? So if you have social anxiety, then this could be the most important video you've ever watched, right? Okay. And this works for videos as well as, long form copy. But, if I said this in a video and the video is like how to get rid of social anxiety. And then the first thing you say is this could be the most important video you watch if you have social anxiety. Oh, we can't. All right. If you're an online coach, then you will feel really excited after watching this video. Okay, whatever. If you're an online coach, it's about this mind-blowing strategy. Cool. All right, so then you're like, oh, what's this mind-blowing strategy? Okay, then next up, so you can go, this will be also in the description, all these templates, so you can use that. Next up, we have the body, which will be getting their attention on the problem. So we got their attention. Now they're reading the post. Now we need to get their attention on the problem at hand. So basically, we show them some common mistakes or misconceptions or challenges or beliefs that the mainstream media has, right? This is what everybody else is doing, but this doesn't work very well. This is ineffective, and this is like you're wasting your time doing this. And then we offer a solution, right? So offer value in a solution. And then, so this is the problem at hand, and it just doesn't work that well, and I don't know why everybody else is doing this, and this is what I did when I started out, but what I found was a solution, and the solution is a blah, 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 blah. And then you give some sort of value. So you want to actually give value here. You don't want to like just be like, what you want to do is do cold outreach. And if you reach out to me, I'll tell you how to do cold outreach, whatever. Right? We want to actually give some sort of value. So like me making this whole video of like 20 minutes long of how to actually do Facebook outreach is giving you some sort of value, right? The only reason you're watching up to those points is because you found a value in some way. So we want to actually provide value, and we want to make it very simple and to the point where they're like, oh, that makes complete sense. This guy knows what he's talking about. And then after that, we do a call to action. So this is what I found to work. I found that if you do Facebook outreach, you're going to get a ton more sales calls. And if you do it in this specific way, Facebook group posting, Facebook business page outreach, Facebook group outreach, and that's how I got 100 appointments a month. And so if you're interested in me helping you get 100 appointments a month, you can book a call with my team below, right? And that's the call to action. So if you want desired result without challenge or fear, just another if-then statement, then comment whatever below and I'll send you my exact strategy. So I'm going to show you my example of how I do it. So we're going to go to two different examples here. One back to back to back to back. How I get 40 sales calls per month in a saturated niche. Ooh, interesting. If you target a saturated niche, then this one shift will change the way you book calls. Ooh, interesting, right? Okay, how does that work? Now, I know what it's like to not know how to book any calls. When I started my agency, I tried everything. Cold email, LinkedIn, Facebook ads, cold calling, right? And I was stuck getting 2 to 3 sales calls a week, and it just wasn't getting past some point for some reason. I did tons and tons of research just to find out how to book more sales calls, and then I just tried something that no one else was doing. Ooh, what's the solution here? And then at this time, I was targeting solar, blah, 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 blah. And then I realized something. In order to get people's attention, we just have to be different. And reaching out in a different way, trying a different offer or a different message. And so I noticed people are using their texts, or not using text messages and calls. And so I know the statistics show that people look at their texts more often than they look at cold emails, or they look at their LinkedIn messages. So I thought, let me just try text out. And boom, I went from 3 sales calls a day to 10, or 3 sales calls per week to 10 sales calls per day. Also tried other strategies that many people weren't trying. People say that cold outreach on Facebook doesn't work, but I literally use it every day. I would get leads and booked calls and closed deals every day from Facebook. So whatever everybody else is saying, do the exact opposite. Look, I'm challenging the beliefs of like, look, this is what everybody else is doing. Do the exact opposite. And this is how I'm doing the exact opposite. I say like test new things, because a lot of pharmaceutical companies spend 80% of their profits actually testing new things. And if you don't do that, then usually you get left behind and you die as a company, as a pharmaceutical company. So keep going. And in this whole thing, I didn't even have a call to action. I just gave value in this, which is really good. So, see you tomorrow, right? There was no call to action with this. And then at the end, we have people that are like, well, how many people do you close out of 40 calls? You got 10 comments of people that are interested. And some of these people are people that actually closed, that actually bought from me, just because of a post like this. All right, let's go to the next one. How I got a 68x ROI. Ads never get you this kind of a turn. Or how do I do this, right? And so I go over, I invested into this tool, and I was able, this is what I learned: invest in tools, and then don't invest in courses unless they're actually teaching you how to use tools effectively. Because if you're trying to get a nail through a wooden plank, the best way to do it is with a hammer. But if you don't have the hammer, then it's pretty hard to get one nail through a wooden plank using your own might, right? Using your own power. So if you have this very simple tool, there's so much you can do with it. And also you need to know how to use this tool effectively, So I kind of talk about that. And I said at the end, here's my call to action. If you're interested, comment tools below and I'll send you some more details. Or I'm putting together a framework package, how I get 10 sales calls per day, blah, 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 all this stuff. If you're interested, blah, 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 right? Then 25 comments. And here we have Roy, who actually joined and became a member, which is awesome. So I have a whole bunch of people here. Yes. The other thing too is that whenever you're doing a post like this, you always want to have a photo or a video on there, and make sure that the photo or video is either high quality or high contrast, or just different than what everybody else is posting, right? Because people are going to be scrolling. They're never going to look at the post if it doesn't have a photo or video. I guarantee if we go to Facebook right now, 90% of the posts are going to be photos and videos. So boom, photos, right? So, okay, this one, I was about to skip past it, right? Because it's just so small, right? And you're like, all right, I didn't even notice that, right? So, and also high quality where it looks really good. So this one down here, right? It was okay, this is low quality in the dark and I can't really tell what's going on here. I remember this guy. This guy's pretty cool. lower quality. I mean, it's pretty bright, but it's still lower quality. And so if we have high contrast and high quality, so like this video I made was me going to the beach and, right, I mean, it's pretty dark, but it's pretty high quality. Like, oh, snap, like, this is pretty, you know? And ooh, look at that, nice, yeah, right. And then, but this one, right, is just a meme, right? Everybody stops, like every time, and I try to think about, what do I do? Like what makes me stop? What makes me think? And every time I'm scrolling through Facebook and I see a meme, I always read it. I never not read the meme. So, yes, enslaved moisture, right? That's funny. It's quick, simple, to the point, different than what everybody else is doing. And then this gets a lot of engagement because a lot of people see it and then they're like, oh, what is this about? Well, how to get, you know, even the meme has nothing to do with how to get 40 sales calls in a saturated niche, right? But people still see it and they like it. Cool. All right, guys, that is it. I'm going to show you 5 different strategies on how to get high ticket clients from Instagram. I'm going to show you how to optimize your profile so that people want to buy from you. I'm going to show you how to buy thousands of followers for extremely cheap, how to automate DMs, what's the best DM to send to get the most amount of sales calls, and all the best ways to post on Instagram and your stories to get people interested in your services. And we're going to start with cold outreach through Instagram DMs. This is just sending a cold message to a prospect to try to get them interested in your service. Now, the main thing with cold outreach that you need to understand is that it is a purely numbers game. We need to do a lot of numbers in order to get a lot of results. When I started, I maybe sent 15 DMs, and I was like, you know, when I was sending the first DM, I was like, I don't know if I really want to send this, and then I sent it off, and I was kind of scared for some reason. I was embarrassed to send these messages. I sent, 15 messages out, and I was like, this is hard, this is gonna take forever, and this doesn't work. And I got no results with that mindset. What we need to be thinking about is how can I send as many messages as humanly possible. On average, you're going to get about a 5 to 10% response rate, and you can send about 50 messages per day on Instagram, so you can expect about 2 to 5 replies per day. Out of that 5 to 10% response rate, you might get a 3 to 5% positive reply rate, and out of that 3 to 5%, maybe 1 to 2% will actually be interested enough to book a call with you. And also, all depends on how good the offer is and how good you are at getting them onto the phone. So if your offer isn't good and you're sending terrible outreach messages, then no one's going to respond. So just remember, again, it's a numbers game. We have to send a lot of messages out in order to get any real good results with this. And in a minute, I'm going to show you how to automate all this so it'll DM people automatically for you. Something else to note when you're doing DMs is to see if you are going to spam. I see a lot of people where they'll say they sent out 200 messages and they got no replies. And the reason you're getting no replies is only because people aren't actually seeing your message, because you're landing in the spam inbox. To check this, you can either create a new account and send a message to yourself, or just send a message to a friend or a family member and just see if it goes in the spam folder. You want to make sure that when you're sending this message that you aren't following each other from the account that you're sending to, right? And then also that you don't have any previous conversations with this person. If you send a message and you see yourself in their request box, that is good. Now, if you do not see yourself, you want to click on the spam messages at the bottom, and if you see yourself in there, that is bad. A lot of times you go to spam because people are sending from a new account. I usually do not recommend you creating a new account just to send messages from a new account, because usually Instagram can detect this. They know it's a new account, and they know that most new accounts are meant for spam messaging, so that's why they send you to spam. So it's better to use an aged account, one that you've been using for a long time, because it already has a better reputation with Instagram. Now, let's say you don't want to use your personal account. There are several websites where you can buy fake aged Instagram accounts from 2016, 2018. You can buy those. They'll have 1,000 followers already on them, so they're a little better in terms of the reputation. And something else you can do to get out of the spam folder is just send messages to several of your friends, several of your family members. And again, make sure that you're not following them already. You guys don't have a conversation already. Ask them to go to the inbox, go to the spam folder, and find your message, and then report it as not spam. If they report it as not spam and they hold a conversation with you, you do this with like 5 to 10 different people, it should get you out of the spam box pretty quickly. And we're going to go over whether or not you should use a personal account versus a business account, or have very few followers or a lot of followers, and how to buy those followers in a minute. But first, let's get into the messaging. Now, to send DMs, the first thing we need to do is find our audience, find the people that we actually need to reach out to. Now, there's 2 good ways of doing this. The best way is just using hashtags. This is where you're looking up your audience based on the hashtag that you think that they would use. So if I'm looking for real estate agents, I'm probably going to try using hashtag REAgent. If you're looking for interior designers, you would look for hashtag interior designers. Just think about who you're targeting and then what hashtag that industry would use. Now, the problem is sometimes with certain hashtags, because of the context of Instagram, it can be pretty hard. For example, if I use hashtag gym, it's just going to be a whole bunch of people posting their gym mirror selfies. So I'm not going to find the gym owners themselves. And so you can use a second option for finding people, which is finding people based on followers of another account. So if I'm trying to find gym owners, there's a profile, Gym Launch, which has 30,000 followers, and all of them are mostly gym owners. So I can scrape all the profiles of the people that follow that page. Now, there are easy and free automation tools that we can use that will give us the followers of these specific profiles, or give us the people that have recently posted within these hashtags. I use a Chrome extension called Growman IG Scraper. I'll put the link in the description below, and I'm going to show you how to use it. You'll just click on the tool, click the hashtag button at the top, and then enter the hashtag that you want to scrape from. Then put the amount of profiles that you want to scrape. This really doesn't matter. You can stop it whenever you want. And I usually do a 5-second interval, and then you just click go. It will then start loading, and every 5 seconds it will give you a new profile with all the data that it can find on each individual profile. Now if we want to extract the followers of someone, we can just go to extract followers. It'll give you 2 options: extract from your own followers or another Instagram page. So you put in the username of the profile that you want to scrape from, the amount of people you want to scrape, and then the interval, and then you click go. Now when you think you have enough profiles and when you're done scraping, you can click either export to an Excel file or copy. I just like clicking copy, and then I'll paste it into a Google Sheet. Now we have all the data of every profile right here. Now the problem with scraping from a hashtag is that sometimes people want to scrape from a specific location, like the United States, or from India, or from specifically Florida. But anybody can post into any hashtag, so we don't really know who we're scraping when we are scraping these lists. Now there is a way to kind of scrape people via a certain country. Romance Scraper does give you the option to scrape via a certain location. The only problem is it'll only let you scrape via a certain location, so it doesn't let you do a certain hashtag within a certain location. It's just location or hashtag. So what I do is I'll scrape a certain hashtag, let's just say RE agents, and I will only want to find people in America. And the data that it gives you, it'll show you people's phone numbers, which is really awesome. It'll give you phone numbers and emails. And in the phone numbers, it'll give you the country codes. And if I only want to target US, I can create a filter on the country code function, and I can click filter, and then I can remove all except for +1, which is United States. And I can click OK, and now we have only people that are in America. And we can also filter people that have an email, or filter how many followers they have. They have to have over 1,000 followers, all those things, which is pretty cool. So now we have the list of people that we actually want to send to, and we have to actually start automating messages. I use a tool called IGDMBot. It's on the Chrome store. It's about $15 per month. Now there are constant new tools coming out on the market almost every single day. I get people, you guys reach out to me all the time saying, hey, I got a new tool available. I don't care, okay? But there are so many tools coming out. This might not be the best one. It's just the one I use, and it works for me, and it's only 15 bucks a month. I don't get paid from any of these tools that I'm mentioning, but I'm gonna show you how to use this tool, right? The first thing we're gonna do is just click on the tool, and we're going to go into the messaging button. So it's the third button down, messaging button. And then we have bulk DM list. You're going to click on the message plus button on there, and then you're going to add what message that you want to send. Now, what message do we actually send? I'm going to show you a couple different frameworks, and every offer is a little different, but hopefully these frameworks can help you. There are 2 different ways of getting someone to respond on Instagram. One is a bait and switch, which is basically you reaching out to them, trying to get them to respond in any way possible. They respond, and then you pitch your offer. The second way is just a direct pitch with a straight call to action. I think both ways can work. You will get more replies if you do the bait and switch, but you'll have less people booking a call with you because people don't really like that. So if I send a message saying, hey, quick question, and then they think you're a lead, or they think you're actually interested in their service, they say, yeah, what's up? And then you start trying to pitch them or sell them something. A lot of people don't like that. So if we want to do the bait and switch, what you can say is, hey, I just had a question, or hey, can I request something? Or hey, can we partner up? I like the hey, can we partner up, because they can kind of understand the context. It'll get them to reply, and we can still lean it into a sales conversation. And if you want to do the direct pitch, which is what I usually do, we have 3 elements to any direct pitch offer. It is intro, then the offer, and then the call to action. The intro can frame the offer in a completely different light to make it sound a lot better. And so I use intros like, hey, I know you get 1,489,637 DMs per day, but this one's different. Or I want to see if you're open to a partnership, just like we said. Or hey, I know this is completely random, but you can also act like you're looking for a job and just say, hey, I'm looking for a job. I want to see if you guys have any positions available, and then go into your offer. You can even just make the whole message a question where you say, hey, if I said I can help you get offer, would you be interested? And then the next portion is you pitching your offer. Now I'm going to give you some offer examples for like real estate agents. So you would say, I've got 7 seller leads in the local area, and I want to see if I could send them your way. Or I can send you 7 seller leads in your local area if you're interested. And then we lead towards a call to action. Now for Facebook, Instagram, any social platform, the call to action needs to be a little more open, a little more broad. We do not want to close it off to say, hey, are you free for a chat sometime this week? We want to be like, are you open to chat? People are a little more open to a conversation on social platforms. If you're doing an email or an SMS, we want to have it closed-ended. We just want to ask yes or no questions. Can we chat maybe tomorrow at 10 a.m. EST? You want to ask that on an SMS, but on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, we want to say, are you open to chat, or would you be interested? So if we put the whole message together, intro, offer, call to action, hey, I just want to see if you guys had any positions available. I can bring you 7 seller leads per month if you can take them on. Are you open to chat? Or hey, I just want to see if you're open to a partnership. I can bring you 7 seller leads this month if you can take them on. Would you be open to that? So now that we have our message, we can go back into the DM tool. Again, the messages button, bulk DM list, add button. I'm going to try the bait and switch offer. So I'm going to say, hey, I know this is really random, but I want to see if you're open to a partnership. Now what we want to do is go back to our lead list and copy the usernames of all the people that we want to reach out to. Then go back into the automation Chrome extension and click the little robots. then click create robot. You can name your robot whatever you want to, and then I do DM by bulk. In section A, we're going to do custom users. This is the list of custom users that we want to reach out to, and then we're going to paste all the users that we just copied from our list. Then in section B, we're going to select bulk DM list. This is the message that we're going to send that we just added. And then in section 3, we have delay between DMs. I usually do between 5 and 10 minutes, 4 and 12 minutes, whatever you want. And then section 4 is just a pause delay. So after every 20 messages, I will pause for another 10 to 20 minutes. Then you can click save. Then whenever you want to start, you just click the plug button and it'll start sending those DMs. Now, what I found about Instagram, it is a little weird. It's maybe a little different for every account, but for me, for some reason, it'll let me send like 25 messages almost immediately, right? I can send like 25 messages back to back to back to back. But after 25, it'll kind of stop me. It won't let me do anymore. But then it'll let me do more, let's say 6 hours later, 8 hours later. So what I'll do is I'll do like some in the morning, 20 in the morning, and then I'll do like 25 at night, whatever, you know? So that might be a good way you can split it up. Some people I've seen where they'll send like 25, like 30 minutes in between each message, and it'll still cap you at 20 or 25, you know, something like that. Anyways, what I do, again, 25 in the morning, 25 at night, just let the automation do its thing. Something else you can do to increase the amount of people that are actually seeing your DMs is just by sending a message or putting a comment on their most recent post. And so what I'll do is I'll put a comment saying, hey, I just sent you a DM, smiley face, on their most recent post, and this will greatly increase the amount of people that are actually seeing the DM that you're sending. Now, what about your profile? Should you send from a business profile? Should you make it look professional? The first thing is no one really wants to talk to a company or an entity. They want to talk to an individual. It's like when you call Amazon or call like customer support on any company, and it's an automated system. You're like, I just want to talk to a human. So I wouldn't try to grow or maintain or send from a brand image or a brand name. So don't try to do that. The best thing you could do is send from a personal brand. Now, I actually tested this. I tested 3 different variations of an Instagram account. One was my personal Instagram account I've had since I was like 16 years old. It had about 800 followers, and it only had just photos of me, my family, my friends. Nothing special about it. Nothing at all said anything about business. And when I sent messages, I got a 15% response rate from that account. Then I created a fake account. I had a whole bunch of professional photos, professional images on there, and I bought 1 million followers. I actually made a video called I Bought a Million Followers. This account had 300,000 followers on the account at the time, and I sent messages from that account, and I got a 22% response rate with professional photos and 300,000 followers. And then I verified that account and tried to send more messages, and when I had a verified account with 300,000 followers from professional photos, I had a 28% positive reply rate. So we can almost double the amount of responses that we get just from having a professional profile with a lot of good photos, a lot of followers, and verification. But all 3 scenarios still worked. I still got a good amount of replies from a normal looking account. Now you can buy these followers for really cheap. You can buy like 10,000 followers for like 10 bucks. I was able to buy 10,000 followers for $1 for every 10,000 followers. It was crazy. Now I think the pricing has changed a little bit. I will give you some websites that I used. One website was morethanpanel.com and another website was smmfollows.com. They're kind of hard to use and understand, but it's pretty cheap. If you want a whole video on just like how to buy millions of followers, I can give you that video. Now I said I was going to give you 5 different strategies for getting clients, and I'm going to give you those 5 strategies, but so far I've given you one strategy, which is DMing people on Instagram. But when we're scraping from GrowMan, it'll give us 3 separate channels that we can reach out to. One is the Instagram account, and then also gives us an email account to send to and a phone number to send to. And really that turns into 4 strategies, because with a phone number we can do an SMS and a call. So we can easily get a ton more replies if we just do WhatsApp outreach or SMS outreach or email outreach to the same list that we're sending a DM to. So what I like to do is I will send the DMs to people, and then the same day after I've sent the message, I will send an SMS to them saying, hey, I just sent you a DM on Instagram, but I thought I would send you a text as well. And then just restate your offer. If they're outside your country, you can just use WhatsApp and just say the same thing. Hey, I just sent you a message on Instagram. I thought I would send you a message on WhatsApp, and then restate your offer. We can also send emails. That works extremely well as well. And we can reach out to them. Make sure you validate the email before you send. Once we have a validated email, we say, hey, I just sent you a DM to username, and I also just sent you a text to phone number. I wanted to see if I could reach out on email as well, and then restate your offer again. It's really, really hard to ignore you if you've touched base on 3 different platforms. And also what's great about the phone numbers that they give you is that a lot of them are mobile phone numbers of the owners themselves of the accounts, because usually they're meant to be texted anyway. So now what about posting on your Instagram? Now posting can do do two things for you. If you're actually trying to grow your audience and build your audience, then the types of posts I'm about to show you will easily turn your followers into buyers instantly. And the second thing is that it'll provide real value to the people that you're sending DMs to and build social proof. So when you're sending a DM to somebody, they see your profile, they see the valuable content that you're posting, they will know that you are legit, and you'll have a much easier time getting them onto a sales call because of the content that you're posting. Now, the one thing you're really trying to do when posting these things is really just trying to build status, make yourself look larger than life. And a lot of people, they do not want to do this because IG is so fake. Everyone's like, oh, everyone's posting their Lambos, everyone's posting their watches, and everything just looks so fake. But the only real reason they do this is because it works. I hate that too. I don't want to flex either. I literally have like $80,000 on my desk right here, right? But I don't go, hey, look at me, I've got it. Because it just looks arrogant, right? It looks like you're prideful when you do that. But the thing is, it portrays real value. It portrays, okay, this guy actually, why does he have $80,000 on his desk, right? What does he know that I don't know, you know? So it's the same for these business posts. We want to make ourselves look cool, but not just make ourselves look cool, but also provide value to them. And by value, when you're posting on Instagram, we can do a long form copy post. So what this is you'll just post a photo, and then beneath that photo, you'll give some value to them. And the way you do that is just by giving them advice, or giving them a strategy, or giving them a story, and then the wisdom that you learned from that story. So for example, I posted on Facebook 27 strategies I use to get clients. And I gave a brief overview of all 27 strategies that I use to give clients. And a lot of people really love that post. I posted a photo of me in my apartment a couple months ago, and it was a carousel. So it showed photos of me when I was getting started, photos of me struggling throughout this journey. And in the post, I gave some wisdom, my story of how I got here so far, and some of the things I learned along the way. And that really resonated with a ton of people. I wasn't really asking for anything, but it really resonated with people, and it got me a ton of leads. What you usually want to do is you want to give value. You want to say, hey, this is the strategies I use to get clients. You can do blah, 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 blah. Or here's the 3 tips that I use to maximize my performance every single day. Here's the 5 tips I use to close 10 deals per day, whatever. And then at the end, you're going to ask for a call to action. You're going to say, if you want me to help you close 10 deals per day, you can book a call below by, here's a link, right? Or you can DM me 10 closed deals per day, and I will send you a PDF on how to blah, blah, blah. We can also post on our stories, obviously, and stories usually get more attention than regular posts. Now, the easiest thing that we can post on our stories to get us a ton of clients really quickly is literally just testimonials. People will eat these up. If you post a screenshot of a client getting results, or a screenshot of your client saying something to you, or your results, or what you're getting, just any sort of screenshot, any sort of picture of, hey, look, this is what we are doing. This is how successful I am, how successful my clients are, whatever it is. Every single time I post something like this, again, I don't really have a ton of followers, the people that follow me for business purposes on my Instagram. But every single time I post something like this, I always get people reaching out to me saying, how does he do it? How do you do it? How do I get started? How would I do that? As soon as you post a testimonial, everyone thinks that they're missing out, right? This guy has something that I don't have. This guy knows something that I don't know. How do I get that, right? It works every single time, okay? Another strategy is using a direct call to action story. This is where you just post text saying, hey, I'm helping 10 real estate agents close 10 deals in the next 30 days guaranteed. Is anybody interested? DM me, blah, 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 below. And then they can click to DM and they can start a conversation from there. That works extremely well as well. Another one is long form videos on stories. You're kind of just making a 1 to 2, you can make it 5 to 10 minute video on the story itself, and you basically are just telling a story, right? You want to hook them within the first story, and you'll say something like, here's exactly how I made $10,957 yesterday. I did 3 main things that helped me get to this point. Number 1, and then the next story is, here's what I did. I did blah, 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 blah. Number 2, next story, blah, 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 right? And then on the third one, you say, if you want me to send you a PDF on all 10 strategies that I use, you can DM me blah, blah, blah below, and I will send you that list, whatever. Now, what's great about these stories is that if you go on long enough, right, if you do 4 or 5 stories back to back to back, then even if people don't DM you, you will get DMs from that. It works really well. But even if they don't DM you, people that have watched till like the 3rd or the 4th video, you know that they were engaged enough to keep watching. And so you can reach out to them saying, hey man, did you have any questions about the thing that you were watching? Now there's reels and short form content. I think that is a whole different ball game. I'm not going to get too much into that right here. I think it is the best way of getting discovered on Instagram right now, but Instagram discovery is pretty difficult. I really don't think it's as worth your time as just doing YouTube videos. I think you can have more discovery on YouTube and get better clients from YouTube. So I focus all my attention on long form content, not short form on like, TikTok or YouTube. I was able, and I say that from someone that was able to grow TikTok accounts really fast. I've grown 2 TikTok accounts to 20,000 followers overnight. I know how to do it. I know how easy it is, but the reason I don't do it is because both times that I was able to grow like 50,000 followers, it did not turn into any real success, right? No real money came from that. But if you want to do short form, a really good idea is literally just stealing ideas from other competitors and copying their success, right? So if you look at any of the influencers that are in your space, look at their top performing reel, top performing TikTok, and just literally copy that. Now copy it in your own way, do it the way that you would do it, right? It's like any of the people that do the dances, right? And they're just doing the dance, but they're just doing it in their own way, right? And they'll still get millions of views along with everybody else that's doing that dance. I call it catching the wave. There's also a really extremely good idea is catching waves from different mediums. So what I mean by that is like if something's really popular on YouTube, you want to apply that really popular YouTube idea on TikTok or on short form. That can work extremely well. Or copying something on TikTok and applying it to YouTube. So you can look at other influences in your space or just on YouTube in general and just look at their most popular videos and just try to mimic that in a short form way. But again, even if you go viral on TikTok or on any of those short form content platforms, it does not equal money. I've had millions of people see my face on TikTok and all that stuff, and it did not turn into $1 for me. Now I'm focusing on actually getting higher quality views, getting people that are actually interested in my services, only getting a couple thousand views per video, but I make way more money. I know for a fact I could have easily gotten to 1 million followers on TikTok by now, but the reason I chose this route because I knew I would make more money with this route rather than that route. It's about the quality of the viewer, not the quantity of viewers for me. That is all the systems I use to get high paying clients on Instagram. Here's a full in-depth overview of how to do LinkedIn outreach to get clients. So I'm going to go over everything in this one video, how to grab your list, how to connect with people, what to say in your offer, how to pitch the message, and how to automate all this so it's really easy for you. So the first thing we're going to go over is the profile. The first thing we need is a clear, clean photo of yourself. Your profile is not as important as you think it is. A lot of people put like hours and hours and hours into their profile. We want to think of the 80-20 rule, right? What's the 20% that's the most important? 80% of it is just fluff. A lot of people like the bio, all the content that you put in, and the about section, like making the about section super long, just an autobiography of yourself. That's not important to do. All we really need is to make it look like we're not a scam trying to reach out to somebody and that we're a real person. So one thing that's really important is having a good photo of yourself, right? If it has no profile photo, you automatically assume it's a fake profile. So clear, clean photo of yourself, a decent bio. So we have a bio here. There's a few different ways you can do this. One way is having, make it direct to the audience you're reaching out to. So you don't want to say, I help businesses grow through marketing. You do not want to say that because nobody resonates with that at all. We want to reach out to specifically to them. So if I say, I help roofing companies get 10 roofing jobs per month, right? Let's just say that was the offer. You want to say that within the bio. But sometimes what you can do to get a higher acceptance rate, what I've seen some people in my group do, I'll give credit to Abdullah for showing me this. He was reaching out to mortgage brokers, and he had in his bio mortgage consultant. Now, he just said he's a mortgage consultant, and when he's reaching out to mortgage brokers, they assume, oh, this is another mortgage broker. He's just like me. And so they'll connect with them more. And so if you have more people connecting with you, you have more people in your audience, you have more people that you can reach out to. But he was really just trying to pitch them, you know? And so if you say, I help mortgage brokers get 10 new mortgages per month using blah, 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 they're going to see that bio and they're probably not going to connect with you as much just because they think that you're automatically going to pitch them as soon as they accept your connection request, which you are going to do. And so if you just say, I'm a mortgage consultant, they're going to think that you're one of them. So if you're reaching out to a real estate agent, you can say, I'm a real estate consultant. Or you're reaching out to roofing companies, I'm a roofing consultant, you know. And so they're maybe a little more likely to accept you if you do that. That's just something you can test. But just think about that. Make sure the bio is related to the audience. But again, it's not crazy important. It is important to have it, I think, at least for the bio, but not an about section, not a whole bunch of content. It doesn't really matter as much, okay? Cool. No one's sitting around your profile 24/7 looking at what you're doing. Basic overview. A website might be good, but again, if you do not have a website and you're just getting started, don't even worry about a website. Like it's not that important. Cool. All right. So going into automation tools, there are several automation tools out there. It's hard to know which one's the best. So I try to look at the price per value ratio. So the value we're looking for here is if the automation tool lets us get past the LinkedIn limits and send a lot more connection requests and messages. So LinkedIn has a limit of 100 connection requests per week. There are some tools that have unique methods of surpassing this limit. So we want to look at if a tool can actually do that, how many connection requests it can actually do, and what's the daily limit, what's the weekly limit, and all that. So as of now, I am using we-connect.io, and they let you pass the limit and do about 500 to 700 actions per week. Now that's not connection requests, but just actions total. It can let you do 700 connection requests or like 100 per day, 80 per day, whatever. But helps me get past the LinkedIn limit, which is, 20 per day, 100 per week, So we just want to use a tool that helps us do that, because only being able to do 100 per week is almost, you're probably not going to get anything out of it. It's like it's just kind of worthless, So, and just to note as well, LinkedIn is cracking down on automation tools. So if you start using any tool, or even if you just start doing a lot of activity manually, they're probably going to ask you to ID verify your account. So they're not going to let you use your account until you ID verify. It usually takes a week to do. You just submit a photo of your ID, and then after a week, they'll ID verify it, where now you can do whatever you want on your account, and you can send as many messages as you want. Well, you still have your limits, but they won't really ban your account or do anything like that. So anyways, you can set up an account on WeConnect.io. There is a 14-day free trial. I recommend just trying that. And here we have a dashboard, just what's going on, whatever, just a brief overview. You have contacts, which you can go into. There's messages. This is basically just your inbox on LinkedIn in one place on here, which is cool. You have campaigns, which is kind of important. The LinkedIn accounts that you have set up within WeConnect, which usually you're only going to be using one. Reports, and your folders, which is your saved lists, and we'll go into that in a second as well. So that is WeConnect. First thing we want to do is create a list. That's the first part, because if we don't have a good list, then nothing else really matters. And so we want to find who our target audience is. So let's just say we're targeting roofing companies. First thing we want to think about is we don't want to do like the plural spelling of something. So what some people do is they'll put in like nail salons, right? But nail salons, no one puts, hey, I own a nail salons, right? They say, I own a nail salon, right? And so you have to kind of think about these things when you're actually creating these lists. And so you'll say nail salon, or sometimes if you just say nail, because sometimes they call it a nail bar or a nail spa, right? So nail salon, nail bar, nail spa. And so if I just click, or if I put in nail rather than any of those other things, then I'll probably get all the nail salons, the bars, the spas. And so it'll be a little easier for me to actually capture all the data that I want to, all the people that are in that search, you know? So first thing we want to do is go to LinkedIn, go to the search bar right here, and then look up whatever your keyword is. So we're going to say roofing. Then what's going to happen is you're going to have a whole bunch of different options within LinkedIn, but we're going to go to people specifically because we're trying to scrape certain people. So click on people. It has 411,000 people within the roofing search. So we have a whole bunch of things we can do. Location was one of the important things. I only want to target United States, right? And we can go a little even deeper into this in a second. But also, I don't want to target people that just work at a roofing company. I want to target, or someone that's an HR representative, or someone that's does accounting. I want to target people that own the roofing company, because that's who I'm trying to reach out to. So you're going to go into all filters, scroll all the way down, and you have title filters. So we're going to use this to find the owners and the founders and the CEOs. Now we're going to do something called a Boolean search. This allows us to search multiple keywords at the same time. You can use the keyword and or the keyword or. So and or, right? Using the keyword and means it's going to show you profiles that match all the keywords that you have within the search. Using the keyword or will show you any profile that has one or more of the keywords that you have in the search. So for an example, if we're looking up roofing and solar companies, it's going to show us people that have both roofing and solar. If I say roofing or solar companies, it's going to show us people that have roofing or solar, right? Pretty simple enough. So I'm going to do owner, or we want to do capital OR, or founder, or capital OR, CEO. So this has anybody that has owner or founder or CEO. If we did owner and founder and CEO, they have to have all three of those titles in order for them to show up. So here we've narrowed it down to 53,000 people. I'll zoom in a little bit just so you can see. 53,000 people within this search, which is great. That's plenty of people in the United States. Now we want to narrow it down a little bit because LinkedIn will only show us 1,000 people per search, because we can only scrape up to 100 pages and we can only see 10 people per page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? So 10 times 100 is 1,000 people. And so if I scrape all these people, and put it into WeConnect, it's going to give me the first 1,000. But then if I do a refresh and do it all over again, it's only going to give me the first 1,000 again. Right? It's going to show me the same 1,000 people out of the 53,000 people that we have here. So we need to narrow the search down and break it into 1,000 people chunks, And so if we have 53,000 people, we have 50 states. So let's just go into a specific state like Ohio. So we're going to try to narrow it down as close to 1,000 as we can get it. 2,300 people, that's close enough, I guess. I'd like it to get lower, but that's enough. We can take this and we can put it into WeConnect. So you can take this link, boom, copy that, go to WeConnect. You go to your lists, add a new list via a LinkedIn search. You can click on that, paste your link, list name, roofing, Ohio, CEO, owner, founder, whatever you want to call it, and then import list. We don't need to do first connections, just second and third connections. Save and import. Cool. It's going to take a little while for it to actually import, but that's something that you can do. Anyways, next thing is we have Sales Navigator That's something else you can add on top of this as a function. I do kind of recommend it. It depends on what you're trying to do, but I do recommend it because LinkedIn will limit your search if you do not have Sales Navigator. So it's $99 a month, but if you do not have Sales Navigator, basically, here I can go to page 4, I can see all these people, I can go to page 100 and see all the people, but LinkedIn will limit you if you're not paying them. If you don't have Sales Navigator, they're not going to let you. They're not going to show you all these people for some reason, And so if you pay for Sales Navigator, you can do as many searches as you want on LinkedIn, but also you have Sales Navigator, which is a completely separate lead finding tool. So you go to lead filters here, and you have a whole bunch of more just different types of filters that you can use for your search. And you can also, on Sales Navigator, if you do a search on here, you can search 2,500 people because you have 25 people per search that you do. So there's 25 people right here. And then you have 100 pages total. So 25 times 100 is 2,500 people. Cool. So that is Sales Navigator. Now to use that, something that you can do is we can just go to current job title and we can do owner, founder, and CEO. You can also do seniority level. So we can do owner, partner, whatever, and find people in there. You also do people that are in a specific location. So North America or Ohio, just all that stuff. You can also have company headcount. There's a whole bunch of other filters that you can use that aren't within the normal LinkedIn search. So just something to be aware of. Now, you can get the LinkedIn free trial. You can use it for 30 days. They do make you enter a credit card information into there. I found a little hack where you can look up LinkedIn Sales Navigator account on Fiverr, and you can find someone selling the subscription to $25 to $35. And you just give them the email that you use for LinkedIn, and they'll activate your LinkedIn Sales Navigator account within a few hours. So I click on here, Fiverr. I just look up LinkedIn Sales Navigator account. I can't put a link in the description below because anytime I put a link, it goes away or whatever. They change the link, so it doesn't work, and everybody gets mad at me. So look up LinkedIn Sales Navigator account on LinkedIn or on Fiverr, and you will see people saying, "I will LinkedIn Sales Navigator active for business growth." Obviously, they're not from the U.S., but you'll also want to find one that already has reviews. So they have 16 reviews at 5 stars, $25. So it's probably legit. This one's another one, 16 reviews, 5 stars. I'll activate LinkedIn Sales Navigator account for sales leads. So you want to do that one. There's also people that will find leads for you. So this one says, I will do targeted lead generation using LinkedIn Sales Navigator. So they're going to get lead lists for you. You don't want to do this one because they're not actually giving you LinkedIn Sales Navigator for your account. They're just getting the lead list for you. So you don't do that. So something like this. Cool. All right. Next up, we were kind of already went over how to scrape leads. And we put them into WeConnect, which is great. Now we want to create a campaign. There are several different types of campaigns you can create. The ones I'm going to focus on is connection request campaign and email campaign. Connection request campaigns are just sending a connection request to someone, and the automation will automatically connect with the prospect and then message them once they connect with you. Email campaign allows you to send messages directly to open profiles without having to connect with them first. Open profiles, it means that anyone can message that person. You can switch your profile into an open profile or a closed profile within the LinkedIn settings. So we can start with creating a connection request campaign. We're going to go to WeConnect. We have campaigns right here. Add new. Name the campaign. Call it roofing. And we can also import a LinkedIn search right here. So we can click, we can go to this LinkedIn link and import it this way. Or we can also use our saved lists. We can do roofing, saved list that we already have, and click continue. Now we have a couple different options that we can use. So we have follow them first, invite them to connect, like their post, or visit their profile. We're going to do just a basic invite to connect. You can do an invite message. I recommend you don't do that. I've seen that it hurts connection rate if you ask to, if you have a message within the connection invite. So let's see if I have anybody in my network that wants to, So if you have it right here where you have this thing, now this one, he personalized it because he said, I like your YouTube videos, but I don't want to, usually you're a little less likely to connect with them because you think that they're going to actually pitch you, which usually they are. So just don't add anything in there, right? Just have it blank where it's like this, or you can accept them like that, right? Cool. So that's the first step. We don't need this. And then we're going to click on to the next step. Step number 2. We're going to wait 1 day. I don't like waiting too long, 1 or 2 days. And we're going to do a follow-up message. So this is the message that we're going to send to them. And we're going to put our copy into here. I'm not going to put, I'll show you what copy to use, but we'll just put copy in there for now. Save. Select action, do nothing, like a post. Yeah. All right, cool. Save, and then the next action after that is another follow-up message, and we'll do 2 days after the first message, and we'll say, did you get my last message, right? And you keep adding follow-ups as much as you want to. Next, whatever, and save, and then you can kind of go from there. Cool. Now, going into the copy, I have several videos on how to create really good outreach copy, but I'll go over some basic points within this video. You always want to reach out with the end result in mind. What are they going to get out of the service that you're providing for them? You want to make the offer seem like there is no risk involved to them, so you don't want anything to include something about price, or even we don't even want to say something like, hey, we'll give you your money back, because that implies I have to give you money up front. And so we want to think about these things. So I want it to seem like we're just going to hand them over some leads, or we want to partner with them in some way, and stuff like that. We also want to have a subtle call to action, and we want it to make it just kind of open-ended. So a lot of times in other platforms like in email, we want to be a little more direct and say, are you free for a chat sometime this week? But on LinkedIn, we want to have it a little more open to a conversation. So are you interested? Are you open to chat? A lot of social profiles, people are a little more open to having a conversation. And usually, if you ask them directly, hey, do you want to hop on a call? And they say yes, and you ask for a call, hey, here's a link to book a call with me. Usually they won't book a call as, sometimes they will book a call, but then they won't show up to the call. Or usually they'll see the link, but they'll never book the call. And so it's like they just fall off easier if you just go directly to, hey, do you want to hop on a call? Yes, I do. All right, here's a link, book a call here. They usually just don't convert. So what I like to do, open it up for a conversation, and I have a whole video on how to turn DMs into closed deals. If you want to watch that video in my free course. Anyways, so there are several ways you can approach the outreach, but we have, here's one that I like. I have 4 ones that I'll kind of show you as examples. Hey, I've got 12 companies that are in need of your marketing help. Are you free for chat sometime this week? So you could say the same thing for roofing companies. I've got 12 people that need a roofing job this month in your local area, in your city, which is a variable that you can add. Are you open to chat? Are you free to chat sometime this week? Or in your case, you would say, are you open to chat, right? So this is going out as if you already have the end result being more roofing jobs, the end result of what they want, and we're acting like we already have it. So sometimes people see this as a little bait and switchy. They don't really like doing this. They feel like it's lying in some way. Usually people understand that this is a marketing message. They understand that you don't actually have 12 people ready to go, that you're just pitching them an offer. And so usually they're pretty open to a conversation. But sometimes they will think, oh, then just send over those 12 people. Yeah, go ahead, send them over. Give me their phone numbers. And then in that case, it kind of gets awkward because you're like, okay, I don't actually have 12 people, but I have a system that can get you 12 people. Anyways. Next one is partnering up. I really like this one. Hey, David, I love what your YouTube, so this is a personalization first line right here, but you don't have to do this. Love what you're doing on YouTube videos. You deserve a lot more views. Wanted to see if you're open to a simple partnership on something. I've got a system to consistently get restaurants interested in my marketing services, but I can't take them on anymore. I wanted to see if you could take on some of these sales calls and you can sell them your coaching services. Let me know if you're open to chat sometime this week. Thanks. So you can say something like, I have a system. I want to see if you're open to a partner up. I've got a system that can consistently get me roofing jobs in whatever city they're in. So in Miami, Florida, I want to see if you could take them on. Are you free for chat sometime this week? And you can sell them on your services. Something like that. Next up, that one works really well. This one works pretty well too, especially if you're starting out. This one works well. It's not really advised if you're, already in the game, but it's any positions available. Hey, Emil, wanted to see if you have any SDR positions available at Set Up Social. That's his company name. I've worked with dozens of companies over the last 3 years. I usually get 120 appointments using my SDR direct outreach strategies. I want to see if you had any room on your team. So this is specific to what I do, but if it was you, you can say, I want to see if you have any room available on your marketing team at your roofing company or at company name. I've worked with several other roofing companies. I've usually gotten this many jobs before. And so if you're just getting started, you can act like you're looking for a job. This kind of removes risk in a way where you're not really implying that you're removing risk. You're not really coming up saying, hey, I'm removing risk. You don't have to pay me anything. But you're removing risk by just saying, I just want to be your employee. I want to work for you. And so they put themselves in the authority position because you're coming to them asking for help, right? You're wanting a handout. And so as an agency, a lot of people look at agencies in a really weird way where they think, oh, they're scammers. They just want money, all this stuff. But an employee, you have to pay them every week or every 2 weeks. There is no guarantee with an employee. There's no document you have to sign to guarantee any certain results. And you can leave anytime as an employee, right? And so you're not legally obligated to stay on as an employee for anybody. And so you can literally just get 4 jobs as a contractor or a freelancer for a roofing company and you're going to do their marketing work for them, but then they're just another one of your clients, you know. That's just some way you can look at it. For some reason, people are way more responsive if you're acting like an employee rather than acting like an agency. So anyways, next up, I know you probably get 101,583,464 messages per week, but hear me out. I've got an automated system to get you at least 40 appointments per month. No retainer, no setters, no paid ads. If it doesn't work, you don't pay anything. Open a chat. Now, I don't recommend you guys. I mean, you can use this one, but a lot of times people screw this up, especially when you're starting out. You think you got a fancy message and you think it's going to be really good, but a lot of times, every time I talk to somebody that's starting out and they give me this cool message and they think that, you know, I'm going to love it, whatever. Hey, Carson, check out my message. It usually sucks because you guys, you just don't see certain things that I see, but so I probably wouldn't do this one. You can if you want to. Here I have the direct offer. Hey, I'm going to help you get this end result with this system or mechanism. And we have no pain, right? So we have no monthly retainer, no setter, no paid ads. So we're removing risk for them by saying that. Are you open to chat sometime this week, right? And we're also removing risk by saying if it doesn't work, you don't pay anything. So just an idea, but I don't recommend you doing that if you're just starting out because a lot of times you screw up on that. There's also a whole bunch of other strategies you can use. You can just say, hey, if I said I can get you 10 roofing jobs this month, would you be interested? Or something like, there's several different other outreach copies that you can do, but those are just some examples. Now for follow-up messages, I really just try to make it look like I'm just nudging them, trying to get them to believe that I'm really just a person trying to get a hold of them. So I'll say something like, did my last message go through? Or third time's a charm, I'm a real human, LOL. I just found your website online and I wanted to reach out. I help niche get end results, so I help roofing companies get more roofing jobs. Let me know if you're interested, or I'll just keep following up with you. So that works pretty well for me. Now, email campaigns, this is a little different, but you can go to your saved lists that we have here, and when we connect, I really like email campaigns because it's really reaching out directly to the open profiles, and we do not have to worry about connecting with them first. We can just reach out directly to them. So, folder, saved lists. We have this one here. Okay, roofing, whatever. It's only had 40 people because it takes forever to get people going in there, but we'll go to another list. This one, test LinkedIn, right? And you can go to filters here and go to only people that have open profiles. And it's going to show you only the ones with open profiles. And then we can save this as its own separate list. So I'm going to do save list, and we can do open profiles roofing. And I spelled it wrong. Profiles roofing. And click save. So now we have a list of people that are only open profiles, and we can send like as many of these as we want to. And we can go to campaigns back here. New campaign, and open profile campaign. Now what's important about this is that it will only work if everyone in the list is an open profile. If there's one person in the list that isn't an open profile, it won't let you do this. We do open profiles roofing, which is the list that we just created. Continue. Select action. We have in-mail messages. Now this only shows up if everybody in the list is an open profile. As I said, this didn't show up the last campaign that we did. So we click in-mail message, and we can just say our in-mail message, hey, just wanted to see if you were interested in a partnership, right? So you say that, save, and you can add, you can't do multiple in-mail messages. You can only send one in-mail message per person, but then you can connect with them if you want to, invite to connect, and then say another message, hey, sent you an in-mail, right? But I don't really recommend doing that, or at least put the message in there, and then you can add another wait timer. After 1 day, we want to do a follow-up message if they connect with you, blah, 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 and that's it, right? Cool. So that's how you create an in-mail campaign, and that is how you use LinkedIn to get clients, right? So make some money. I hope this helped you guys. All right, today we're going to go over how to run LinkedIn ads. So I'm not going to act like the LinkedIn ad expert here, but I have spent a couple $1,000s in here. I'm going to show you exactly what I've learned, what worked and what didn't work. And I think this can work really well for people that have money and you're ready to scale up certain things. If you don't have money, I wouldn't test this. It's going to cost a couple $100s just to test. Now, this is very contrary to all my other strategies where I kind of talk about I hate ads, I hate running ads, and I don't want to, because the problem with a lot of ad platforms is that they'll shut you down. There's a lot of stuff you have to, there's like so many variables in the air at any given time, which is kind of annoying, right? Now it is scalable, but you know, I have some friends that they make a ton of money from ads, but they just say it's not even as scalable as you might think. Like there's a certain threshold to where you just can't go past. So that's why I like cold outreach, because it's very linear, and it's like what you get out of it is what you put into it. And so if I send out 200 messages, I know I'm going to get this many responses back, right? It's very clear, what the response rate is going to be based on our, KPIs. So anyways, why I liked this strategy, LinkedIn ads, is because it's basically just cold outreach, but as an ad platform. So it's just LinkedIn messages, but you're paying per message that you sent out. And so a lot of people, they try to scale with, how do I have 10 LinkedIn accounts and try to have 10 Sales Navigator accounts on the 10 LinkedIn accounts and blah, 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 and be able to send so many per day. And the problem with that is that LinkedIn makes it harder and harder every day to create multiple accounts and all that jazz. They make it harder and harder to send out more and more messages. They don't want you to send a ton of messages from your account because it hurts the user experience. But if you're willing to pay them, then they're pretty open to that. And so if we're willing to pay for that, then it's like trying to scale LinkedIn and send out 10,000 messages is extremely hard. And I think doing that on ads at 25 cents, I think that would be $2,500, right, total, to send out 10,000 messages at 25 cents per message, right, something like that. And so that's a lot cheaper, or it seems a lot more simple than trying to create 10 accounts, and send out 10,000 or 10 accounts. You would need a lot more than 10 accounts to send out 10,000 messages in a month, So just keep that in mind. That's why we're doing this. That's why I like the strategies, because it's an ad platform that's basically just cold outreach, which I'm really good at cold outreach. I'm not really good at ads. So anyways, all right. So what I found doing this was that the average cost per call was about $75 on a good campaign. So I've had other friends I talked to that do LinkedIn ads. They said it was like $50 to $100 per call as well on good campaigns. But there's other campaigns I ran where I got zero out of it. So I would spend $250 and like nothing would come out of it, right? So I wouldn't do this unless you're ready to waste a couple $100, maybe a couple $1,000 before it actually starts working for you. So keep that in mind. Like with any ad platform, you want to test a whole bunch of things to see what works best. Now the average cost percent, as I said, was about 25 cents. And I'm going to show you the ads that worked for me and the ads that didn't work for me, so that you can see maybe why they didn't work or why they did work, and blah, blah, blah. Okay. So I'm going to go, when you're on LinkedIn, you can just go to advertising. So I go LinkedIn here and click on advertise at the top there, and that'll take you to the ads manager. You want to go to account settings and billing to add your billing method before you start, because you won't be able to do that or be able to start the ads until you add your billing method. So do that. And then what's next? We're going to go to advertise. This button here that just says advertise. I have a couple campaigns. I'm going to go my performance from here to here, update. They're showing all the ads. So you can see about $1,100 spent so far. All the calls I've gotten were actually pretty good quality. I'm pretty sure all of them actually showed up from this. And so it actually worked pretty well. But we're going to start this one. I'm going to show you this one. Oops, nope, not that. So this is like the ad set level. And then this is, all right, no, so that's the group. This is kind of like the ad set level, and then there's individual ads. And so I spent $500 on this total, and I guess it was just this one ad. Okay, let me see. Edit. I just want to show you like what was actually in the ad. Okay, here we go. What's up, dog? Yeah, this one actually did work pretty well. So this one, yeah, was about $70 per call. And here's the script. Hey, sorry for the random message. I'm just trying to do some market research and talk to some people in the industry. I've been trying to see what the pains and problems are and what people want more of, to come up with better offers for myself. I help agencies do blah, blah, blah. Would love to chat, and I'll send you a gift card or something. I don't know. Let me know. And this one, I got calls, and it was just people that were like, we're just sharing info, I guess. And so obviously this is not like booking calls to actually get clients. And it was like $75 per call. And so obviously you probably wouldn't want to do this because it's just random calls for no reason. But obviously a lot of the conversations did turn into, hey, how can I help you? Because it looks like I had one guy, it was like a really interesting call. I had one guy that was, one lady actually did want to move forward, and I just didn't want to work with her at the time. One guy was he was a race car driver. He was a NASCAR truck driver, and he wanted to get funding to be able to do the races this year, and he needed like $600,000 in sponsorships to be able to do that. Pretty expensive, and I don't really know how to help them with that, honestly. But Anyways, that was that campaign. It worked pretty well in terms of just getting calls in general. Now, I had other campaigns that worked better in terms of getting quality calls, people that are actually like ready to buy, you know. And so that was the one campaign I ran a couple months ago. All right. So then in February, I tested a few things. Again, not that one. I was trying to test like 3 or 4 ads. I was actually, I think 4 or 5 ads, but only 3 of them went through. It was weird. Like the ones that I did, like, let's do crazy offer. This is the one that I didn't think was going to get approved at all, but this one was actually the best performing one. And so I'm going to show you what the ad was. Hopefully, can I show you what the ad was? Next. Okay. Can I click into that? So here's the, or not, message. Here we go. All right. I don't know why it changes from this side to this side. All right. Here's a message. Yo, first name. I know you hate ads as much as I hate paying for them, but I've got a very serious offer for you with this little face there. I've got a system I use to get 120 appointments a month. I'll show you how it works. I'll book you appointments for you within 1 hour. If I don't, I'll pay you $4,000. You don't have to pay me anything up front. I'll show you how it works first. And if you like it, you pay per qualified appointment that shows up. Don't leave me hanging. If you could do me a solid and help bring down my cost per click by booking a call with me, you can book a call here. Boom. Love you. P.S. Maybe we can get a grilled cheese sometime soon. IDK, just an idea. Now, this was like just the craziest thing I could possibly think of. And I thought that this wasn't going to get approved, but this is like the first ad that got approved, and all the other ones like gave me issues. So it's pretty interesting that this got approved. And this one actually worked the best out of all of them, which I kind of figured it would happen, because obviously this is way different than anything else you would see on LinkedIn. That's why I knew that it was going to work. And again, cost per call on these was about, I think, $60 per call, so a little lower. I can show you if I can go back here, show you like the charts on this. So again, this one is the crazy offer one. I'm going to do view summary here. And we can see if I look at performance. Now there's clicks and there's impressions, whatever. It doesn't show anything here. You have to go all the way down because we're a different type of ad. So it's like sends, so it shows us how many sends we did. So 949, and then, opens 564. So about half of them open it. And then cost per open is about 45 cents per open. Cost per send, open rate, 27 cents per send. And then click to open rate. Oh yeah, so people that opened it and then clicked it, I think that's what that means. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, anyways. So I got maybe 4 or 5 calls, 5 or 6 calls. It was like $65 per call. And I'll show you kind of how I tracked that too as well. All right, we went over that. I'm going to show you some of the other ads that actually didn't perform well so that you can actually just see them. Crazy offer. Okay, this one, partnership coaching ad. Let's see what this one was. Edit. I think this one was just reaching out to the coaching industry and just saying, hey, I just want to see if you're open to a partnership. I've got a system to book you 120 appointments. I'll do it for completely free on commission. I think I could easily get you blah, blah, blah. I don't think anyone booked on this one at all. And so I spent $200 and it just didn't work at all. And that's the thing, is like sometimes it just doesn't work. And so now maybe if I kept it running, I could have gotten a booked appointment, but after $200 of, doing more, that'd be one call every $250. Maybe not, nobody's going to say, it depends on the industry, but it probably isn't worth it, right? Crazy offer. And then this one, let's see. I think this one this one was to business brokers. I did get a couple calls with this one. I think 1 or maybe 2. So it was like $100 to $200 per call. I think I only just got 1. And it was a good quality call, and the guy actually was interested in moving forward. And I'll show you what this one was. Hey, I know you don't know me. Oh, this is the same thing basically, but as the crazy offer, but in this one I just do specifically towards business brokers. I've got a system I'm using for business brokers to get 120 appointments per month with businesses that are looking to sell. You don't have to pay me anything up front, and you pay per qualified lead. And I'll be 100% honest, this is what I'm trying to do. And I go step by step exactly what I'm trying to sell. I don't think this is probably the best idea, is I went really in depth of like, hey, this is what I want to charge, and then $100 per appointment, and you get to determine what qualified. Like I just go really in depth. But I probably want to do that again. I probably would just do keep them on their toes, say pay per qualified appointments. You don't pay anything up front. Book a call here, and then go from there. But this one, I just wanted to lay out everything, and so that maybe if people did book, even if the cost per call was higher, they knew exactly what they were getting into as soon as they booked the calls, so they would be open to moving forward. So if I got it to work, they know that the price is going to be $900 and then $90 per appointment. Like, they already know that. So just an idea that I was trying. So anyways, that's it. So the crazy offer worked the best. The crazy script, just going off the wall, telling jokes, having memes, or having emojis in there, blah blah blah, did work better for me. And so I guess I would lean more towards that. And we're going to go over how to actually just create a campaign. Again, I'm not going to act like the ads expert here, but we have to create a group first. So I'm going to create a campaign here. And then target is lead generation next. Then it's going to ask you for a streamlined campaign or classic. Do classic. For some reason, the streamlined campaign, it doesn't let you do the messaging ads. So I'm going to call this test video. The budget. This is the budget of the overall campaign. I don't think you have to do that here, so just don't worry about the budget on this thing. I'm going to go next. And then this is where we start building an ad. So we can, let's just say I want to target real estate agents and I want to sell them real estate photography. A friend of mine is doing that, so let's do that. RE photography, RE agents, and then the offer is going to be free photos, something like that. Okay. So this is the targeting. There's a few ways you can do this, and so you can do the United States, but then there's a whole bunch of things you can do, like audience attributes, what company do they work for, what's their job experience, all that jazz. Now you can't, what's cool about LinkedIn is that it's pretty easy to scrape LinkedIn, and so you can kind of upload your own audience. So you can do audiences here and then list upload, or you can do a lookalike audience, but you can do list upload, contact list, upload list. Oops, no, not company list, contact list. And here, as you see, I upload a list of cleaning companies, I upload a list of business brokers. It's kind of annoying doing this because you have to download their template and then you have to format the data to their template. But I just scraped a list from cold info, got all the contacts I wanted, and then I just uploaded them as a template to here. And it takes a couple hours to actually load, but you can use it as a custom list, right? So cleaning list test, right? Well, let's just say I want to find real estate agents, though. I'm just doing this as we go, so I have no clue what I'm doing here. In terms of let's say try to find real estate agents. Let's do company. That's a specific company name, company category. Actually, let's do this. Company category, real estate. Oh no, this is stupid, right? Company category, and they put just LinkedIn editor's top choice, whatever. We don't want that. Company connections, followers, growth rate, industry. Here we go. Company industry. Now, usually industry, real estate. Real estate's pretty limited. Real estate, maybe. There we go. Okay, so their company is real estate. Let's do job titles, real estate agent. Real estate agents, licensed real estate agents, commercial real estate agent, all that. Cool. And then we can see our total target is 5 million. That's a lot. So let's actually remove this. 1.3 million. Okay, cool. That's probably accurate. I think there's a total of 2 million real estate agents and probably 1 million of them on LinkedIn. So cool. Now I have real estate agents. Again, if you want to get more narrow, this is probably not the best place to go narrow because you can't, if I do a regular LinkedIn search, I can look up a specific function. So I can go coach, right? And you could do job title is coach, but what if I want to do coach and is an author? It's hard to do that on the LinkedIn ads thing. So you can scrape from here and then get their emails and phone numbers using any tool. So you can use Apollo or Cold Info, whatever, and then you just scrape it and then you upload that as a custom audience to the ads, which is pretty cool. All right, awesome. And the bigger the audience size is, the cheaper it is going to be per click, and so you can keep that in mind. So if we're only targeting, I was targeting business brokers, and there's maybe 10,000 of them in the United States, and maybe 6,000 of them on LinkedIn, and so not very many of them, and so the cost per click is going to be higher because of that. Okay, all right. The format you can do, obviously all these other ones, but we just want to do message. You can also do conversation. This is if the message is just sending a message and then they just fill out a form or they just click on your link, right? The conversation is would you be interested in this? Type yes or no. It's like a bot, yes or no. And they click on the yes button, then it says something else. and then it qualifies them and all that jazz. I don't really like doing that. I just want to go straight to the call. So just a message button where I ask them for a call. Okay, budget. I did like $100 a day, but you can do whatever you want, I guess. Start on today, and then we can obviously set an end date. So I want to end after a week so that I only send out this much, or spend a maximum amount of lifetime budget, of $500 total, right? Now, it's asking you to create a conversion tracking so it knows, if something's happening on the website, or like knowing the conversions. I don't really get too much into this. Like, again, I don't want to learn all this stuff about tracking or the ads side of things. And so I just tracked a different way, which was just having different calendars. So I just created 3 different calendars on Go High Level where I had booking pages. So I had LinkedIn Book 1, LinkedIn Book 2, LinkedIn Book 3. And I knew that Book 1 was going, and I also put that in here. I guess I'll show you in a second. But I put it in the ad level, like I just put free photos, say Book 1, right? Something like that. So I know that this one was for the first calendar that I created. And so in Go High Level, I just created 3 pages and I cloned the funnel step, right, in this funnel so that they're all exactly the same. Obviously, maybe I change up what's up at the top, based on, this one just says let's chat, right, which is different than the partnership angle one. So 2 of them I was doing partnership angle, 1 of them I was doing the crazy offer, and the crazy offers obviously worked better. And then in settings, I did calendars, and then I just all had them as the same calendar. So I did LinkedIn, I think, LinkedIn Book 1, 2, 3, and I just duplicated them, right? And then the only thing I changed was I wanted to make sure I knew where it came from. So obviously I called it LinkedIn Ads 1, and then in the customization here, if I go to, which one is availability? No. Forms, payments, no. Yeah, at the bottom here, we have like basically what the description is of that meeting that was booked, and at the bottom I put in LinkedIn Ads 1. So if I go here and I search LinkedIn Ads 1, it'll show me all the ones that had that keyword in it. Matthew Lucero. Okay, no. What the heck? Here we go. All right. Say this guy does property management, blah, 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 blah. LinkedIn Ads 1, right? And so I know that, okay, this one came from that specific ad, right? So anyways, that's it. That's how I tracked it, basically. All right, next. So with the conversion, it wants you to have a conversion, so I just created a random test fake conversion thing, just to, even if it's unverified, and again, because I wasn't trying to convert using this, I was just going to or track using this. Create a new ad. I have no clue what I'm saying now. All right, what is this ad called? Again, I just did what the ad name was. So if it was crazy offer, I'll put crazy offer. I'm targeting, in this example, what we're going to do is free home photos, and then the industry RE agents, and then book 1. Again, where I'm sending this to. The message that we want to send, to put a subject line in there. Again, I just free home photos, free photos, and then you just put in your message, blah, 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 blah. And then in here, within the message, I put in my link. So https://coldleads.com/book LinkedIn, I think, -book 1. And so that they can click right here rather than there's a call to action and then the landing page, which I think obviously both can work, but I just did book here as well, and then did the exact same link again, LinkedIn Book 1, and then that's it. And just created. Cool. I think that's it. What's wrong here? Why can I not? Oh yeah, form details. I didn't do a form. Like, you can do ones where it sends them to a form, or ones where it just goes straight to a booking page, obviously. And so I just did straight to the booking page. Okay, once that's done, you can just launch the ad and it will go. Now, usually it takes less than an hour to get it approved or denied. And within here, within the ad set level, it'll show you if it was rejected, and sometimes shows you why it was rejected. Not approved for the wrong reason, contains inappropriate or offensive language. I don't know how that's, and you can even look at the ad and you can see that it's not inappropriate or offensive. Let me just actually see this one. Hey, maybe we can work together long term. I think, yeah, this one was just like a shorter version of one that actually did get approved, which is a little weird. So, I think sometimes you have to keep recreating it, but I don't think there's really any any downsides to getting rejected. If you get like, I haven't been kicked off, I guess, and I got a few ads rejected, but for the most part, obviously, as you can see, most of them got approved. I don't really know what even the rules are, what's inappropriate about that message. Maybe the word maybe was spelled incorrectly. Stuff like that could be an issue. I'm not sure. Or maybe, hey, could I work with you? Might sound misleading. I don't know. Okay. But we can see in here how much we spent. And then again, we can go to the charts and we can see total. We're looking for sends total, and we can see the total amount of sends. And then we can see opens or cost per send. And we can see this one, it costs 57 cents per send on this campaign. Let's see, which one is this one? I'm not sure which one that was, but it was to coaches, I think. And so maybe coaches, a lot of people are already targeting them. So sometimes if obviously the industry is targeted more, then the cost per send is going to be higher. Or if the industry is smaller, cost per send is going to be higher. So you have to keep that in mind. Something like real estate agents, because it's so broad and so big, it probably could be really cheap per send that we do. So anyways, that's about it. That's the extent of my knowledge of how to do LinkedIn ads. Again, all the calls I got, I think maybe I've gotten 10 or 15 calls. I'd say 14 out of 15 actually showed up. Like almost all of them showed up. All of them were pretty qualified and good. It really just depended on whether or not it was worth it for me because of how much it cost per send. I'd say if I kept running that one angle that was just like the crazy offer, if I kept running that and I didn't make it hyper specific about sharing every detail about the pricing and all that jazz, I think it probably would be worth it to keep running at $60, $70 per call. But I just have cheaper ways of getting calls that are like $2 or $3 per call. So for me, I just don't need this right now. I think for most people, it's a matter of gold coins. So it's like if there's something that's way cheaper for you to do, and it's like digging for gold, and there's like a lot of it there, then why would we go and try to pick up the bronze coins when we have gold coins right here? So just do what's best for you right now. First, extract all the gold you can, then we can go to the copper and the silver and the whatever else, right? So just do what's best first, and that's it. All right. Sorry for the weird video for LinkedIn ads. I just wanted to share what I know, hopefully help somebody out, and I'll talk to you soon. Today, we're going over personalized outreach and how to get clients using direct outreach, but hyper-personalized, okay? So I know all the time I talk about how to get clients using automated outreach systems, which work extremely well. And a couple months ago, I made a video called I Tried Andrew Tate's Strategies. It was basically a very personalized approach within Andrew Tate's course. And it took me an hour to send 5 emails, which isn't that great, right? It's an hour to send 5 emails is pretty bad. But I got 3 responses out of 5, and they were all positive. And so it's like 3 booked calls out of an hour's worth of work. And so if you do that for 2 hours a day and get 6 booked calls doing 2 hours of work, that's pretty good for most people. And so I had other people trying this strategy, and it's working really well for them as well. And so I figured I'd make a really in-depth guide on how to do every specific thing, how to find prospects, how to make sure your accounts are good and ready to go, how to reach out on every single platform, so LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, email, SMS, all that. So we're going to go over all that in this whole video. I spent the entire day building out this entire thing. But it is a little work, right? There is some stuff that you have to do, but I think it will pay off. What I recommend doing is if you are like doing outreach right now, or you're trying to start your outreach systems, right? Try to get clients, right? If you're doing that, I'd recommend automating as much as you can up first. So like automating Instagram messages or Facebook messages or emails, just automating as much as you can. But sometimes you automate everything and you still have, nothing to do during the day. You're like, okay, I've automated everything. I quit my job. I'm trying to do this full time and I have nothing else to do. If you have nothing else to do, if you don't know what you should be doing, you should be always doing sales. And so if you think you've done everything, you aren't doing everything. And I would do this. You can do cold calling. You do all types of stuff, right? And so you should always be focusing on more sales if you don't know what else to do. So this is the strategy that I would use if you're already automating a few systems or you're just getting started and you don't really know what to do. And also, I'm going to kind of go over all this as if it's like most of these systems are completely free. Like you can do all this and get a lot of responses, get high quality responses, and it's all free. There are some things that you can pay for to make it easier, the process easier, but most of this stuff I kind of made it free for people that are just starting out, or even people, you can even take this entire system. If it works really well for you, you just hand it over to a VA, they can do it for you, and then they just get a whole bunch of booked calls working 2 to 3 hours a day on the system. Cool. All right. So again, we're going over email, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, literally almost every platform except for Twitter. But it can work on every platform. You just have to be able to find the audience. First thing we're going over is just warming up your account. So I know this is very weird, but if you don't know what account warming is, it's basically on email. If you just start sending a whole bunch of emails out and people start marking you as spam, you're going to start going to the spam folder. So you're not going to, every time you send out an email, it's going to go into somebody's spam folder, and they're not going to be able to see your email because it's not showing up as a notification on their phone. And so in order to fix this, we need to have email warming. Email warming is basically just, it's sending an email back and forth to other people, making it look like it's human interaction or human activity. And so it's just kind of doing these things back and forth to make it look like your account is naturally warmed up, right? It's being used naturally. And so you can send out emails yourself, but you have the warming going on in the background. It's just going to do its thing. Okay. So you can watch a whole separate video on how to do email warming, whatever. I'll also have this entire document in the link in the description below. It is extremely extensive, and we're going to go over this whole thing. It has links to everything, so you can use all that. Cool. So email warming, there is some free tools. Almost every email automation tool has a warming function within it, and almost every email function has a free trial, so you can just use those free trials. Snovio has a free trial. It only lets you do 450 warm-up emails, which is about 2 to 4 weeks of warming. Then it makes you upgrade. I'm going to use Mistrika for this. Mistrika, you can get the free trial. I'm going to go to Mistrika right now. And I just created this test account. I added my email ID. It's warming now. It's going to start sending out warming emails. Basically, it's just going to send 20 to 30 emails a day back and forth to random people, and it's just going to keep your account warmed up and ready to go. So you're not going to end up in the spam folder. So if you want to do this, you can create an account on Mistrika, or there's several other platforms. I'm not getting paid by any of these tools, but there's several platforms that let you do this. You click in Mistrika, you would just click add ID. You input your name and the email address you want to use, and then Gmail. This is a Gmail account, and then you're going to use app password. To get an app password, basically all you have to do is you go to your Gmail account, go to manage account, and you're going to go to privacy, or I think it's security, right? Go down to two-step verification. You want to make sure two-step verification is on for your account, and then on top of that, you just scroll down within two-step verification and you click app passwords. You're going to click create new app password, and you're going to select mail, device, Windows computer, and then click generate. It's going to show up a code. You're going to take that code and you're going to put it into whichever warming tool you're going to use. This one's Mistrika. You can use it in here. You can use it in anything, right? This is just, there's nothing you have to do else other than this. It's just warming up the account. Cool. All right. So that's done. That's ready to go. We don't have to do that for LinkedIn or for almost any other platform, really. There is some kind of warm up process for like Instagram or Facebook, but it's not as complex as this one is. So anyways, so that's that. Next up, we are going to find prospects. I'm going to show you how to find prospects on every single platform we can possibly do. And so the first thing we want to do is you can download Snovio. Now, these aren't required, and you don't have to pay for any of these. They're not required, but they might help you in terms of like finding certain prospects. Okay. So Snovio, what's really cool about it is you can get a free account. It'll give you like 150 credits for free. You can go to almost like any website, and here's a random website, right? Some random lady's website, and it can find the email address associated to almost any website. Now, these smaller websites where like no one's really using it, right? No email is found on this one. So maybe there's no email associated with this website, but with a lot of websites, it can find the email associated with that website. And so we're going to probably use this later. Another one you can use is SalesQL. You get like 50 free credits. This is just another tool. If I go to somebody's LinkedIn profile, let me just go to Amir here. This LinkedIn profile, the SalesQL will allow you to find any emails or phone numbers associated with this profile. Let's just see if it finds anything. I don't know if it will. And we also have, so it found an email account. So we now have his email account, and we can send him an email. If we can't find his email anywhere else, we go contact info right here, right? There's no email here, but you can use these other tools like SalesQL for free and find their email accounts. You can also use LeadRocks. This one's free, you can use, but there's no contact information in this one. So some of them will work, some of them won't work. Like every tool has their own database. Let's see, Snovio also has a LinkedIn one. Let's just see. Let's save it. I don't know if it's going to find an email. All right, it's saved something, I guess. I don't know. Anyways, but you can find email accounts using some of these certain tools. Apollo.io, SalesQL, just LeadRocks. Oh, there's one called Use Artemis as well. Let's say Use Artemis. I don't know if this one will work. I'm not logged out because it doesn't matter. But you can kind of use those to find the email addresses once we're searching people up, right? So SalesQL, Apollo, Snovio, Chrome extensions. All right. So strat number one, we have several different strategies of finding prospects. So first one is just a regular LinkedIn search. You're going to do a LinkedIn search of your target market using a specific keyword. So I'm going to go, and for this example, let's just say I'm starting a brand new agency. I want to target specifically consultants, maybe tax advisors, stuff like that, right? And so I'm going to look up consultant. Oops. Okay. Sorry, my keyboard just disconnected. Consultant. All right. You can look up consulting, because people might have a different keyword within their bio. You have to really think about that. Sometimes if I look up consultants, I'm probably the consultant. So maybe I work for another company. I don't own the company, but if I do like Fox Consulting, I'm maybe the owner of this consulting company, right? So we're going to go to people here, consultants. Now with LinkedIn, if you're only limited to so many searches on LinkedIn, and sometimes if you try to search up a lot of different searches, it's going to limit you. Like you can only do so many searches per month on your LinkedIn account. And so to get past that, you have to buy Sales Navigator. You can get the Sales Navigator free trial and use it for a month for free. And you can probably get a client within that month if you actually use the strategy. But just something to be aware of. So I have Sales Navigator so I can like do unlimited searches, but something to think about. All right, so I do consultant. And so I have business owner, consultant. Okay, she's an owner of something, right? So looks pretty good. Director of e-commerce, consultants. So this guy maybe works for another company, U.S. board advisor, consultant. And so what if we want to find people that are like owners and founders and CEOs? Let me target people that are in Ohio. I'm in Ohio, so let me just target people that are in Ohio. Why not? Show results. And so now we have people that are in Ohio. Dude, why is my nose always itchy? Restart search. Boop, boop. All right, consultants. We have 202,000, but these are probably people that work with other companies, whatever. So I'm going to go to all filters right here. Scroll down. Look for owner or founder or CEO. Boom. Cool, 16,000. That's a little more believable. HR professional owner, consultant at Elevates with Sophia. All right, so that's obviously her company. Cool, so that's probably a decent person to reach out to. She probably owns that company. Co-founder, chief executive officer, whatever, blah, 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 helping business grow, whatever. That's okay, cool. He is also a consultant. Cool. So these are probably people that we would want to reach out to. So now we have a list of people that we can actually find. So we can go into Sophia, we can go to SalesQL, and we can find her contact information by searching emails and phone numbers, and it'll find it for us. We can also click on contact info right here, see if there's anything. Oh, we already have an email. It's a Yahoo, so maybe it's outdated, so maybe she doesn't check that one too much. We can see if we can find anything else on here. Let's see. We did not find anything on that one. Let's see. Lead Rocks, nope, didn't give us anything. All right, but we can also find her website. Does she have a website? Nope. No website associated with this. It looks like maybe Elevated with Sophia. Sometimes what I like to do is like go just look this up on Google. So Elevated with Sophia, boom. She doesn't have a website. So might not be the best person to reach out to because she doesn't have a website. It's probably not as established. Probably just says she's an owner, but doesn't really focus too much on the business, right? Cool. So that's one way. Click on the prospect to see if they're a good fit. Find their websites. Search them using the Chrome extensions and see if they have an open profile as well. We're going to go into open profiles in a minute, but basically an open profile is on LinkedIn. You have two ways of messaging them. One way is just by, you have to connect with them first. So we do connect, right? And then we have to wait for them to accept our connection, and then we can message anybody that is within our connections. And so we have to connect with them first and then send them a message. But there's an option to send a message directly to her. So we're going to click that. Now, if they have an open profile, it's going to let us send it for free, right? But this person does not have an open profile. Now, I have Sales Navigator. Sales Navigator gives you 50 in-mails per month. Now, if they have an open profile, it's not going to cost you anything, but it says using one of 50 credits remaining, right? And so if I send this person a message, I'm going to have 49 credits now. And so I can only send 50 email credits, but that's if you have Sales Navigator, so you have to buy it and everything. But you can also send messages to open profiles, which means that anybody can message that person. And if we're sending a message to the open profiles, then it's not going to cost us anything in terms of Sales Navigator, and we don't have a certain amount of credits. We can send as many as we want to. So just some things to think about. Cool. All right. Next up, we've got a YouTube search. Now this is a little different, but this is the example I use within the video that I made in the Andrew Tate video. So search on YouTube a keyword that your audience would make a video about. So I'm going to search, since we're doing consultants, should I hire a business consultant? Then we're going to sort, we're going to click filter, and you're going to sort by upload date. So things that were updated recently or uploaded recently, usually the ones that were uploaded recently, they don't have a lot of views. Okay, this was 2 weeks ago, which is actually pretty old. So maybe I should just type in business consultant rather than should I hire a business consultant, just type in business consultant or hire consultant, just like things like that. And any keyword that the audience might make a video about. And here we have someone that might be, this is the spa business coach. So coach and consultant might be someone that we can actually reach out to. We'll go into them in a minute, but you can kind of find people within here, go to their pages. Let's go to their YouTube about here. We can go to the about page. And usually they have an email in here. View email address, submit, Boom. And now we have an email address for that person, which is great. Awesome. So that's another way that you can find people. And that's how I did it within the Andrew Tate video. And cool, we did that. Let's go to channels, about section. Cool. You can also just find their, let's just say it's not on their YouTube, which this is an info email, so it's probably not the best, but we can go to their website right here. So strategic marketing, we can see if Synovio can pick up their email address. Okay, we did find an email, but it's the same email, info@, blah, blah, blah. We can maybe go to contact us page, and then we can find maybe, okay, info, same, but we also have a phone number. We can also try to validate the phone number. I'm going to just show you how to do this right now. Might do this later as well, but I'm going to go to reverse phone lookup. It's called numlookup.com. Put that phone number in there, and we can see if it's actually a personal phone number of anybody, and it'll show us their name too if it's actually a personal phone number, which is great. If not, all good. And I'll show you this a little later too to see what it is. But reports, all right, this is a mobile number, and I don't know who that is. And it's T-Mobile, so we can reach out via text message to this person, which is great. Awesome. Cool. Next up, Instagram. You can download a Chrome extension called Growman IG Scraper. I'm going to open it up right now. This is what it looks like. You can scrape from a specific hashtag. So I'm going to go to hashtag right here, and I can look up business consultant. And so anyone that's posted within the business consultant hashtag within the last day or so, I'm going to scrape them, and it's going to give me their emails and phone numbers and their usernames and all that stuff. Now, it's going to come out, basically, it'll take a little while. It's going to take like 5 seconds each person. But once it's done, you can click copy. And here, there's an example. Here's someone that gave me their email, did not give me their phone number, but I have that person's name, email. I can reach out via email. We can see entrepreneur. He does e-commerce, consulting, speaking, whatever. So the whole goal of this is to reach out to them in a way where they want to respond. And so we're using these little things like, okay, he's an e-commerce consultant. He's a speaker. And so maybe trying to lean into those things when we're doing our outreach. But anyways, let's go to what I already scraped. So I'm going to close this out. And we already scraped some earlier on Instagram. It'll kind of look like this. You can copy all the people, paste it, and then you'll have all these things, all this data that you can use, the emails, the phone numbers, and all that, which is pretty cool. Awesome. So Instagram scraping. Next one is Facebook group scraping. So you can go to a Facebook group, and you go to groups right here. And then what you can do is search up whatever your audience is. So I'm going to look up consultants. And you're going to book calls like this. Ben Swart just booked a call with me. Praise God. Online coaches and consultants, course creators. So we can go to here and go into members. Now, you might not be the member of this group, so you have to join the group. A lot of these groups are private, and so you just join it, and then it's going to ask you a few questions like, are you an actual business consultant, or let's just say you're targeting tax advisors. Are you a tax advisor? When did you get your license? You can say, I'm looking to become one, and just try to make it look like, just try to get them to accept your invite into the group. So anyways, but scrolling down here, we have all the people that have just joined. And we can see that like some people, okay, they work at a business consultant, whatever. This is a marketing consultant, all right. Works at Outperformance Studios, university, so we have appointment setter, works at blah, 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 graphic designer. Okay, so we can kind of go through here and we can see who we want to reach out to based on their job title below here, right? You can also scrape all the people by just scrolling down as far as you want to, using this tool called Instant Data Scraper. It's completely free, and it'll just scrape all the people for you, and you can put it into a CSV. So I'm going to click copy all, and it's going to put it into a CSV format, and then I'm just going to put it into a Facebook or a Google Sheet. Now I've already put it in here, and so here we have all the people that I scraped earlier. And so from here, now we have all these people, and we can just kind of sort through and find people that already have owner, founder, CEO, people that we'd want to reach out to. So I can click here, clear these, and click owner. Now I created and do select all right here, boom. And now I have people that are just owners, right? So I've only scraped 80 people, and out of the 80, we have 7 of them that have the keyword owner, founder, CEO, or we can do, founder as well, select all. We have more in here, and then we can do CEO as well, select all. And we have a couple more in there, which is great. And something I forgot to mention, to create filters, you just select the entire first row, then click this filter button, and then it'll create filters, and then you can add the filter onto this thing, right? So now I can just select owner, founder, CEO, reach out to that specific person that is an owner, founder, and I'll go over I'm going to do everything within this one video, so it's going to be pretty long. But show you how to do that. Owner, founder, CEOs, Instant Data Scraper. We can click into each profile, and we can kind of find some more information. So we can reach out to them via Facebook, right, which is one way of doing it, but we can also find a little more data on them. So if I go into this person, let's just go into their profile. I'm getting so many tabs open so far. I just don't want to close out certain ones. So we can go to view main profile, and we have this person. Now this one's a fake profile, but usually they might have a somewhere they have the websites in there, or they have their email within right here, or their Facebook business page, and so we can reach out to their Facebook business page, stuff like that, which is pretty cool. So anyways, next up, Facebook business page scraping. And this is kind of the same thing, but we're just doing it on, it's a little different. So we're just going to do a regular Facebook search. So this is not on the groups search, it's just regular Facebook. We just look up consultants, right? And then we can go to pages or places. You can also do a specific location. So we can do Dayton, Ohio, consultant Dayton. Go to pages again. And so these are people in my local area, Holly Pierce Consulting Digital Marketing. Now this is more for local businesses. It's not as great for like online businesses like this. I'd probably recommend you not do that. I think LinkedIn's probably the better source for this, or just like those Facebook groups. But just an idea where you can go in here. I'm just going to do a random one. Boom. We have his email here. We've got a link. We have a couple different links. We can probably go into here, find some more stuff. What the heck is this? Sensi? What? This is, he sells Sensi. Certified consultant. All right, well, more power to you, buddy. But just an idea. Anyways, cool. So those are kind of all the different ways you can scrape people. There is a paid way that you can do this that I kind of recommend. Make it really easy to scrape a lot of people really quickly. You can get this tool called Scrup.com. It's on AppSumo right now for $39. And you can buy this. This will let you scrape LinkedIn Sales Navigator. And so you can scrape like 1,000 people at a time or 2,000 people at a time. And you can get that. You would also need Sales Navigator, which you have to get the Sales Navigator free trial, or you can get it off of Fiverr. What you can do on Fiverr is just look up Sales Navigator account, LinkedIn Sales Navigator account. You can scroll through, you find people that have reviews and says, I will activate your LinkedIn Sales Navigator account, right? So this has 7 5-star reviews, probably a good person to reach out to. This one's doing lead generation. They're not going to activate your account. This one, I will activate your account, $30, but they don't have any reviews, so I want to do them. So you can kind of go with this one. Basically, you're just going to give them your email, and they're going to activate Sales Navigator for you, which is pretty cool. But anyways, you can just get the free trial for now if you want to. Anyways, all right. So we can do a LinkedIn search. You do a Sales Navigator search. You're going to scrape it, and you're going to put it into Scrup.com, and then it's going to find all the prospects for you. It'll find the emails for you. You don't have to use any other tools. It'll find some of them will find phone numbers, whatever. Find the websites for you, all that stuff, and so you don't have to do a lot of work. And so here's an example of what that looks like. It's got all these stuff. It also shows you the open profiles. So we can just do the ones that are open profiles, which is true, right? And so now I can do a LinkedIn message to all the people that have open profiles. We can also do people that already have a website. So here's a website. And again, I added filters here. So you click that filter button. So we're going to remove blanks. So only people that have a link and have a website. So we can look at their website. People also that have a Twitter, we can do that as well if you want to. Just all the stuff that's already in here. You pay $39 for this, you get all this information. So also their emails are right there, so we don't have to find it on the website, all that stuff, right? But, it's a paid way. You can do that if you want to. I will show you all the ways. Cool. Writing copy. This is fun, all right? So when writing copy, we need to always remember that we want to look as human as possible when reaching out to them. You don't want to look robotic or extremely formal, because if it looks robotic or extremely formal, they're going to be way less likely to respond. The two most important things when it comes to copy is we want to sell the end result, and we want to remove a risk as much as possible. There's so many people that tell you so many different things. Alex Ramosi says, there's 5. None of that matters, right? End result, remove risk. That's it. Okay? Trust me, I've sent hundreds of thousands, literally millions of messages. This is why I know it works. The end result is what they're going to get out of the service, and removing risk is making it seem like they're not going to lose any money or energy or time when they're using our service. So I usually like to stick to these 4 different styles of copy when reaching out. There are several more. There's millions of different styles, right? But these are the 4 that I like to kind of stick to. I'll get into some other unique ones you can try. But here's the first one. Direct offer with risk reversal. So here's an example. I have examples for all the ones that I'm mentioning here. This is one that worked for me. Hey, I know this is probably the 1,583,464th message you received this week, but hear me out. I've got an automated system to get you at least 40 appointments per month, no retainer, no setters, no paid ads. And if it doesn't work, then you don't pay anything. Are you open to chat? Of course, the Fox, right? So here we go. Direct offer with risk reversal. So in this offer, we have a direct offer, which is, hey, I'll help you get 40 appointments. And we also mentioned our mechanism. A mechanism is how we actually get the end result. So we're getting 40 appointments. We're getting that through this automated appointment system. That's pretty interesting. What's an automated appointment system? And we also show that we have a risk reversal. And our risk reversal here is if it doesn't work, then you don't pay, right? Also, there is some more to this, which we have this eye-catching intro. And we also we're removing pain in some ways where we're saying no retainer, no setters, no paid ads. And so that's some pain that they've experienced maybe with working with somebody else. You might not understand anything what I'm saying here, but we're removing pain. There's a lot more to this, but I kind of go over a lot of that in my coaching program. So for now, this example isn't my favorite type of copy when we're using it for this specific purpose. It does work extremely well, but it's just not my favorite type of copy with what we're about to do, which is the personalized outreach approach. But I'll show you what is. But it's pretty cool. We reduce risk and everything like that. There's some easier ways of reducing risk without even having to say it, right? Because here we have to say, hey, if it doesn't work, you don't pay anything. But we can reduce risk without even having to say that. So this one, I already have your end result. That's just it. So, hey, I've got 12 companies that might need your marketing help. Are you free to chat sometime this week? In this example, we are just going out as if we already have the end result that they were looking for. And this is a very simple example. Obviously, it's a very short message, and it's on Instagram, but it worked extremely well. So the risk removal, or what removes risk in here, without even having to say it, because we're just saying, hey, I've got 12 companies. We're just saying as if we already have it. Now, most of the time they understand that this is a marketing offer, but sometimes they get confused and they think that, oh, you already have 12 companies. You're just going to hand them over. You're just going to give them free leads. It is still extremely effective. You will have people that are confused, but it is effective. Like on this last test I ran, it was a 28% positive reply rate. I'm sorry, this window is open and I've got all this city noise outside. Next one, job offer copy. All right, so this one actually works extremely well too. These last two are my favorite too. Here is the offer. Any positions available? Hey, Emil wanted to see if you have any SDR positions available at Setup Social. That's his company name. I work with dozens of companies over the last 3 years. I usually get 120 appointments per month using my SDR direct outreach strategies and wanted to see if you had any room available on your team. Please let me know. So, hey, that sounds great. What's Counterlink? So this copy works extremely well because it removes risk, but in a completely different way. Because for some reason, people are highly skeptical when hiring agencies rather than just hiring a person, right? But they easily hire someone, but they don't easily hire an agency to do it for them. The employee doesn't. You don't have to give any guarantees. You can leave anytime you want to as an employee. You have no legal agreement that you have to sign to bring them results. But people are way more high, which is crazy. Like an agency, they make you jump through all these hoops to become for them to become your client, I guess. But as an employee, you don't have to do any of that stuff. And so, for some reason, in their eyes, agency just equals scammer. So this might work for you, where you just go in acting like you're just looking for a job opportunity. The only thing, and you can just be their consultant or their freelancer for them or contractor for them. And you can just be a contractor for many companies or freelancer for many companies. And so this works really well. It probably won't work as well if you're like established already and you have a big company. Like for me, probably I've reached out with this offer and people are like, aren't you Carson Fox? Like, aren't you the best at this? Why are you looking for a job? So sometimes it's funny, but when you're just starting out, this probably can really help you. So you can get a couple jobs there. And I've had people running this exact copy and it's working extremely well for them. So next up, partnership copy. This one is actually where this all started. So this is the exact copy I use in this Andrew Tate video where I sent 5 emails. I got 3 responses. So, hey, David, I love your YouTube videos. You deserve a lot more views. I just want to see if you're open to partnering up on something simple. I've got a system to consistently get restaurants interested in your marketing services or in my marketing services, but I just can't take them on anymore. I wanted to see if you could take on some of these sales calls and if you could sell them your coaching services. Let me know if you're open to chatting sometime this week. Thanks, Carson Fox. This is what it all started with. It makes it easy to say yes to because we're adding a lot of the elements that we've already talked about. We have a mechanism by saying, I've got this system. We're removing risk by acting as if we already have the end result. We already have the system in place. We're already getting leads. And also removes risk by just saying we want to partner up. And for some reason, everybody just is open to a partnership. And it's a lot easier to say, hey, are you open to partner up rather than saying, hey, I want to sell you something, So you got to think about what is going on in the back of their mind, not just like what are they seeing? Because a lot of people, I removed a risk by saying, hey, if it doesn't work, I'll give you all your money back. But we don't even want to say we're going to give them their money back because that implies that they have to give us money up front, which includes a risk. So saying I'm open to a partnership just doesn't seem I have to pay them any money in the first place. So it's like just little stuff like that, There's also system copy. Hey, I've got a one-click appointment system if you're interested. It's just using the mechanism here, right? One-click appointment system if you're interested. And they're like, oh, what is that? How does that work? Piques curiosity. That works really well. There's also just a simple question copy. Hey, I just want to see if I could bring you 7 roofing jobs this month. Would you be interested? That's also a really good one that works extremely well. But there's plenty more, but we don't have much time for that. So today I'm just going to use the partnership copy. So we're going to say, hey, first name, personalization, just like we did here. I love what your YouTube videos, what you're doing. I think they're great. I just want to see if you're open to partnering up with something. I've got a system that can consistently get niche, which is whatever they're targeting. So in that case, it was restaurants. Interested in my service, which is marketing services. And I want to see if you could help fulfill on these clients. I want to see if you would take on some of these sales calls and sell them your service, whatever their service is. Let me know if you're open to chat, Carson Fox, right? So they basically the exact same thing that we said in our partnership copy right here. Cool. So now when it comes to personalization, actually creating this personalization, basically what we want to do is, once we found our prospect on a given platform, we need to find something within their profiles that we can use to stroke their ego. We want to appreciate them in some way that makes it look like we really know who they are, and we do because we're doing all this research on them. You can do this by going through their most recent posts and seeing if you can comment on anything that was recent or comment on maybe some specific work that they did. You can also want to make sure that the offer we present to them is specific to what they are doing. So in the partnership example, like I said, I found this guy's YouTube channel. I said, look, I love what you're doing on your YouTube channel. I found that he was targeting restaurants specifically. He was targeting restaurants and people that go to restaurants. It was a little weird. It's pretty cool though. And so I tailored the offer to say, hey, I can bring you restaurants that are interested in marketing services, which is what he was kind of offering, marketing services to restaurants. And so instead of saying, hey, I can bring you businesses that are interested in your service, right? Which is what I did up here, right? With this, this was just a blast message. Hey, I've got 12 companies that are interested in your services, right? That still works. Obviously, I got like a 28% bounce rate with a very blanket message without any personalization. But if I say specifically restaurants to a guy that's targeting specifically restaurants, he knows that I really personalize this message and I send it just to him. Because everybody every day gets tons of automated emails and text messages. And so they want to separate the noise from the signal, right? The signal is what's actually good, what people actually reaching out to this. Because if I find out someone's actually trying to reach out to me, I have this need to reach back out to them because I don't want to leave them hanging. So we have this reciprocity thing. But if I see someone that they're just sent me an automated email, right? Like if TurboTax sends me an email, I'm like, all right, well, TurboTax, they're sending that email to millions of people. I don't feel any obligation to respond back to them. But if someone says, hey, I really love your YouTube channel, Carson, I'm like, ooh, that person actually did watch my YouTube channel, because like TurboTax doesn't know that. They're just sending an email to everybody. But if someone actually mentioned my YouTube channel, then I know that they're actually watching me, or they're actually reaching out to me specifically to me, and they're not just automating this, so I feel obligated to reach back out to them. Hopefully that makes sense. All right. And so we didn't just say businesses. I said specifically what he does and who he's targeting, which is restaurants, right? So a couple different ways of doing this, being able to find this data to be able to personalize our outreach. One is just going to the website. You want to try to see a brief overview of what their core offer is. Sometimes it's really hard. Sometimes they have this brain-numbing, pointless, IQ-lowering websites that are just, we help businesses grow and scale using all these services. And I'm going to show you some of these websites. There's a lot of them. It's crazy how many there are. We do all the services. We do SEO. We do marketing. We do ads. They do everything for you. Plus, we work with every industry. Plus, blah blah blah. And so it's like sometimes when they're just filling their website with all this like blanket marketing, just trying to target everybody, it doesn't work extremely well. And so it's hard to create personalization around that, but we can kind of try to see what we can do in terms of that. We can also look at their about page, see if there's any awards, any specific date that they started the company, if they're family oriented, whatever we can find about their company that can maybe help us create a personalized outreach message. We want to find it, right? We'll also look at their social media, recent posts, maybe what the main theme is, or what it's about, and give a quick glance of the general idea of maybe their most recent post, and you can make personalization based on that. Pretty cool. All right, that's it. Now, I'm going to show you live in action me doing outreach to these people. Now, I'll try to do what I can in this video, but we're going to start with finding people's emails, and we're going to find them via YouTube, and we're going to send an email to them. So here we have this person, right? Should I hire a business consultant? I looked at their page. We go to their page right here, and we have all this. Okay, cool. So I go to the videos. They have 2 videos, nothing crazy, but they have a ton of shorts. So they're making all these shorts, which is what we saw on the search. If I go to their about section, they do not have an email, unfortunately, but they do have an Instagram page and a TikTok page. So let's just see if we can find anything based on their Instagram page. Cool. Here's Instagram, posting a ton. And Let's see if we have anything recent, which is this 8 minutes ago. Jesus. The number one thing that you want to succeed, understanding the weakness, investing, right, strengths, new clients, need to grow. She pulls her ego aside, makes them, okay, cool. All right. So just getting a basic overview of what this is. Let me see if I can find any contact information. Okay, we have email, we have a link. Let's go to their website, Small Business, which is what we were on earlier. And meet Aaron. Okay, Aaron is the person behind all this. And I'm guessing they target spas specifically. And also on her bio, it says something like spa and beauty business coach. Recovered $1 million in lost profits for my clients. Master spa business profitability, spa operations specialist. So she is actually really dialed in, specifically targeting spas. I think great marketing in terms of her bio. This is a Squarespace website, so I guess she does not really focus on this, which my website's terrible too, which is okay. We also have an email here. I'm going to right-click this and click copy email address. We're going to see what this email is. All right, Aaron@thespabusinesscoach.com. Okay, I'm going to copy that, and we're going to start our email. Boom. Cool. We'll see. Okay. And we can also reach out on Instagram. I want to look at how many different ways can we reach out to them just so that I guarantee that they're going to see me somewhere. So if I reach out to them on Instagram and on email and on LinkedIn and on Facebook, just anywhere that I can possibly reach out to them. If I can find them, I will find them and just want to do whatever we can. So also go to contact us page, see if there's anything on here. Contact. Okay. It's just a form submission thing, which follow me on Instagram. All right. So it doesn't look like we can find anything else. We don't have a LinkedIn. We don't have a Facebook, but I think Instagram and email is fine. And I think that's about it. Cool. All right. Targeting spas. Let's go into it. Let's just start with our, let's see, what's the company called? All right. Hey, is it A-E-R-I-N? Hey, Aaron, have some spas for you if I'll just keep it like that. Hey, Aaron, have some spas for you, right? Very specific. Have some spas, right? So I know that she's targeting spas. Cool. So, hey, first name. Also, what I looked at earlier, she does post a lot on TikTok. She has like all these value posts, whatever. And so I can say something like, all right, she has all these posts. Holy cow. And so we can say, I've been following you following your TikToks or your short form content for a while. I love what you're doing. So let's add that. So that's our personalization. Been following your TikTok and Insta for a while now. Love the content you're putting out. I just wanted to see if you were open to a simple partnership. Let me see if I can zoom in here just to make it easier for you guys to read. Cool. All right. Open to a simple partnership, right? Cool. Let's see what else we can do. What's the rest of the copy? I forget. Personalization. Let's go back to the copy. Here we go. I've got a system. I can do blah, 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 blah. Let me paste this. Copy it again. Boom. I've got a system to consistently get spas. It consistently gets me spas. Let's do not med spas. What's something specific? My parents work at a massage therapist. But let's just say spas. I don't know, doesn't matter. Get spas interested in my marketing services. And I need some help fulfilling on these clients. I wanted to see if you could take on some of these spas and sell them your coaching services. You free to chat sometime this week? All right, I'm about to freaking show you something amazing. Let me know. Person Fox. Cool. All right. So then we can send this email. Also, I have this tool called GMass. This is just off the cuff. I'm just improvising right now. You can use GMass to do auto follow-ups. So we can follow up after a day, and it'll automatically just send out an email as a follow-up. And let's just do 2 days. For 2 days, did my last email go through, right? And then another one for 2 more days after that. And we'll say, Third time's a charm. I'm a real human. Well, just wanted to see if you were open to a partnership, right? So once we set this and we send it like this, it's going to save those. And so the next time we send an email, we don't have to like rewrite these emails again. It'll just save it. And so we can just have 2-stage follow-ups, right? Cool. All right. Then you can click send through GMS and it's going to send through GMS, right? And it's not going to do it right now because I'm not signed in. So sorry, but we'll send it right here. Cool. Awesome. Now watch this. We're going to go to sent and have Erin. And we're going to go to Erin and we're going to follow her. We're going to message her. And we're going to say, hey, Erin. Is Erin? Sorry, Erin. I just sent you an email, but I thought I'd send a message on Insta as well, right? And then we can message them the exact same thing where we can say, wanted to see if you were open to a simple partnership. And I'm going to use this emoji where we go thinking, hey, there we go. Send that off. Awesome. So now I'm going to spark curiosity here where I'm just going to say, hey, I just want to see if you're up to a simple partnership. So I'm like, oh, what's the partnership, right? Or she'll go and read my email. And so leave it like that, but you can also just spit out the entire thing that you just already wrote in the email. Cool. And you can just say, hey, I love your short form content that you've been doing, blah, 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 blah. Cool. All right. Boom, baby. Let's go. So we just did email, right? Email is done. Now let's do LinkedIn. So LinkedIn, I looked up consulting. We have CEO, owner, chief executive officer, all these random people, right? Consulting, I did Ohio. The keyword also is owner, founder, CEO. So you click all filters, scroll down, look up owner, capital O-R, founder, capital O-R, zero, So just an example. We're going to Meredith here. Crap, I shouldn't have clicked her name. Anyways, we're going to Meredith. And here we have, okay, CEO Meredith, blah, 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 consulting. All right, so it's just her name, consulting. She has probably just a personal consulting business. She has her website here and just calls it her portfolio. So we click on her website. Another Squarespace website. Holy cow. Everybody loves Squarespace. And have Erin here. She has 15 years of experience. Leading marketing strategy and creative for national brands. All right. Trying to find something that we can actually use. Okay, people that she worked with Ohio State University. We can use that. I'll show you what we'll use later. Nestle, Smuckers, which is, they make jam. We'll go to work right here. And we have some people at NetJets. We have Kitchler Lighting, Smart Columbus, Blue. So I think we can go the blanket overview. Let me see if I can, let's do contact. Here we go, get in touch. Found an email, awesome. And we have a phone number. Let's just check if this phone number is a valid mobile phone number. So boom, paste that in there. And we'll see that. We'll see what the report is. Okay, we're done with Erin right now. So we'll just close out of all Erin stuff. And here we go. So got this email, right? Then we can send an email to this lady. Cool. And we can say the same thing. Hey, what's her name again? Meredith. Hey, Meredith. Just checked your portfolio. Ooh, that's actually good. Hey, Meredith. Hey, Meredith. Was just on your website. And then we can say her website. Boom. Boom. And I loved some of your work from. I was looking through your portfolio. Really love what you did with, let's just find a specific company that she worked with. Maybe something that she's proud of. Usually the things at the top is what she's proud of. All right, so we'll go to work. And we have NetJets and Kitchler Lighting. I think that one's actually pretty good. Kitchler Lighting. Boom. Boom. What we did with Kitchler Lighting. I've got a system that brings me consistent companies. She is in Columbus, Ohio, so we're just going to say companies in the Columbus area that are in need of my marketing services, and I wanted to see if you could take on some of the website design work. Catch the lighting. So I wanted to see if you were open to a simple partnership. All right, so you get the idea, right? So the main thing is partnership. We have companies in the Columbus area. She does website design, so I'm targeting that specifically. Are you open to chat? Right, cool. So that's the email. Send that out. Also, let's check if Meredith has an open profile. Click more, message, boom. Meredith has an open profile. We can send this email and then just send the exact same thing on here. Hey, Meredith. Was checking out your portfolio. Cool. Blah, 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 blah. Look, should put some partnership. Then I just sent you an email as well. No, we can say I just sent you an email as well, and then we'll just put already open a chat after that. Boom, and then send that to her. Awesome. Let's check if this phone number is valid. Holy cow. Her husband is James. I'm just going to assume that's her husband. James, mobile phone number, AT&T. All right, so usually it'll show you like the name that's on the account. So maybe James created the account, which is her husband, and then she's on his account. But we'll assume that it is her because that was on her website. So then we can reach out to her via text. Oh my gosh. And we can say, hey, Meredith, I just emailed you, sent you a message on LinkedIn. I know this is really weird. I know you don't know me, but I thought I'd reach out on a text as well. And I wanted to see if you're open to a simple partnership. I want to see if I could bring you some consistent companies in the Columbus area, blah, 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 blah. Oh my gosh. Boom, baby. Holy cow. What's next? All right, so we did LinkedIn. All right, let's do Facebook personal pages. Cool. So we scraped this earlier. Like I said, you go to a Facebook search. You're going to go to the group. You're going to search the people in the group. And then we use Instant Data Scraper, and here we are, right? So I'm going to go to I create a filter. We have the job titles. I'm going to clear all these. I'm going to just do owner. You can do founder, select all. Founder, select all. CEO, select all. Okay, cool. All right. So I went through some of these already, but this one lady in particular, we're just going to go over her. All right. So go to that page. All right, we're done with Meredith here. We're done with all this. Cool. Boom. Done with this lady here too. Awesome. Cool. All right. So this one, Mina K. Thornton, view main profile. All right. Teaching average people how to make $100,000 using social media. All right, social net. All right, cool. So she teaches average people how to make, I don't know if I can actually help her. I don't know if with this business that I'm trying to help consultants, I guess she is kind of a consultant, but she's doing more B2C, so she's targeting regular people. We can see. All right. So right now we can reach out to her on Facebook. We can see what her most recent post was yesterday. If you have electronics, home appliances, power tools, perfume collector, or even my favorite product you've purchased, I'm looking for you. My company is paying $5 to $25 for quality review products. Okay. Looking for reviews. Okay, I guess, whatever. So what else is this? If you want more, blah, blah, blah. All right. So in her profile, though, we have so many links. We have Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, all this stuff. We have social. Let's see what her website's about. What's she trying to do? Social scale. Scroll through this. 10x your social sales booster will learn. Insights section, social booster course. Okay, let's look at social growth, lead generation, automation, branding, business trust, building communities. Okay. Let's see if we can find social scaling tool guide, automated audience, how to create shareable content. Okay, cool. All right, so she's kind of teaching people how to scale using social media, I guess, make money using her social media posts. Interesting enough. All right, cool. So how can we reach out to her? Well, we have her Facebook profile, so we can reach out on here. Let's see if she has this Facebook business page, so we can also reach out on the Facebook business page. Boom. We also have her Instagram account. Let's see if that opens up. Instagram does open. And now look at that. We have her email right inside of there. Cool. So now we can reach out to her via email. 176,000 followers, but her posts don't have any comments. So I'm guessing those are fake followers, which is okay. I do that too. And here we go. What else? So we can message her on, we got Facebook business page, Instagram, email, and I don't think we can find a phone number. I tried looking for a phone number earlier. I don't think I had one, but we have enough. We have plenty of platforms that we can reach out to her on, but just trying to figure out how we can position the offer. Hey, I just want to see, I have people that are looking to scale their business, or I don't know, probably isn't the best to reach out. In terms of what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to just target people that were B2B, maybe targeting other businesses, not B2C. She's targeting more B2C. But we can also just look through something that I did earlier is I went to her YouTube. Her YouTube didn't work, right? But if I look up on YouTube and I just look up this, I think, no, we're not. Go to YouTube and just look up her name and then her most recent photo. Boom, or most recent video. She posted 9 days ago. She was pretty active on YouTube, make money on TikTok. And so we can say, hey, I watched your most recent video about how to make money on TikTok. I thought it was really cool. I want to see if you're open to a simple partnership. I have this system that brings me people that are trying to grow on social media. People that are trying to, oh, here we go. Yeah. I've got a system that I sell a service that helps people make money online, but I thought you'd be a really great partner on the social media side of things. I want to see if you could take on some clients for your social media coaching program, whatever it is, right? Are you open to chat? Of course I am. Awesome. And we have like these 8 different platforms that we have of hers because she littered her profile with all these links, and we can send messages on all of them. Cool. Next up. All right. Last one, Facebook business page, right? We kind of already covered that with the Facebook page that we just did. Instagram, and then SMS. So SMS is, so we looked at that one lady that had, she had her phone number here, and we can reach out to her directly on SMS. So I'm not going to go too much into that, but we can say this. I already kind of told you what you could say on that. And we're also going to do Instagram. So we're going to go back into here. I also scraped people from Instagram already, or not. Here we go. Yeah, Instagram scrape. And when you scrape on Instagram, we can look up a few things. We have their bios. We have almost everything in here. I'm going to go people that already have a phone number. So I'm going to remove blanks, people that already have a phone number. It also shows you the country code. So I'm going to remove anybody that has a country code that isn't just 1, because 1 is the United States. So country code 1. So we have phone number 1. Obviously, it narrows it down. There's not a lot of people in here, but there was only like 50 people to begin with. So we were narrowed down to now, how many people? 12 people, right? 12 people that we can potentially reach out to. Kelly here. I don't think Kelly was a good one, but we have Digital Impact by Carlos. So this one was one I was looking at earlier. And we're going to go to search Digital Impact Carlos. Cool. Here we go. All right. So he is posted, let's say July 29th. Not too recently, but recent enough. All right, that's a pin post. All right. Let's see what. Posted 3 hours ago. Awesome. All right. So, and he is in Miami Beach, Florida. So we have that. A little context clues there. Cool. Carlos, digital marketer. Boosting business with digital marketing strategies. Cool. Let's go to his website here. Here, this is one of the ones I was talking about, just a brain dead web. I'm sorry, Carlos. I'm not trying to be mean, but want to grow online? Like, look at this. Keep scrolling. And all this stuff. Look at that. Wow. What dentistry, interior design. So he's worked with moving companies in dentistry, interior design. Looks like, okay, dentistry, real estate, restaurants. So these are the industries he serviced. This is all the stuff he does. He does pay-per-click, AI, neural network consulting. What the heck is that? Website design, search engine optimization, social media marketing. Does it all, dude. He is everything plus the kitchen sink. Services, which will give us the same stuff. Let's go to contact, see if we can find any contact info, which we already have his phone number and his email. We're going to see if his phone number is actually a valid mobile phone number. Let's go to here, grab that phone number, do reverse phone number lookup, boom, phone number search. And then let's go back to his website here. We also have his Facebook page and Instagram page. So we already have his Instagram page. We're looking at that, but now we can reach out on Facebook too. So we can, okay, we also have WhatsApp out here, and we just found their email. Cool. So we have email, which was also on here. We have their email right there. Cool. Same email too, which is great. So Facebook, we can reach out in there. Email, SMS, because we have the phone number. Let's just see if it was a mobile phone number. Oh, I guess we reached our daily limit. All right, so I only have so many per day. You can open it up on like this. Look up, and you can just do it again. I think maybe, but I kind of already tested it earlier. It wasn't mobile phone number. So, all right, he targets everybody, but he's helped moving companies in the past, right? So if I go back to his boom, he's helped. I'm just trying to think what's maybe dentistry might be a good one because everybody loves dentistry. But I would be more comfortable trying to help him get more moving companies. So I'm going to say, hey, I can help you get more moving companies. So I say, hey, Carlos, hope you're doing well in Miami, Florida, because we know he's in Miami. I was looking at your Instagram. I was looking at your website. I saw that you worked with a lot of different people. I help some moving companies. I have a consistent system that gives me moving companies interested in marketing services. I want to see if you could take on some of these moving companies because I just can't take them on. I want to see if you were open to a partnership. Are you free to chat sometime this week? And we have Instagram, Facebook, SMS, and email that we can reach out to them on. Cool? Guys, holy cow, I'm good. Thank you so much for watching. I hope this helped you guys out. I know this is a very intense, long, detailed video, but if you actually have some free time, you want to get some clients, and you have the time to just like spend a couple hours a day just sending out manual messages, and you can really personalize it like this, you can get a ton of clients. So hope this was helpful. Thank you so much for watching. I will talk to you guys soon. I'm going to show you step by step exactly how to find a profitable SMMA niche. This is exactly the process I use to find a niche, find an offer, and make over $1 million with my agency. So I'm going to treat this. I made another video called Do Cold Outreach with Me Live, where I just show you live me doing something. So I'm going to do this with you live, step by step, so that hopefully you can take it and do it yourself. Now we're going to start at the top here. Hopefully you can read this. I try to be able to fit my face in here, but also make the text big enough so you can read all this. But good artist copy, but great artist steal. That's Pablo Picasso. So I'm going to show you exactly what I did. You don't have to reinvent the wheel, but we also don't want to do a gold rush approach. So but what I mean by good artist copy, great artist steal, we want to steal from someone else that already has a very good offer, right? That's already crushing it, and we can take them out, or we can just take some of the market share. Think about if you could, right? Here's a story. A guy that had a gas station, and it was not getting very much business at all. But he changed it to like 7-Eleven, something like that. Very similar to 7-Eleven, but called it something slightly different. And he got away with it for a couple of years. And he made millions of dollars with this successful gas station, just copying the same color schemes, the same everything. Instead of like Slurpees, it was like Slurpers, whatever, just very slightly different. Until obviously he got a cease and desist from 7-Eleven. But at that time, he was already very successful. So obviously, in that scenario, we can't really do much there. We can't really copy 7-Eleven. But if we could copy 7-Eleven, if we could copy their business model, then we can make a lot of money just using that same strategy, right? So with SMMA, there is no brand that's recognizable. It's not like Apple or 7-Eleven or Nike, whatever. We don't have to recognize the brand of a marketing agency. It's really just recognizing what strategy do they use, what's the exact offer, how do they get their clients. If I can copy all those things, then I basically have their entire business, right? And then I have to just be able to copy their fulfillment and how they actually get the clients the leads, which is also usually pretty easy to do. So that's what I mean by good artist copying, great artist steal. Now the problem is, like I said, we don't want to reinvent the wheel, so we want to copy somebody else, but we also don't want to do the gold rush approach, because what happens a lot of times too is that you see everybody doing med spas, so you go do med spas. You see a big influencer target roofing companies, so you go target roofing companies. That is the worst idea possible, because everybody else is doing the same thing, and so every med spa picks up the phone 17 times a day, and there's a 12-year-old on the other end saying, hey, can I help you with your marketing? And they hate that, right? And so we don't want to do gold rush where we're doing the same thing everybody else is doing, like what happened in the gold rush. But we also don't want to try to find something brand new. Now, you can find something brand new, and you can crush it in that, and I've seen that happen several times. We'll get into that in a second. But yeah, I just want to make sure I make that clear. Now, also, I'm going to show you some niches as a part of this, and I'm going to show you some strategy. But I don't want you to directly copy me, because the whole part of this is, if you're directly copying me, you're doing what everybody else does in the gold rush approach, where you just see an influencer do it and then you copy them directly, which is the worst thing to do. I recently just launched this new program, and I said, hey, my parents do massage and it works really well for them, but don't copy me, right? And guess what? Everyone did. Everyone copied me. And they all went and did massage, even though I told them several times not to do that. And guess what? Nobody was successful in it, because everyone tried the same thing all at once. Cool? All right, so don't copy me directly. I'm showing you step by step, so hopefully you can do it yourself, and you'll know exactly how to do it. So first thing is we want to, as a part of this research, as a part of being able to find really good offers, is we want to find a random good niche, something that you don't even, people talk about passion, and I just put out a video about asking millionaires how they made their money, whatever, and everyone talks about passion. There was half of the people that were like, oh, do what you're passionate about, and the other half of people that were like, I do waste management, right? Or I do SEO, and it's very boring, but I make a lot of money doing it. I lean more towards that don't do what you're passionate about, because I was passionate about making movies. I was going to go to school for making movies. If I went and did that, I would be about $100,000 in school debt and have no career. That's what would have happened if I followed my passion, which was a bad idea. So I did what I try to choose. What does the market want? What do other people want? Nothing is about you anymore. Everything is about helping other people. How do I be hospitable to other people? How do I extend hospitality to somebody else? How can I help somebody else? That's your entire life up until now. It was all about you, but now it's about everybody else from here on out. Cool? All right, so we want to find a random niche that isn't really targeted, that no one's really reaching out to. Now, I did make another video called I Tried Every SMMA Niche. Now, obviously, it wasn't really every SMMA niche, but every SMMA niche that I've ever tested, I put it all in here. So there's a ton of niches. I guess this one isn't it. Oh, this is I Tried Every, sorry. But there's another one where it has like a list of 50 different ones, and you can go through that, and you can find all the different types of business. Every SMMA, it's this one right here, sorry. You can go through this, all these different industries, boom, 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 all these, right? And you can look at why they're good or bad, how much money they make, my experience with the industry, very extensive research on every single niche. I've got a lot of stuff in here. It took me forever to build this out, but you can look at that. I made a whole video about it, and plus the sheet is available for you to be able to see. Cool. Now, the other thing too is we want to also look at, that's the first thing we can do, is look at what my sheet I've already created. Also, you can look at blogs, lists, or influencers that consistently talk about different business models. And here's a few to get started. So if you just look up huge list of niches, right? There's huge lists of niches. There's plenty of them, right? There's so many, like here's 400 niche list, right? Now, sometimes you'll just I'll just read through the list and I'm like trying to find something, but I don't really get inspired. I don't really know what to do from there. So it's kind of hard, but that's why I like this other strategy, which is looking at influencers or blogs that consistently talk about a side hustle or try this thing or this person did this thing and was able to grow business this way, right? So Cody Sanchez has videos about just different business models. Now, if we go to her videos, this makes $54K a month. What is that? A recession-proof business. That's pretty interesting, right? Or the greatest side hustle of all time, leave your 9-to-5. That's pretty interesting, right? Now, if I scroll down here, I found a bleep business, someone doing porta potties or what's it called, mobile toilet business, right? I've never heard anyone ever target mobile toilets or porta potties. I've never heard that ever. And so this is a huge business that I never even thought of, and I've heard of power washing. I've done that, right? Or I've heard of people doing, people do waste management. I didn't even know that was a thing too. I thought, there's only a couple companies that do waste management and you can't, compete with them because it's just those couple companies, but there's plenty of companies that do waste management. I know that because I talked to some people. Or shipping containers. I didn't even know that was a thing that you could, obviously I kind of knew that people made houses out of shipping containers, but I don't really know how big that business is. And what's cool about these videos is that she's doing the market research for you. She already made a 23-minute video about how much they make, how profitable it is, how they actually get their clients, what struggles and pains they have. They're answering questions about the business. There's this whole long video with an owner explaining everything, right? And so these are really good for just understanding the market as a whole. And so obviously she makes these every week, There's another one. There is Upflip. I think it's Upflip, yep. So these guys, they also make videos about just a whole bunch of different, sorry, my computer's running slow.
Yeah.
A whole bunch of different industries and offers and things that people do, right? This guy, watched this video, very good. This guy just takes trash out of apartment buildings. And I live in an apartment building, and they were taking trash. You leave it at the side of the door, you leave the boxes, whatever, and they took the trash. I just thought it was like someone that worked at their company, but apparently it's another company that pays them to take the trash down. I'm like, I didn't even know that was a thing. This guy makes $23,000 a month, and he still works a full-time job, And so all these, and this guy, watched this video, this is really good, makes $90,000, not $90,000 a month, I think $4 million a year with 4 different laundry places. And just crazy business models that I would have never thought of just by looking at these videos. So you can just look at these, look at something you might be interested. How profitable is mushrooms? I don't even know, whatever. Paving at 26, making $700,000 a month. Holy cow, that's crazy. Let's reach out to that guy. Or let's watch this video, 39-minute long, 52-minute long video, 38-minute long. Like obviously these have a ton of wisdom and they've already done the research for you in these videos, okay? And also with these, you can look at, there's some of these videos that like don't have a lot of views at all, like 95,000 views, 760,000, that's a lot, but 140,000, there's some that only had like 50,000 views. Let me look. 31,000 views, 95,000, 11,000 views, right? Now this one just came out, but you know, these videos that don't have a ton of views, 100,000 views, and that means that a lot of people probably aren't also thinking about it, right? No one's really thinking about exterior painting, right? $20,000 from one job. But if no one else is watching it, that probably means it's a good niche because no one else is thinking about it, you know? All right, let me make sure my audio is okay. Boom. All right. So next up, we have these great offers, different industries that no one's targeting. We can see the pros and the cons because they already made a video about the whole thing. And again, I watched the video about the done for you, that basically they have a laundromat and they started doing done for you where they'll come to you, they'll pick up your clothes and then they'll clean them for you, they'll fold them for you, make sure they're all whatever, everything's nice and pretty, and they'll give them back to you. And he said he's doubled his business just by adding this extra service. So the done for you service. So instead of just a laundromat, we'll do everything for you, which is crazy, right? Doubling his business because of that. That means to everyone that owns a laundromat, we can offer, hey, I'll help you double your business by adding this extra service. Or to people that are already offering that, we can tell them, hey, I can bring you interested companies, because this can be for individuals or for companies. And I'm sure they would much rather have companies because companies are going to pay more and more consistently all the time. Obviously, let's say a place like a hair salon or nail salon, they have towels that they use all the time. Or we have restaurants and they have the uniforms or outfits that they use all the time too. And so we can reach out to them and we say, hey, we reach out to the laundromat company. Again, I didn't even think about this until I watched this video. I'm like, wow, this is a really good opportunity that no one has ever thought of. We can reach out to them and say, hey, I can bring you companies interested in getting their laundry cleaned for you, by you, sorry. Would you be open to chat? Right, where we offer them, hey, I'll bring you companies. And we just do B2B outreach for a laundromat. I've never thought of that. Right? And holy cow, this is a whole new business model. And you can take this. This is actually an idea that you can take. But again, if everybody takes it, it's a gold rush and it's not going to work. All right. So that's why I'm showing you the strategy. So hopefully you can do it yourself. Pick another one of these niches in here. Any one of them, a whole bunch of great ideas. We live in this area of all this massive information that no one's even leveraging or taking advantage of. It's just knowing how to take advantage of this. Cool. Car detailing. We have whatever that is, 27 a year. Never thought of. Never thought of. I don't even know what that is. And 1 million a month. Tow truck business. Holy cow, that's crazy, right? So all that, cool. All right, next up, I'm gonna go over a specific example of me actually picking a niche and actually trying to do market research to find what this niche actually wants. So we can go through this and pick a niche, but then we have to figure out what does the niche actually want. We don't want to, again, try to do the starting from scratch. Obviously we can try to figure out what they want and then try to create an offer from scratch, which I've done that before too. But is there someone else that's already in the niche that's already having some success and we can copy them and we can just do it better than them, you know? So I'm going to go into this. Mobile, here's was one example of like the porta potties, which was, you know, this lady was talking about porta potties, the other lady, and I found Facebook groups. There's so many Facebook groups of porta potties, right? And they make decent money with the porta potty business and no one is targeting them. So it's a completely blue ocean. A blue ocean is a niche that no one else is targeting with no competition. A red ocean is a niche that has a lot of competition. And there's already a lot of people in that niche. So we want to go after blue oceans. To find a blue ocean, again, is just going after a niche no one's targeting or even going after places that no one's targeting. Everyone is targeting LA. Everyone's targeting Miami, but no one's targeting Dayton, Ohio, where I live. Dayton, Ohio is the 150th biggest city in America, which means there's 150 big cities bigger than Dayton, Ohio. And so no one's targeting it yet. There's still a thriving economy. There is still a downtown Dayton, right? There's still sub-cities around it. There's so much happening here. There's like 300,000 people metropolitan, and no one's thinking about it, right? No one's ever reaching out to Dayton, Ohio because it's 150 down on the list. Everyone's doing LA, New York, whatever. And so if you just reach out to Dayton, you'll get way more responses. Trust me, I promise. If you just start doing cold outreach, let's say you're doing cold outreach right now, literally just go 110 to 150, those cities. From 110 to 150, look up top 2,000 cities throughout the United States. From 110 to 150, reach out to all those. They're big enough to where they have a thriving economy, but they're small enough where no one's even thinking about them. Trust me, try that. Or even going after countries. If you're in Denmark right now, if you're in Switzerland or Sweden, and you're reaching out to the United States, you have so much opportunity in Switzerland or in Sweden, and no one else is doing outreach in Switzerland and Sweden. I've got a guy, and he's a client of mine. He is in Latvia. And I don't really know the ins and outs of everything in Latvia, but they speak Russian and Latvian and sometimes English. And he's saying he just tells, oh, I did 50 messages on WhatsApp and I got 15 booked calls and all these people are interested. I'm like, just out of 50 messages, getting like 15 booked calls, or getting so many booked calls in Latvia because no one else is really doing it in Latvia. I didn't even know Latvia was a country before I started talking to them, you know? Anyways, all right, cool. But going into a whole new niche that no one is targeting might be a challenge because we don't have anyone to steal from, right? Good artists copy, great artists steal. So it needs to be less saturated, but we still need a few players in the game, and we can go from there. Now, again, we can start from a brand new niche, and we can create a brand new offer and just use our marketing strategies as a part of it. But the best option or best opportunity would be copying somebody else that's already in a niche that's unsaturated. Cool. For example, I did help a guy who was targeting, let's just say, it's not roofing, but I'm going to say roofing. Let's just say he was targeting, he was targeting roofing and solar companies. He wasn't getting a lot of clients. I told him, hey, I had this other client that went into this other niche, and he got 6 clients the first month. You should try to go in that other niche because you could probably get a lot of clients in the first month trying that other niche. And so he did that. He went into that other niche, and he got 20-something clients in 2 weeks targeting that other niche. So keep that in mind. Cool. So try to copy other people, but copy people that not a lot of other people are copying. Hopefully that makes sense. All right. Mobile notaries. This is the niche we're going to pick. Again, don't copy me because everyone's going to do it, and it's a bad idea. I'll tell you why in a minute. But mobile notaries, it's a small niche where there's not a lot of competition. No one else is really doing it, but there's a good amount of them in the United States. When it comes to a good niche, I try to think about, do they make decent money? Is there at least like 10,000 of them in the United States, and are they unsaturated? Okay. So find Facebook groups that they hang out in. That's the first step. So how do we find a good offer? Find Facebook groups. So here's group number 1 that I found, just called Mobile Notary Service. State, brand, name, tagline, whatever. People are just posting whatever in here. We want to find groups with good engagement. 53 comments, 2 comments, 13 comments, 3 likes, 6 likes. All right, so very good engagement. There's also some groups, if you find a Facebook group, and usually it's just like a whole bunch of people in Russia just randomly posting. No offense if you're in Russia, but or Pakistan or India, just constantly reposting like TikToks or something like that. If it's like that, obviously the group is not high quality. We want to find a group where they're actually talking about the subject and it's not just random videos of toilet paper being stacked on top of each other. All right, so this is actually people talking about their mobile notary services. Another one, notary needed now. So I guess this is people like trying to sell their notary services. Congrats. Blah, blah, blah. People are talking about being a notary. There is decent engagement, 3 likes, 5 comments. Not the best, but 63 comments on this post. We'll look at that in a second. All right, and then notary signing agents training, something like that. So this is like a lady trying to train people on how to become a notary. God is good, okay. And so this is like, I guess, less. Yeah, if you don't have a website, do you guys think it's wise to have one? 7 comments, right? So good engagement, people talking about their notary services. Interesting. Awesome. 15 comments on this post, whatever that is. Cool. So now we got to find a consistent problem people are having, or find someone that's selling something into this group. So people will be going into this group. They'll be trying to pitch their offer by putting out a post, and we just want to capture their leads or try to see what they're selling and if people are responsive to what they're selling. So as we saw just here, someone's talking about, should I build a website? And so we could even reach out to this person and just say, hey, I'll help you build a website, right? That's an instantly a valid lead right here, someone that's already raising their hand saying, hey, I might need a website, and we can reach out to them directly, right? But that's a bad example. Let's go to a different example. We have this one, right? We'll scroll down and try to find someone that's selling something. Any notary agents that can handle 10 clients weekly, I have a good potential leads. This guy's selling something. This is some random dude. And so we can go through here, and we can also look at his other posts. This is the only post he's done, but he has 53 comments, which means now 53 comments, half of those comments are him replying to the comments, right? Hey, he's replying there, he's replying there, he's replying there. But that is 25 comments of people that are interested. So people are interested, and we want to see how he's phrasing it. We can just copy this is exactly what I did. I found somebody, they had about 100 comments on their post. Actually, it was like 56 comments, 56 comments on their post of people saying, he just said, is anyone interested in getting 40 appointments a month, something like that? Or is anyone interested in getting more appointments, right? That's the whole post. And I was like, they had so many comments. I was already good at getting appointments. I was like, why don't I just help people get appointments? Because this guy's already crushing it. And he just put out a random post. So I literally this is what I did. Went boop, copy. And then I went back to the group and I pasted it in. That's literally exactly what I did. I did the exact same color that he did too. And so I used the same colors in there, scheme that he had. And I got about 30 comments on my post, and I got 2 clients out of that post, and that was within the first week of me starting this new agency, which was B2B lead generation. I made a whole video about this entire process, my whole first year of what I did, and you can watch that video. All right, so that's one guy. Selling something had 56 comments. Let's keep going, see if we have any other. This one has 63 comments. Let's see this guy. So if I just click on his name, it'll show you all the posts. It won't go to his profile directly. We can go to his profile, but we can see all the posts he's made into this group. So we see 63 comments here. We'll see what he said. Any notary agents currently accepting new clients for their service, comment with your location. And people are commenting their location. 63 comments, which means about 30 of them are probably real people that are interested. And he also posted, so okay, we can directly copy this. We can take this exact photo and just do it ourselves, you know. Now he also said this about a couple of days ago. He said, I'm stinking notary agents, needing new clients, whatever, and he's showing Facebook ads. But you say he has 2 likes and no comments, right? So nobody was actually interested in this. So maybe showing Facebook ads isn't a good idea. He's already done the heavy lifting for us. He's already shown us which offers work. This offer obviously isn't working. This one only has 2 comments. 1 comment, 60 comments. Any notary agents currently accepting new clients for their service, comment with your location. That's almost the exact same thing. So he's done it twice, which means if I do it, I'll probably get the same result. So that's easy right there. So I can literally just copy this, and I have a good offer. I can start a whole new business now, right here. Right now, I want to do a little more research first, so we're going to do that together too. All right, now this one, again, it's more about just random stuff, I guess, how to become a notary, not really just notaries in there, I guess. I don't know. All right, there's another guy. So that was like one guy that was selling. Here's another guy. Oh yeah, we already looked at this guy's profile. Let's look at this other guy's profile. Let's see. This guy, and I actually reached out to this guy and asked him, I was trying to ask him if he helps notaries or whatever. Here's my, and here we go. He said, I said, hey, do you help notaries? Are you a notary? My mom is, and she might need help. All right, good. Is there a way I can reach out to your mom? Or we can rely on messaging her, talking to her, like a much better option. Yeah, so he's just trying to get a sale right now, but I was trying to get him to like explain how he does things. And that's actually also a good idea. Window shopping your competitors. So just like going through their sales process, like booking a call with them and just like acting like you're interested in their offer and just see exactly how they position their offer, how they handle your objections, all that jazz, just so you can copy them directly, right? Because that's the thing about this business model, which is so cool, is that I don't have to copy 7-Eleven. I don't have to copy KFC or Chick-fil-A. I don't have to copy them because I need the branding, whatever. Now you can try to make the chicken taste just as good, but people know the brand. But in this case, there's no brand. Obviously, people know your name once you get out there, but this guy has no brand. He's just some guy on Facebook, and he's just getting clients really easily by finding this offer in this niche, whatever, and finding exactly what they want. And so if I just go through and see exactly how he does his sales calls, all of his appointment reminders, and obviously if we know that he actually has some success, if we just copy him directly, there is no brand that we have to worry about. We just copy him, right? And there's no, it's easy to replicate. And so, but no one really does it, right? No one really replicates by directly copying other people. Trust me, a lot of people have directly copied. Oh my God, it was so annoying when I was first getting started. And I would always come up with these really good cold outreach messages. And like, it was so good. But then 2 weeks later, people are like, I've already heard this 10 times. Why do people keep texting me this month? I'm like, what? Why have people already heard this 10 times? Because I would send the message, they knew that this was working well, and because they knew I was good, and they would copy the message, and then they would just start sending it more than I was sending it. And I was like, dang, I'm already losing with my own message, you know? So, because people were copying me, and it's a good and bad thing about the industry where people can copy you directly, but obviously you can create your competitive edges, you can create your moats around your business, right? Which I've kind of done, where I've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on different processes in place where you can't really copy those things, or you have to pay that's kind of money. Or I built up my own brand, personal brand, which is what you should copy someone first, and then after that you build out your own personal brand. To where you have some guy randomly just saying, hey, I'll help you get more appointments. Or you have Carson Fox, the best at getting appointments, asking if you want to get more appointments, right? Who would you rather choose, right? And so you choose the guy with the big brand who has the case studies and testimonials and actually has an audience already. And so you build that up long term. That's a moat that you can't really replicate unless you spend the time doing it. And but in the short term, we can copy these guys, all right? All right, so that's it. There's some people that we can copy directly. We can just copy their posts, see what they're doing. Now, let's go into... we can find popular content on YouTube about the niche. So I looked up how to become a mobile notary. I found this guy on YouTube. I'm going to hopefully pause this because I don't want it to start playing. All right, cool. So what's crazy about these videos, right? This video has 45,000 views. And I'm going to say something really annoying. I put out a video the other day. I spent thousands of dollars trying to make this video look really good. Got 1,000 views, right? Spent a lot of time on the thumbnail, a lot of time on on the video itself, making sure people engage into it, whatever, a lot of editing, whatever. No views, no one cares, right? And I thought it was gonna crush, I thought I was gonna get hundreds of thousands of views, but no one watched it. Now, I put all this effort, and if you've seen my videos, I try to make my apartment look good, I have really good lighting, I have a really good camera, and I try to put all this effort in, and this guy makes a video of this boring, this intro, look at this intro, living the dream, right? And you're like, this is so boring. Someone sat through this. 45,000 people sat through this, by the way. And not even 1,000 people watched through my video that I thought was going to crush. And so if this guy is able to get so many views, and if you watch this, you ever watch somebody and they talk around the story, they don't even tell the story, like, dude, just get to the freaking point already, you know? I hate that crap. And so I'm going to put you guys on game here. There's a Chrome extension, right? You can kind of see it up here, but it's, if you click D, it'll automatically like increase the speeds. And so, you know, YouTube, the max speed is like 2x. And I was watching this guy at 3.5x because he was talking nothing to say anything about this guy, but he's just talking slower, talking around the problem, whatever. And he just like walking through, oh, I gotta have my mask on, goes back to his car, safety first. Like, I'm watching this thing, and 45,000 people watch this thing too, which means there is demand. There's people that are interested in this, because if I put all this effort into a video, that means, and no one watches it, that means there's no demand. Right? But if he puts very little effort into this video and makes it look so easy, right? I've seen so many videos where they have hundreds of thousands of views, and it's just the idea. People just like the idea, and therefore they sit there and watch the entire thing because of the idea. And if you know anything about YouTube too, it's not going to push it to more people. Like, the algorithm isn't going to push the video to more and more people if people don't watch it till the end. So the more people watch more of the video, the more it's going to push it. So that means people are actually watching this a lot. You know, or not just clicking on it, but they're actually watching till the end. That's one thing, right? And this guy just talks about him doing it, how he makes money, what you should do, and just very basic stuff. Like, here's a stamp that I got, and you want to get a stamp like this. And here's a book, you want to get the book like this. And they're like, okay, cool. All right. And then, cool. All right. And when I did a search, we want to find other influencers that are making consistent content. Now, sometimes, you know, the niche is really small and you can't find people that are making consistent content, which is okay too. But we want to find people making consistent content and see what their top content is. All right. And then we can also look at the likes and the comments and all that jazz. So I'm going to scroll through here. I did see this, some lady. Dang. So here we go. This lady. And that's 58,000 views. How you make 5K a month as a mobile notary. Obviously, that's not a lot of money. And that's why I didn't tell you at the beginning, because I wanted you to stick around for this video. That's why I wouldn't recommend this niche, because they don't make a ton of money. Now, it is like a good side hustle, and obviously people are getting clients, but they don't make a ton of money. And so if you go into this niche, obviously, one, there's going to be a gold rush, because all you guys, even though I said don't go into it, you're going to still go into it. And two, they're not going to make a lot of money, so it's going to be. And the first niche I went into was pest control. I went into it because I did market research, and I tried to figure out what they wanted, and I found a really good offer. And then I just started doing outreach to them with this really good offer, but then no one could afford it, so it was just a waste of my time, you know. So anyway, that's why I want to go for a niche that has money already. So if I go to this lady's most popular videos, we have how to make 5K as a notary public, and then quitting the notary business, raw, honest video, notary signing agent must-haves, general notary work marketing tips. Okay, marketing tips. Has a 15-minute video about how to market, right? And good amount of views. Okay, 5,000 views. It doesn't sound like a lot, but trust me, in the business game, we can get a lot of money from 5,000 views. I had a video recently that's maybe got 3,000 views. I got like 20 sales calls out of that 3,000 view video. And I've had other videos that if you have a really good offer, which I do, I had a video that I got like 500 views in the first day, and I got 80 calls out of 500 views. It's crazy conversion rate, right? So these videos like this, I've had people that they said they made $10,000 out of the first 100. They had only had 150 views on a video, but they sold like 2 deals for 5,000 each. So in the business world, a small amount of views can equal a lot of money. So keep that in mind. So 50,000 views is a ton. I had a video actually that got 100,000 views and like 50,000 views the first month. I made $50,000 off of that video the first month of it doing that. So keep that in mind. All right, cool. So, and what we can also do is we see the problems that they're having, quitting the notary business, marketing for the notary business, must-haves, or how to make a certain amount of money for the notary business. So these are consistent problems that they're having, or this is the topics that they are interested in. But we can also look at the comments of these posts and the comments of these videos and see what people are saying and try to see a consistent problem that they're having. Also, Reddit research, kind of the same thing. People on Reddit are very annoying, but they are, I don't know, Reddit's just weird. But if I look up on Google, is becoming a mobile notary worth it? Or how much do you make as a mobile notary? Reddit, right? If I look that up on Google, people love to over-explain their life story on Reddit, and they just like start going into their kids and how it's changed their life, or just random stuff. They'll just like, and then TLDR or whatever, right? But that's kind of good for you because, again, we're just trying to do market research, trying to understand the niche as much as possible, and so we can go in and really look at their pains and their problems, right? So then the last thing we can do is we can do cold calling them as market research. So I did this, and one of my first videos that I did was me actually calling 100 businesses and asking them, what do you want more of? And these are the questions I asked. What's your biggest current daily frustration right now? And is there anything you want more of? So a pest control company, they said their daily frustration is that they don't really know how to get more business, or they rely on the phone number on the side of the truck, which isn't very consistent. They just rely on word of mouth. They want more bed bug heat treatments because they bring consistent jobs. And again, I made a whole video about this, one of my first videos I made. And then I used that and I was able to make a really good offer to pest control companies, but again, they didn't really have money, so it didn't really help in my favor. But I also did this for mobile notaries. I called one and I just tried to ask them questions. I said, hey, can I just do some market research? I'm just trying to ask a few questions. Is that okay? I'm just trying to write a paper. They said yes, and I'll show you the call recording right now. And here is the video of the research call I just did. I'm just writing a paper for this business thing I'm writing. I want to see if I can ask you a few questions about your notary business. Is it okay?
Okay.
Cool. My mom is also a notary. She told me that you can't really like sell it. How do you? I don't know, but she's also in Ohio. How do you sell your services? Like, do you get
like advertise?
Yeah.
Oh, just via Google.
Google, okay, and you get people. Well, I think she said you could sell, but you just couldn't like you can't like charge more money with that, which I thought was so dumb. But do you find a way?
Yeah, so like if you're a mobile notary, then basically if you're traveling to people, you can charge a travel fee and you guys just agree upon your fee.
Nice.
Like you tell them, you quote them your fee and let them know from there.
So my mom's just dumb. Got it. Just kidding. So so you'll travel to them. Like how far do you usually go out?
It just depends. I've been as far as like Cincinnati. It just really just depends.
So it's like if they're like, hey, if you come today, I'll do blah, blah, blah.
Right.
I don't know where you're at, but let's just say you're in Fairborn and I'm in Kettering, right? It's like a 20-minute drive. How much are you charging for that?
It just depends on the service. So it depends on like how many documents am I notarizing when I get there. It depends on like how late. So if you call like right now, like, hey, it's an emergency, I need services right now. Yeah. There's going to be an upcharge because I'm pretty much canceling or stopping what I'm doing to come and offer or grant you services.
Do you get a lot of clients from Google right now?
Yes.
And then, because I heard someone, because I remember I did talk to somebody in New York, and they were also saying that they did mobile notary, and they did Google ads. Do you run ads?
Ads? No, I don't.
But you get, how many, let's say, requests do you think you get a week from Google?
At least 20.
20 from Google. Dang, that's cool. And have you tried anything else? Do you do a lot of like anything on Facebook or Instagram or anything else?
No, I don't run ads or anything on Facebook.
Yeah, so you haven't tried at all? Like, do you know of anyone else is there anyone else local is like a competitor that they're doing well, or no? I
wouldn't know. So like when people typically call me and I know someone that is a notary, but I actually know two other people, but I don't even think they have like their business on Google. I just personally know them. So if I'm unavailable, I can refer them. Other times I'll refer them also to like the UPS store, just depending on like how fast they need services, if I'm not available, etc.
So what about just random questions? Is there like a current daily frustration as a notary, or like with your business? Is there something that's annoying? Is it like driving really far, or people don't want to pay, or anything like that?
The only thing that I would say that would be annoying is if like someone is like adamant, like I need services right now, and then you get there or you're en route and they're like, okay, never mind. I actually didn't need it. You're like, what? So some people have like, if it's like extremely late, because I do offer like 24-hour services, but I will turn my phone off at night. Answer like if it's slow. Like if I'm already out working, I don't mind. But if it's like, all right, it's 11 p.m., I know I'm not going back out, then of course I won't go back out. But there are some people that are just adamant, like, oh, I really need services. Mm-hmm. Then I have started saying, you're going to have to send me a deposit to ensure. And then if you're canceling, then that your deposit is non-refundable. Like if I'm getting up at 11, 12 o'clock to come out and give you services, and then you just abruptly change your mind, then that's fine. Just know you're just out of whatever deposit I charge you. It's something minor. Yeah. But just to prevent that, because they're like, oh, I really need services. I need services. And you're like, no, you don't.
How often is it like really late at night?
It's actually not too bad. And it really just has like peak seasons. I feel like, I don't know, it's weird. Certain seasons is just really more adamant than others, but it's not been too bad. Mm-hmm. And really, some people will call me late and set it up for like the next day or later that week. Like, hey, I know this, I'm going to be flying in, and I know I need, a wheel done.
Yeah, well, you said something about peak season. When is peak season?
I noticed a lot of people are like buying cars in like the winter time. So a lot of people, I think they like go to an auction or just find cars really cheap, and they like load up on cars and sell cars. So I noticed in the winter time it's a lot more busy.
Like right before
and then, like,
the end of the year?
Yeah, and like tax return season, when a lot of people are like trying to get a new vehicle, stuff like that, around that time.
Do you take on a month right now? And then how many could you take on? So like I'm currently at, let's say we're doing 20 a week. We get out of those 20, maybe we get 12 of those to close. Is it something like that?
Yeah, so if I get like 20 calls a week, maybe like 12 or to 15 or something are like for sure.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good for me. It's just like a little part-time.
Yeah, so it's just something you do on the side. How many could you do? And then also, like, if, let's just say you got 50 a week, like 50 actually people closing, would that even be worth your time? Would it be worth, like, would that be a full-time job for you at that point if you did 50 a week?
I could see it, but it's still, like, if you're just doing mobile services, it's probably a lot. But I could probably see it, like, if you're definitely doing it full-time, like 8 hours a day minimum.